Hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today I'm going to be reacting to ZACK SNYDER on Pizza Film Season 1, Part 2. Essentially, this is just, it's not a typical stream. It's just me reacting to, I'm hoping they discuss the controversy with Zack Snyder's Justice League and stuff like that. If some things come up, and I'm just kind of interested in all of that, so I just thought I'd watch it with you guys. So this isn't going to be a typical stream, as I said, and I'll go back and forth and see, pause, look at the comments, but also like talk if there's something that I want to react to.
Though, so we may get sluggish about halfway through the interview, so we apologize ahead of time. But let's jump into it. So, the premise of Pizza Film School is we talk to a director about their process from start to finish, right? There's no handbook. If you're a young filmmaker out there, it's really difficult to gain access and insight into how other directors work. So we created this as a way to share information, share process, maybe inspire people who don't have an opportunity to go to film school or can't afford film school. Hopefully they can listen to this podcast and get some good information if they have the dream of being a film director.
Awesome. Yeah, and to give it a focus, we pick a single film from a director and try to structure the conversation around the experience of that film.
Great.
And we were hoping to do your Justice League.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
So just to talk a little bit from soup to nuts, as filmmakers, is something we sit in awe of with the complexity of visual effects that you bring to a movie. It's beyond what I think just about anyone can do on the planet.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I'd love to get behind that a little bit and talk a little bit about your background. You started as a painter, correct?
Yeah, so I wasn't awesome at high school at the normal math, but the normal stuff.
Yes.
I was pretty good in PE, I'll be honest.
Right brain, left brain, you were a left brain.
Yeah, a little bit on the left. I'd gotten kicked out of my boarding school and ended up in public school. I had pretty much all my requirements to graduate. I think I had to take a history class, and at Ramapo High School in Franklin Lakes, New Jersey, is where I ended up. I had been at this small boarding school in Connecticut and ended up in public school. And I remember I went in there and I had a tie on the first day and a blazer.
Stark difference.
And the guy was like, "Are you gonna wear a tie every day?"
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "It's cool not to." Okay, that's fine.
Did you wear it day two? No.
Day two, I think I just wore the blazer. I didn't feel like it was cool not to wear a blazer.
And what is it what got you kicked out of your? If you don't
Well,
mind me asking?
I like to think that I'd been making a film in my boarding school, and it was kind of like a remake of Apocalypse Now, but sort of set in our boarding school. And like one of the kids is sort of Kurt's. Well, the principal was Kurt's, and the kid goes to he doesn't murder him or anything. It wasn't like that. That's frowned upon. But how he goes sort of insane through his pursuit of the headmaster. But anyway, so it turned out to be slightly controversial, and I like to think that's what it was. I think there were some other things, but
the headmaster wasn't on board with his interpretation.
So I like to think it was the film that got me fully expelled, and they trumped up some other charges. But I think it was.
That's amazing.
But, they didn't really have a strong art department, art sort of focus at my boarding school. But when I got to public school, yeah, exactly. When I got to public school, because I had most of my requirements to graduate, I just decided to take 3 art classes. I could take 3 art classes back to back in the morning, and then I think I had my history class, and then pretty much PE for the rest of the day. It was pretty great. And so instead of taking AP classes, that's what I did, because I could have done that, but I decided not to do that. And so I was able to really generate a pretty great art portfolio. So then I went to this school in London called Heatherley's and was studying to be a painter, even though I had done films and shot movies, all through high school. And that was kind of my hobby. I just was, when I was a senior in high school, and I just felt like being a painter was weirdly romantic. And so thought I would do that. But then during my course of studies in London at Heatherley's, my art advisor and maybe because my paintings were horrible, she said, you know, you really loved making these movies, and your paintings are really cinematic. You know, they're always, you know, is that a thing? And I said, oh, maybe that. I do love making movies, and that was fun. And you know, I always thought that would be cool, but you know, I always thought, can I be a movie director? That feels like a big ask, you know. So I sent out for a bunch of film school catalogs, and the Art Center College of Design catalog here up in Pasadena came, and I totally judged it by the cover completely. Said like, this is where I want to go to school, because it was like a black catalog with an orange dot on it, right? No words. I was like, this
That's cool.
This is
Sophisticated.
crazy. Yeah, I was like, this is intense stuff. And I think the inside, I remember there was a picture in the film department. It was like there was like students on a crane with a Panavision camera, and the guy was pointing. And I was like, that's rad. That's cool. You get to do that?
They sold you.
Turns out they didn't have that year. Someone had gotten that, but it was cool. But so that's how I ended up in Pasadena. And I had submitted my paintings as part of my, you know, I had
your portfolio to get in. Yeah.
And my paintings, and they were like, I think that really was what got me over.
While you were studying film at Art Center, did you continue painting or take classes in other arts?
They have a really rigorous illustration and sort of art spine stays pretty intense. A lot of my friends who I went to school with couldn't really draw and aren't awesome.
To be honest, I'm thinking
drawing.
of skipping this bit and going straight to the part where he's talking about the Justice League, because as interesting as this is, I don't really care too much. Am I a Zack Snyder fan? I'm a fan of Watchmen, and I'm a fan of what he does visually, and I'm a fan of Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm not too big on the rest of his movies. I mean, the Batman v Superman I go back and forth on. But yeah, the rest of his movies are kind of hard to get through. But I'm very curious about these Marvel directors who did, you know, Infinity War and Endgame, and what they make of Zack Snyder's Justice League. So I'm curious to find out about that. But I'm hoping we can get to the Justice League portion pretty soon. So I've moved it forward a bit, hopefully.
VFX company, you know, we had a strong relationship with ILM. We'd go up there once a year and hang out and meet as many people as we could. But, you know, you can't do that for the 9 other companies that are also working on your films.
And even then down the ladder, you know, there's still 1,000 guys that are, you know, contributing. So yeah,
for sure, exactly.
That looks like
creation
Justice
of
League.
those in a very similar way to what you do. These kind of keyframes, and they'll be things like when he opens it now, he's covered. You see, like you can't. So like all of that ripples, and so, but for me, like the sort of creation of those in a very similar way to what you do. These kind of keyframes, and they'll be depending how much I like the scene, you know, or I'm into it, or it's really fussy. There might be, you know, a number of those kinds of paintings that I do for particular sequences. Then I just try and really get at the drawings really carefully. And I do find it a really great tool just to get everybody on the same page. What happens is I start to split off from the script a little bit, right? Because what happens is when I draw the storyboards, I do, because I'm kind of blocking, the first blocking pass is what I do with the drawings. Because when I'm drawing, I'll be like, if I had written the script and then drew it, you know, the rewrite in the drawings happens a little bit. Maybe a little dialogue tweak, because like if I'm drawing like, oh, it's an over and then some close-ups or whatever, and I'll write the dialogue under the drawing, you know, and sometimes I'd find like, oh, I wrote that, you know, they come in the room and then there's like a walk and talk over to the guy, but it doesn't really work because, you know, the room's really not as big as I thought it was, and, you know, whatever. So I can kind of do that first sort of level of, it's not editing so much as it is kind of doing the puzzling it out. So
almost the topography of the movie.
Yeah, and you know how like that always evolves, you know. And then when the actors get in there, they have their own ideas, and they're like, oh, you know, I think it'd be, you know, like I want to do the scene up on top of it, you know. Like, okay, well, it'd be better. I think it's better for just like here, like, you know, near each other. And then a lot of times I'll use the drawings. I'll be like, I kind of drew these guys at a table, and they're like, oh, like, okay, fine.
Yeah, I see.
So it does happen.
When you
so
start,
jealous
though,
of it. I just have to say, like, listening to your process, it's so. First of all, you can just see how it translates to your filmmaking, how your filmmaking is so elevated because of that process. And I'm so jealous because Joe and I are like, we can't draw to save our lives. So it's
stick figures on napkins, And then Thanos is going to come in. He's an arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have great collaborators. So yeah.
I draw a ton, and I still have a ton of board artists that I work with. So do you guys? How's that relationship for you guys with the board artists? It's
great. It's a little more cavalier in that, like, we'll throw a couple of board artists at something, right?
Sure.
We like to ideate. I mean, our whole process is communication, and ideation is a big part of that, like verbal ideation, because there's two of us, so we have to talk through everything.
We just pitch each other ideas all day long.
So we'll have an idea for a sequence. You get to that point where you do enough of these movies, and you go, okay, I'm gonna need, it's the third act. I got to get everybody together. We're gonna have to, take this character down because that's gonna be a big moment for the audience. Who should take him down? Well, we've set that up earlier in the movie. Maybe it'll be a big payoff, and then this person shows. And so you just start orchestrating all the dynamics of it, and then we break it up into chunks. So say like a third act, and then we'll give it to different artists, right?
Oh, sure.
And then we work with a lot of artists. So we just, what's their skill set, right? Oh, this one's character oriented. Oh, this one's big on high concept and set pieces. And, so we'll try to assign based on skill set. And then
see, this is one thing I really don't like about modern comic book movies. And I don't see this process that they're talking about with their filmmaking, because I never see the setup or foreshadowing. A lot of foreshadowing in what the Russos did with Endgame and Infinity War. I feel people talk. Yeah, so there's not enough setup so that things pay off emotionally at the end. It's just random stuff happens that may be cool, and maybe it's because, and this is a problem, and maybe this is why I don't enjoy the MCU movies as much as I could, is that I don't watch all of the rest of the movies, so I'm expecting the movie I'm watching to be the thing that does the foreshadowing, or where there's this kind of circular thing that brings back stuff for payoffs. I didn't find that much of that in Infinity War, but apparently all the payoffs and maybe even the foreshadowing come in movies prior to that. And I don't know that I can accept that as somebody who's grown up with a different type of filmmaking, a different type of way of enjoying films. It may well hurt my experience of current MCU films, but it's strange and it's funny to hear them say that this is what they're doing, because I didn't get any emotional payoffs in either Infinity War or Endgame. Really, there weren't that many. I'll give an example. Spider-Man, the way he is dusted at the end, and there's that whole emotional scene of, Robert Downey Jr. kind of reacting to Spider-Man being dusted, in his arms. And it's like, I feel like that's a payoff from a previous film. And even in that previous film, that wasn't set up that well, where you could really see that, oh, these guys are like father and son. I didn't get that from those Spider-Man movies. I thought they were poor attempts at that anyway. I didn't think that RDJ and Spider-Man had great chemistry, to be honest, in any of the films. But certainly, if that was supposed to be a payoff to their relationship, Spider-Man dusting in their arms, I didn't get that. So all I got from that scene is I'm supposed to be upset because Spider-Man died. Nothing this film has given me makes me upset that this specific Spider-Man has been dusted in this film. It's all supposed to be internal to my being a fan of Spider-Man, and I just don't like that. I think you should do the legwork to make me care about your version of a character. I don't expect when I go and see a James Bond movie, a new James Bond, that I'm going to have to take my appreciation of Roger Moore or my appreciation of Timothy Dalton, and that's going to make me care about this specific James Bond. I want you to make me care about this specific James Bond, and if anything, very dramatic is going to happen to him, the death of a girlfriend, the death of a, I want that movie, the movie that I'm watching, or at least the series of movies, to have set that up so that I care about the payoff at the end. And I don't see that, and this is true of DC as well. In some of the movies, I don't see that happening. I don't see the filmmakers focusing on that. I see them focusing on this character's an icon, so people are going to care about him because he's an icon, and so I can just have anything happen to him, and I'm supposed to be emotionally invested in it. It's the same with Superman's death in BVS. Why should I care about his death in BVS? Because I don't care about this Superman yet. I don't know him, understand him, why he's doing anything that he's doing. It's not set up that he's even going to die in this movie. Well, nowhere in the movie does he question, anything about his mortality or what he's willing to sacrifice for the world. So there's no payoff to that scene at the end of BVS. Or, it's just Superman dies. I'm supposed to be sad because I care about Superman. That's not good enough.
They'll start giving us ideas, and then sometimes we'll make them trade.
Okay, yeah, that's
and then they'll give us different ideas, and then we'll piece it all together, and then say, okay, here you're going to finish off this sequence, and here are the great ideas that we like, and then you get some more over here, and it's constantly shifting and moving. I mean, literally until like 6 weeks before we release the film.
Yeah, and then we'll eventually, if we start to circle around ideas that really resonate with us, we'll move that image from the concept artists to the art department. And then
Hello,
we'll
anyone who's there.
out into
You
these
can say
key
hi,
image, key
comment,
frames that we use.
let me know what's going
the art
on
department will
with you
then
guys.
give it, or the production designer will give it its sort of framing within the movie. Then we'll make sure that the cinematographer weighs in on it. We'll make sure every
And
department
Arkham, you're welcome
weighs in
to
on that
join,
image
by the
as we
way.
tweak and refine it, so that eventually it becomes this document that everybody has contributed to, and it's what we're going for, and everybody, visual effects also certainly feeds into that process.
So do you guys think that is the process for the keyframe, like, does it start kind of as one of the frames of the you're like, okay, here's the shot where the guys all come into the room and everyone looks badass and you can see the whole thing, and we're going to take that frame now, like, let's knock this up and get it painted, turn it into kind of, it's the key moment. It's
whatever that critical moment is, that's
yeah.
the thing we'll spend all the energy on and the resources on. And two, we didn't mention that, sometimes you'll take board work and you'll give it to the Viz team, because what's going on in it is so big. If they're flying characters, if they're characters with really extreme powers, that's when we'll send it over to the Viz team. Well, characters who don't have flying powers, we tend to assign that to our stunt Viz team.
Oh, sure.
So then stunt Viz is punching, and it's more acrobatic choreography. And then once you've gone through the boards and you've come up with the ideas, it then gets disseminated out to those two teams. Then from that, we then turn into keyframes.
For me, it's like, and I do almost exactly that as well, because the stunt teams I've worked with forever, I'm sure you guys have the same, and they make their stunt Viz and they're in the warehouse, with their cardboard sets and stuff. I'm going over there after this, as a matter of fact, to talk to the guys. But, for me, it's also where you split off from pre-Viz or stunt Viz. And then like you get, sometimes, that'll overlap into kind of a semi-normal sequence between two actors, that like it kind of comes down, and then it goes to like real previs, you know, and everything becomes like on the planet or any of these giant superheroes saying the dialogue, or they're flying, or they're in space, or Steppenwolf, you know, whatever it is, you know, that's where you really kind of go like, wow, like that, you know, the drawing became the stunt viz, became the actual like previs, and now
it's conceptualized in a way that it can be translated to the film. You know?
And do you guys cut, the stunt biz is kind of cut like a movie, right?
Yeah,
So it
100%.
feels like a movie. And then the previs, of course, kind of like a movie. And sometimes I'll do an
Well, that's why
animatic,
arms are like
even
so,
of
they
like
say 100% as
sequences
well.
that aren't really, you know, actiony per se.
You can get the flow. You're
Basic,
sort of like
yeah.
animation. You're making the movie prior to making the movie.
Yeah.
We would joke that, you know, when you do these big films, is that you make the movie like 5 times before you finally shoot it. You know, we
And then
tend
we'll
to
do edits that'll include all of those elements, you know, and just sort of have this kind of crazy Frankenstein montage of
stunt viz, pre-viz,
tools, you know?
storyboards. Early on, I think before I think in Winter Soldier, we were asking some of the actors just give us their lines on an iPhone, and then we're cutting them into
cool.
the animatic, and you know, again, just trying to process it. Then once you get more comfortable and confident with the process, you know where you want that flexibility. We work with the same camera operator on everything. We're a really tight relationship with him, so we don't want to exclude him from the process in any way. So we start working with him much earlier in the process. But also we know where there are moments that, you know, listen, this is going to be people talking in a room, and that's going to be based on, you know, Downey's going to have an opinion about where he stands, and you know, so we're just not going to waste a lot of energy on that now. But what we're going to waste energy on is, you know, the things over here. The minute that helmet goes on, it's no longer Robert. Now it's this character we have to control, but make it feel like him. And, you know, it takes a lot of energy and effort. So that's where we've learned over time, just like where we'll ascribe energy versus where we won't in the prep phase of the project.
It's funny that you mentioned that the camera operator. I think that's the thing that, you know, I have a hugely close relationship with my camera operator as well. And I find it's a thing probably in film school. No one's going to teach you that your camera operator is like the relationship is super important. There's so much subtlety that goes on, you know, in how shots are set up and how the camera moves work and where even just the weight of the frame and how it's transitioning. Really, you're like, guys, I really want to end on this guy. Sometimes, like, you know, that translation, if it doesn't happen correctly, even just the way the shot's set up, it can't happen.
That's right. They're the direct conduit of what's in here to the rest of the world, right? Because whatever they film is what you're going to edit together, and that's the movie.
Yeah, and I think that's a relationship that I don't know that is really talked about very
at all.
No,
We agree.
we find that our process as directors has gotten much stronger and more dynamic as our relationship with our camera operator has developed. I mean, it changes everything.
Yeah, this guy, John Clothier, who I've worked with on all my movies. Well, the first movie he did was Watchmen. And he, for me, I always noticed more than anyone on set, he had my drawings like in his pocket. Right. And I'd always see him like take out like everyone else would be working and he'd be like looking at the drawings and like looking and kind of going like, yeah, this doesn't look like what we're supposed to be, like what Zach drew, you know? And everyone would be like, oh, whatever, you know, like they're like, we looked at the drawings a week ago. We don't need to look at them again. You know, and so it's just and I was like, that guy right there, like I gotta stay.
And they can command the set in a way, right? Because then they can start orchestrating, talking to the set department, talking to lighting, talking to the DP about, you know, a vision.
Zach really wants the camera here. You know,
they could be that individual on set who is the most important in terms of the mise en scène and the execution of the movie. And you're right. Like we said the exact same thing. They don't have a class in film school that's called, you know, a relationship between director and a camera operator. It might be the most significant relationship on a production.
And it really is, and especially if also the DP and the camera operator are really close and trust each other.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, then that relationship is really like a ballet because they can, if for instance you're saying like, I really want to just, you know, the DP might have envisioned the scene and sort of lit the scene where maybe it's not 100% working for, I mean, everything looks good until like, you know, you're like, I really want to get closer like, and shit, like this light's going to shadow whatever it is. You know, there's a million things, but if the A camera operator kind of is intuitive, will know, like, guys, that light, it's not going to work there because they're really going to want to be here. I know it, you know, like that. That's a huge deal. It shapes the entire dynamic of the scene, and without that guy who's kind of technical and understands what you're going to really want.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people think that a lot of times, and traditionally, you know, that people would think that would fall to the DP.
Yep.
You know, but a lot of times the minutia of the actual camera move and how it's framed and stuff.
There's a big distinction, right? There are a lot of DPs who function like what we call European DPs, where they want to focus almost exclusively on lighting, you know? And then there are other DPs who are former operators who love the operation of the camera, and in fact, a lot of times drive the A camera operator insane because they really want to be operating the camera, right? But they're different. So, you know, the way we work is we have strong lighting DP with a really strong A operator.
Right.
And, you know, the two of them work well together, but the A operator is responsible
DP
for
is director of
how the camera
photography
moves,
for
lens
anybody who
choices.
doesn't know.
They do it in discussion with the DP, but the
It's
DP
basically the
lights, and the DP
cinematographer.
lights beautifully. Part of it too is like we like to move at a quick pace because
So when they're
you're
talking
there
about
for a
DP, they're
prescribed
talking
amount
about the
of time.
cinematographer.
The actors are there for a
essentially.
prescribed amount of time. The crew runs out of gas after a certain amount of hours. You accumulate those hours, you start having a slow set, and suddenly 30 days in, everybody's operating at 50%, and that's disastrous for the quality of the film. So we like to move at pace, so it's important that a DP focus exclusively on the lighting, operator on this, because it keeps the set moving. We don't cut in between takes. Once we get the actors
I'm
in there, we
super
just like
bored
to
with
focus
this
on it
bit,
for
by the
6 or
way. I
7
really
takes.
want to get to
Nobody has
just
to go to the
what
bathroom
they're
or get a
talking about.
smoke,
Zack
and, you know,
Snyder's
really,
Justice League.
it really
Do the
just
work.
keeps them, focused on the work.
I mean, it's
Allows
super
us to, because we like to
interesting.
build performance
I
through
wanna-
layers. So
I
every take is like a
wanna-
different opportunity for
My
us.
thing was to
Try to
react
get another
to
shade that we're looking
them
for,
talking about
rather
Zack
than trying to
Snyder's
get them to
Justice
do it
League.
all at once. And then we can compound those or build those.
Movie in mind? Did you have a road in mind?
Well, when I was at Art Center, you know, its big strength was, you know, commercials, TV commercials. That was like kind of, that's not a thing.
Yep.
What you're doing,
It's not gonna work. Yeah.
Come on, we got.
Yeah.
We got. Like, I need this. You know, this because you know, it's kind of an interesting thing. Also, is like, you know, how when it's moment to moment, you know, and the moments have to build, and everything has to, like, this has to inform this, has to inform this, and no one's really paying attention to it except for, you know, the director is really the one who should be understanding
All of it.
like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. And I think that, I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, it's amazing to think like, okay, so it's 21 episodes. Are they half hour or was it an hour or a half hour? So that's
we
still-
were doing half hours
mostly
at the
half
so
time.
that's
Yeah.
still like, you know,
Yeah. It's, I don't know.
10 hours,
Right. Of
10
content.
hours of content, you know,
Yeah.
it's insane.
Yeah.
It's an insane amount of, you know,
And that's what
Yeah.
we learned at that time too, that like the real function of a director was to hold all of the choices in your head, right? And that was sort of the more that you could hold in your head, the better you got at understanding how to, because you're shooting out of order, you're shooting very quickly. Two minds are not doubly better than one, they're exponentially better. So we're big believers in best idea wins, and, you know, we have to be available because we have to be available to each other. So we have to be available to ideas coming from other people. So that process,
kind of like over to the side because we wanted to be sure we were supporting
right?
this long look with what we were writing for Batman vs Superman. And, you know, there's all this weirdness, Dawn of Justice, right? So in the studio,
Character dies at the end. We understand and agree on here. All right, we better work fast, you know, and now we get our codified process out. Okay, let's iterate for 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to talk about what the potential stories are. Then we're going to start to put something down on a piece of paper. It's 3 pages
Okay, this
long,
looks like more
right?
like
But
the
it's
section.
all
That's
good
why
story, right?
I need
Page
to
1
be
is Act 1.
focused on.
Page 2 is Act 2. Page 3 is Act 3. This is where it starts. This is what happens in the middle. This is what happens at the end. This character dies at the end. We understand and agree on that. We can get Kevin in, and he goes, "Okay, great, I like that." Then we move to the next phase. You know, so for us, it's very disciplined. When you start on a script with something the scale of Justice League, are you starting from
on Justice
artwork?
League, Justice League was Chris Terrio and I, after Batman vs Superman, we had talked about what Justice League would be. We kind of, you know, it's called Dawn of Justice, right? So, and the studio was they wanted Justice League was where we were going. And so
you knew that you had the connective
Oh,
tissue.
cool.
we always had our eye on
So
the
yeah,
Justice
no,
League
I
kind of
thought it's
concept,
all
you know,
very
as we-
interesting,
as
but I
we were
think
working.
for you guys,
And
I just
so
wanted to skip to the
I
Justice
believe
League
we
part
had
so I could
an
react to that.
outline for Justice League that we just kind of generated while we were writing Batman versus Superman, just kind of like over to the side, because we wanted to be sure we were supporting this
Right.
long look with what we were writing for Batman versus Superman. And you know, there's all this weirdness in Batman versus Superman anyway that eventually would make its way into Justice League that I was really adamant about, you know, post-apocalyptic or any of that stuff, you know, or I was really like, I really want to do this. When Darkseid destroys Earth, we're going to have 10 years of no Earth. So we should figure out what Batman's doing. Yeah. You know, in the Road Warrior Earth, like what is Batman in Road Warrior? So that was kind of like a big thing to me. That was the thing I really wanted to get to. And so Chris and I worked really diligently, and then to have a document that we,
That's
and
interesting.
it wasn't a secret document, but it was kind of our own.
Yeah,
You know, there was a lot of it that we
I can see
constantly
that.
were developing. And then
but
right
some,
near the end
I'll-
of finishing Batman versus Superman, when I was kind of like the editing responsibilities had kind of,
I mean,
you know, just
I'll tell
diminished
you,
a little bit.
I
we really
generally have a critique of Zack Snyder because I I don't know that. I mean, it's all very well, yeah. Like you say, the more you listen to, the more you have respect for him. I know he's an artist and whatever, and he's very concerned with the visuals, but like a lot of what he says, we'll get to the part. There's a reason that I wanted to do this video specifically, and it's because of something he said in it that really kind of like triggered me a little bit, and I was just like, and it was also something that I knew that I've been saying to Snyder fans for ages, and it's about the fact that this movie that he was going to make was going to be much, much darker, the Justice League. And I always knew there was a reason why I thought Justice League was just volumes better than the rest of his movies. However, the stuff that he reshot and then put in the Justice League after, you know, because there was almost a full cut, and then he reshot some scenes which are very obvious. It's the Martian Manhunter scene. It's the post-apocalyptic ending. All of that was shot once they said that they were going to release the Snyder Cut, and they gave him 70 million more to do it, and it hurt the movie. The movie would have been a better movie without any of that. So we'll get to the part where he starts talking about that, and I'll respond to it.
Started working, you know, on Justice League, and and Chris is a really incredible writer, and he's very
I agree. Chris is
beautifully
a great writer.
manic in his style. I remember he had like a lot of Diet Coke, a lot of Post-it notes, like the Post-it notes, but they were in this massive bag. It looked like a drug dealer. It looked like like, you know, like a kilo of cocaine or something, like in his bag. He pulled it out, and I was like, "What is that?" And he's like, "Oh, it's the Post-it notes." And then he started to try and
Putting back
reassemble.
up.
Yeah, but it was so it was very, and it's all like, you know, Yates quotes, and like it's all
Oh wow.
coolly bizarro. Like none of it, like you can't look at the Post-it notes and go like, "Oh, cool, this is a note for the first act, like a line of dialogue. This
It's
is
like,
cool."
this
Yeah.
goes first.
No,
or
no,
this-
it's completely like I go, I don't even know what this is amazing. Like this, someone make a book out of this. Forget the movie.
And it's thematics and it's things that
Yes,
are relevant
yes,
to
yeah, it's all
a
they're
given
all
scene. Yeah.
Each Post-it note is incredibly
Hey,
interesting.
Superboy.
There's no throwaway note. There's no Post-it note that just says like, "Don't forget to this."
That's
Every
awesome.
single one of them, I'd be like,
Whenever
"What?"
you get stuck, you can just turn to one.
It
Just
kind
pick
of
one up.
it kind of what it is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it becomes this source of like insane inspiration, but all of it's thematic to the thing we're working on. So weirdly, it's a bizarre process. I love it, but you know, it's not,
Okay,
and when I-
entering on the stage is Chillmonger. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. What am I seeing here? Zack Snyder and the Russo brothers. Is he gonna ask for some pointers? Maybe hopefully it'll wear off on him. What's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny because I have critiques of both the sides of these movies. of Zack Snyder's movies and of their movies, and it's almost actually funny. They've got the same problems actually with storytelling and crafting of story in some ways, but they also have the exact opposite problems as well. So it's kind of an interesting conversation between these two. These are two sets of directors who I, in some sense, immensely enjoy, but I can't get past some of the stupid they do in these movies, which are just unnecessary. To me, it seems unnecessary, but maybe when you're making the film, it's hard to see. But you've obviously got a preference between the styles of these directors, or you think this is just an interesting conversation?
I just think it's interesting. I'm not mad at Zack Snyder in any way. I just think there's some online chatter about him and fandoms that are like, too extreme. But like Zack Snyder's just a director. He's cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think he's a visual master. After watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, I came away with a new appreciation of what I think he is, and I think he's kind of like a mad genius in some ways. Like,
but bro, you say stuff like this all the time. Like with James Gunn, you were hot on him, cold on him. I don't know where you are now, but like you might like Zack Snyder. But then when Zack Snyder does his new movie, what's it called? The Moon.
Rebel? What is Rebel Moon? Rebel Moon, yeah.
When he does that, you're gonna say, "Oh, this guy's donkey dick," and then he's gonna come back with, I don't know, some other rebel son. You'll say he's the best.
No, I will always say the way he translates what superheroes, how superheroes physically are in the real world. No one else does that like him. No one else thinks like, let's actually try and capture what it would look like to get Flash to move in the actual world. And I think I wish more superhero movies did that, because a lot of the time it feels to me, I'll tell you what it feels to me like. A lot of the time it feels to me like people, when I see superhero fights, it's like kids with their toys, like going bang, bang, together, and like imagining the beams coming out. And it lacks for me any kind of imagination. I go back to that Polka Dot Man, right? Like if I was making a film and I was, like a Suicide Squad film, and I've got this Polka Dot Man in it, and Polka Dot Man in the comics, not really an established character. You can make him into anything. You can make those polka dots do anything. And all you make them do is just, he shoots the polka dots and then they explode the thing. And it's like, that's so boring. I mean, it's so uninteresting. Nobody does.
Okay, fine. I'll give you that. I just mean that when you use the Flash, don't utilize slow motion at all. Utilize fast motion. He's the Flash. I want to see winds and other things. If you want to show me what he did, you could be like, he does a blur. It's fast. Maybe some sheets of paper go off, and then the next time you see him, he's on the other side of the room, and he's like, and then you see a guy drop, and we go like, oh, he punched him. I don't actually need to see the punch. Like slow motion isn't the answer.
To be fair, he only uses that slow motion in one Flash scene, and I think that was to convey the emotion. But in Zack Snyder, and he does it in the last scene as well. He does the slow motion in the last, where he's like, "Oh, Dad," and all that kind of stuff. But that being said, I think he blends it, that slow motion that he uses with other kind of film techniques. And I'm not a director. I don't know the shots and all of those kind of things that well. I'm more into like the writing side of things, but like I appreciate that he puts a lot of creativity into compiling together, because it's hard. How do you capture something you can't see? Do you know what I mean? How do you capture the powers of a character that you literally can't see them using their powers? They might as well just be teleporting. And you saw that even in the Eternals, where they tried to do it in the Eternals and it didn't. I don't think, apart from one scene, it worked out that well. But yeah, let's see quickly what other people are saying, and then I'm going to press play again unless you have something. Wonder if the timing of the Russos being interested in directing The Brave and the Bold wasn't coincidental. I really don't want them doing that. I think that, one, I think it's a boring choice for them, like a Batman movie again. Like, get these directors to do something else. Like, if they're that interested in coming to DC, get them to do a Green Lantern movie. I knew it was compromised. He went back and made a lighter version of his original film. I know people hate the darker takes of these characters, but I would like to see his original vision. I wouldn't. Not that I mean, I'd like to see any comic book movie. Really, I'd like to see any comic book movie, but I prefer that they made him go in a lighter direction. I think that improved. It's just a vast improvement on still being quite dark and serious, but at the same time, the characters feel like the characters. Superman felt like Superman. Wonder Woman felt like Wonder Woman. Flash felt like Flash for the most part. And the only bits that didn't feel like that, I felt, were like Zack Snyder added them, you know, like, but go.
I feel you can resolve the dark issue versus the light in the editing room. Maybe you instruct Zack Snyder right when he's done his script. As a producer, you say, Zack, I want it to be light, so please just put a little joke at the end of this one scene, and we'll take care of the rest. We'll make sure that the colors are all colorful. But I don't feel like that is such a detrimental problem with Zack Snyder's films.
I think the darkness hurt his Man of Steel, and I don't think it was necessary. And I know a lot of people love that movie, and they'll die on the hill that it's a masterpiece. But the fact is that it seems to be like, even if it's, let's say, a 60-40 split between people who like it and dislike it, I feel like a lot of the reasons people dislike it were unnecessary to the film. If they were absolutely necessary components of the film, then I'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's just the filmmaker's vision, you know, and whatever. But you've got scenes that don't get paid off later on in the movie, that don't add to the movie in any way, where he just does something that where the character of Superman isn't like Superman, or the character of Pa Kent isn't like Pa Kent. And you know that's just going to piss off Superman fans. So you're going to end up, whether your movie's good or bad or great or genius, you're just going to end up with a bunch of haters, because you've divided the fan base on the basis of that's not Superman in some people's opinion. They're just going to be like, that's not, and dislike it just on the basis of that. So I don't know if it's worth the hassle for him to do that. And I think Zack Snyder's Justice League avoided that a lot more. But yeah, there you go. So
before you hit play, can you just fill me in on the last 40 minutes? What are they talking about?
To be honest, they were just talking about film techniques and stuff like that. So I skipped it till the point that he's talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm gonna skip off just to the loo 1 second, but I'll be back.
Right. I don't use that process at all. Like I have much.
Oh, by the way,
have a
if he
similar
talks
process
about
to you,
the
but
it
other
going
writers I write
dark,
with, very specific, very like no
if he
cardi.
talks about the them wanting it to be a darker movie at this point, just tell me so I can rewind it to that point, because I want to comment on that specific thing once I've heard everything you have to say about it.
Right. In a room,
on a
let's talk about
race.
it. Interesting idea. Oh, that could be the end of Act 1. Let's put that on a card and stick it
100%.
here. 2 days later, nope, that's the midpoint actually. Let's move it to the midpoint because we need more setup.
Like suddenly, like that idea that everybody loved just keeps getting pushed over, and then it just falls
off the thing.
And like, okay, but look what else it gave us. It gave us all this other cool stuff. So yeah, no, and then, you know, and so the script for Justice League did evolve out of that. Now, I'll be honest that when the script, what happened with Justice League is we had a very the original script was much darker and weirder. And then when
Nerd Man.
Superman came out, and the studio was like, "It's not funny enough. People want funnier movies. They want funny stuff in it." We did go back and do a big kind of lightened the movie overall.
How dare this dog speak to us?
Okay, I'm back.
Rewind,
Has he said
rewind
anything?
1 minute. Rewind 1 minute.
Justice League. My
Oh,
Cut of
really?
Justice League.
Yeah.
It sort of is in between I always preserved some of
Hit
more,
the letter J 6 times.
you know, and so the script for Justice League
Yeah, here.
did evolve out of that. Now,
Oh,
I'll be
so
To be honest
a bit
with you.
more.
I was
No, right here. You're right here. You're
I
right
was
in the
thinking
right
one of them,
spot.
I'd be like,
Whenever you get
You were
stuck,
right
you can
there.
just
Right when
turn
he
to-
says, "I'll be
process
honest
all.
with
Like,
you."
I have a similar process to you guys. I have 3 other writers I write with.
Click,
Okay,
click
okay.
L.
Very like no
Click
L
very,
for three tick.
Right. In a room.
on a
Let's talk
dry
about it.
erase.
Click
Yeah.
Interesting idea. Oh, that
L.
could be the end of Act
1.
1. Let's put
100%.
that on a card and stick it
100%.
here. 2 days later, nope, that's the midpoint, actually.
Yeah.
Let's move it to the
Exactly.
midpoint because we need more setup.
Like suddenly, like that idea that
Yeah.
everybody loved just
Is
keeps
it
getting
before
pushed
this or
over,
after this?
and then it just
After
falls
this,
Falls off
but
the thing.
you're-
Okay.
And you're
just
like,
stay
okay,
here.
but
You'll
look
hear
what
it.
else it gave us. It gave us all this other cool stuff. So yeah,
Dark
no,
alert,
and then,
LOL.
you know, and so the script for Justice League
Here.
did evolve out of that. Now, I'll be honest that when the script, what happened with Justice League is we had the original script was much darker and weirder. And then when Batman versus Superman came out, and the studio was like, "It's not funny enough. People want funnier movies. They want funny stuff in it." We did go back and do a big kind of lightened the movie overall.
Well,
How dare
I've seen this
this
bit, but I
dog
want to hear what he says next.
speak to us like children?
And I would say that Justice League, my cut of Justice League, is in between I always preserved some of the more intense stuff that I shot anyway.
Yep.
I thought that in retrospect, they would maybe want, making sure I, of course, had what was on the page, but we had this other script. I think in the original script, Lois and Batman got together, briefly. And there was like this whole, there was this whole other thing that everyone was like, "Oh my God, you can't do that." So we were,
Pause.
By the way, I love that. I wish you did do that.
Okay. First when he said Lois and Batman got together, I was thinking he meant in a relationship, but I'm like, no, there's no way. I need to get my mind out the gutter. But I think he was talking about Lois and Batman getting together in a
You're
relationship.
getting in a relationship. That's what I'm talking about. Look, if they had done it his way, he would be in a worse position than he is today. That's the fact of it. If he had have done what he's saying, like the studio warned him against, that's not even making it lighter. That's just making people not hate you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want people to fucking hate you,
Yeah.
right? Like for the rest of your life, do a Justice League movie where in the first Justice League movie, Batman bones Lois Lane after you've done 2 movies where people are saying you fucking hate Superman, right? It's like, you set up a whole fucking movie, BVS, just so Batman can kick fucking Superman's ass. It's like, I don't understand. Like, it's so great to hear him say this. And I'm not going to try and go, like, "Oh, I told you so," and blah, blah, blah. But it's fucking fantastic to hear him say this, because I've said since the beginning, from the day I saw Zack Snyder's Justice League, I was like, this ain't his full movie. This is a compromised version of his movie. This is the studio using their director well for once, for actually going in there, mixing it up with the director, making sure, like they're on board with what he's doing, and then letting him go out and film and shine in the areas that he does, which is visuals and action and all of this kind of stuff. And that's what this movie is. And everyone was, oh no, this is just Zack Snyder's vision, man. This is just what he wanted to do. It is not what he wanted to do. What he wanted to do was fucking caca. You can hear it from his own fucking mouth.
No, but I mean, but these are just ideas, though. Like, people make plenty of bad ideas. It's not confirmed, like, final until it's produced. Maybe somewhere in between, he would have thought to himself, I cannot do this to the characters of Batman and Lois. This just wouldn't jive. Like, I can't say like this was his vision. This was an idea. Poor idea.
The fact that you would even have that idea is insane.
Yeah, you're right.
It's fucking insane. You know, why not have Robin and Batman become lovers? You know, it's this fucking that just to put it in context. If somebody comes to you and goes, yeah, no, I just really want to make a movie where the Joker and Robin fall in love, you know, or like, or in the Batman dies and they realize like they've always had this tension between. It's just ridiculous. It's either a shock thing. Are you trying to shock us with that? Because it's not shocking. It's just stupid. You know, so I don't.
You know, I
still think you can work with the guy for what he can do visually and what he can do action-wise and what he can do. But you just have to ensure that you've got the right story with this guy because he's a lunatic.
Yeah, he's a director. He's not someone with he shouldn't have what they did give him, which was power to dictate what happens in the story. Daniel says that's true, Chill. I could see his ideas being fluid, not 100% concrete if it ever made it to the theater. But like Nerman said, he's a director.
Yeah, but can I ask, what do people think would have been the reaction? I'm so glad for Zack Snyder, as a Zack Snyder fan, or not a fan, but as someone who appreciates a couple of his movies anyway, and thinks he's got the potential to be a genius filmmaker. I'm so glad he didn't do this. I'm so glad the studio stopped him from doing this, because
I'm so glad that Lois Lane didn't open her legs to another superhero like this. That matters. The way that we view this woman is one with so much, like, we love her. We think of her as like a powerful. I can hear your spoon rattling against the.
Sorry, sorry, dude. Go. Next time I'll mute.
Yeah. What's up, Brywood? I'm just saying, like, Lois Lane, what's the word for it? Is it chastity? I think might be the word, but that's just something you should not be doing. Watch which superhero characters, whether it's the hero themselves, whether it's the love interest, just calm down. Let's not have these guys just be so active going after partner after partner after partner. I think that when you reserve her, you protect her when you're not doing that with her. Likewise with Bruce Wayne. I don't need him. I mean, that's part of his character, isn't it? Isn't it part of Bruce Wayne's character? No,
to be suave and
lady after lady after lady.
Yeah, go after lady after lady.
Still,
after
the
lady,
superhero who is Bruce Wayne, Batman,
Superman
would
killed.
not do that to his friend.
But think about the context of this. He gets Superman killed after trying to kill Superman. He then gets him killed because of, you know, him dying at the end of Batman v Superman because he wouldn't listen to him. And then Superman's dead, so he bones his wife.
Yeah, see? That doesn't sound good at all.
And then, yeah, exactly. It would be it could almost be understandable if Superman was alive and there was just like some kind of, like it was an affair or something like that.
Hey,
but
I'd rather have Batman be a fascist than this.
Right, exactly. It boggles my mind that, and you know, he wanted to still do this in the second part of this movie. And this is why I would have been fully on board with Restore the Snyderverse. Not that I'd be like attacking other directors and attacking Warner Brothers or whatever, but I would have maybe put out the hashtag or whatever if I hadn't heard his plans for Zack Snyder's Justice League Part 2 and 3. And know that now, if he were to direct those movies, they would have to give him full creative license because, you know, because of all the complaints that have been, you know, gone against him about, like, oh, they didn't let him do his own thing. Well, guess what? When they did intervene, it made his most universally liked DCEU movie. Some people, even the people who like Man of Steel, still like Zack Snyder's Justice League. And there are some people who don't like BVS and Man of Steel and like Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's definitely more critics like it. It's the highest rating in terms of audience rating. So I don't know what to say to these Zack Snyder fans, man. Like, clearly there was a problem with his other movies. Anyway, sorry. What were you saying, JJ? Oh, you weren't going to say anything. Okay.
No, nothing.
All right. It happened in a spoof comic where Lois gets with Batman to make Superman jealous, but ends up falling in love with Batman, and we get Batman Jr., which was not received well. LOL. Yeah, exactly.
Elseworlds.
I do like the idea that he compared the idea of Superman's death, the effect it had on Lois, with similar to a soldier dying at war, with Lois mourning and seeking solace with Bruce, who was never close to anyone but Alfred.
Pearl Harbor.
Dude.
Hey, Ben Affleck.
Look,
hey.
I hate Batman and Wonder Woman together. Absolutely hate it. I despise it in the comics. I do. It's like, I don't want Wonder Woman being fucking Batman's side babe. But I would prefer that a billion times over than fucking Batman screwing Lois Lane. Like a billion times over. And that's from someone who's not a fan of it. I wasn't
Who are you
a fan
more
of it in
angry
the Justice
at?
League.
Batman or more angry at Lois?
I don't even know. He's dead, right? Superman's dead, and she's boning Batman, who basically got him killed. I don't know. Who are you going to be mad at? No.
I'm mad at both, but like I think I have to give it to Batman for even thinking, like, of all the women you can have, and then you're like, you know what? I'm going to make a move on that woman there.
Yeah, Batman becoming Woody Allen. It's like. In the sense of, like, Woody Allen could have any woman in the world and he goes for the most ridiculous one. I don't know if you know about that situation, but
is it from a film? Like, what are you referencing?
No, it's in real life. Woody Allen ended up going out with his wife at the time's adopted daughter.
His wife's adopted daughter. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to look into it.
That damn Pearl Harbor three-way love affair. Anyway, so yeah, it's still stupid. Bruce and Lois' story is just so stupid. I want to hear more, and I'm going to give him a chance, but I don't think there's any way to convince me. Should we carry on with this bit? Because this is the juicy bit. This is the bit I wanted to get
just
to.
Rewind a little bit, just because I kind of forgot what they were saying.
All right.
Shot anyway.
Yep.
I thought they would, in retrospect, they would maybe want, making sure I, of course, had what was on the page, but we had this other script. I think in the original script, Lois and Batman got together, briefly. And there was like this whole, there was this whole other thing that everyone was like, oh my God, you can't do that. So we were.
By the way, I love that. I wish you did do that.
Yeah, because Superman was dead. I was like, and Lois is a pretty amazing person.
Yeah.
So like,
it also brings her into the story in a way. It's complex.
She's
it's surprising.
Not really, her part in Justice League is really, we had written it, especially since I had Amy. Amy's like a genius. I really felt like we should lean on Amy, because she's just a great actress and like a force.
Or it could just be a Justice League movie where Amy Adams just, pops up.
That's the thing. He's saying, for the movie, it would be a good reason to get this character in here. But he's, in doing this, in this action, he is destroying, or he's being unfaithful to the characters.
Right, exactly. I don't understand. So you've got Amy Adams. I get that. It'll be great for Amy Adams to be part of a Justice League movie, but if she doesn't organically fit into the fucking Justice League movie, don't put her in the Justice League movie. It's a Justice. There's enough characters, isn't there, to explore? Right? Do we really need fucking Amy Adams? And
you can say that. You don't have a relationship with Amy Adams. He's done 2 prior movies with her, so he, in his head, this is my girl. I gotta take care of her.
Sure, but I liked her in Justice League. I liked the role she played. I liked the scene that was ruined by him. By the way, not by the writer. Poor writer. This guy.
Chris Terrio?
Chris Terrio. Poor guy. I know he did the Star Wars things, and everyone hates him for that. I don't know, but he clearly wrote something. Like scenes that were meant to be impactful. You cannot, I would bet my life, well, maybe not my life, I'd bet Onzo's life that that Chris Terrio did not put in his screenplay that Martha turns into a Martian Manhunter during the scene where Lois and Martha are talking. Maybe I wouldn't bet Onzo's life. Maybe just his left nut. But you can see from that scene was meant to be Martha comforts Amy Adams or Lois Lane, right? It was not meant to be she turns into Martian Manhunter and like talks to herself for some reason on the staircase. Like, wouldn't you think what Martian Manhunter said? Why does he go, the world needs you, Lois, to nobody? Anyway, so I'm just saying, poor writer, because I think I can tell from the movie that he got it. He got the assignment, and then Zack Snyder like turned certain scenes into something that he didn't write. She really wasn't memorable in the JL movie, to be honest. I liked her better in BVS. She had more to do. Yeah, definitely. Betting on Onzo's life, LOL. Yeah, if Lois met Clark in the ending that set up a Superman movie, it would make sense then, more sense, I think, than Bruce bangs Lois. That makes him more of an a-hole. Yeah, I think it's enough for her to grieve for Superman. Isn't it enough for her to grieve for Superman? And
yes,
and then when Superman comes back,
But you're not listening to him. He's thinking about, this is a good way to get the actor in here. He is not thinking of characters and what they're supposed to be. Rather, these are my friends on set, and I've got to do the best movie with the best acting. It would be good for the story if I did this. Not, I'm adapting things that existed prior, and I got to be true to them.
Yeah. Anyway, exactly. I'll listen to more of this.
Nature. And so, and I just thought it really felt like, and then I love the idea of like setting up this sort of concept. It's sort of like when you're, in a movie like where the husband goes off to war and he's dead, and the wife moves on, and then the husband appears.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not dead.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine. Like,
How do you deal with that?
Yeah. How do you deal with that? And that was kind of what
Complex, emotional.
I was super into that concept. That oh no, Superman can be brought back to life.
Please.
And to be honest, it's these actors as well. Because I've got to say, if I was an actor.
So now what happens with
if
this?
if I was Amy Adams and he said that shit to me, I'll go, nah, I ain't doing it.
Well, she watched Pearl Harbor too.
She watched Pearl Harbor too, yeah. But it's like, I don't care how good the scene is or whatever. Do these actors have no sense? Do they just read scripts so much that that they don't?
Except Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill's the only fan.
Kind of concept of reality. Like, how would you hear that as an idea? Like, if I'm Ben Affleck, I'm going, no. I've got enough hate from BVS. You think from just killing people? Like just breaking the Batman no kill rule got me enough hate. You think I'm gonna now bang Superman's girlfriend? You think that's gonna help my fucking status as Batman? It's like, that. It's crazy to me that these actors don't speak up sometimes. Yeah, if Lois met Clark in the ending. Oh, I already read that bit. Yeah, all right. Let's
keep it going. It keeps getting worse.
And it was that Lois was like, I'm still in love with Superman. You were kind of thing. But then at that point, Batman had already fallen in love with Lois and was like, okay, now I'm like,
Brilliant. I want to see that.
Yeah, I love
Anyway,
that. Yeah.
one day.
That's
But
super cool.
But no, but so
One day.
we had done we had done the changes.
Fuck me,
for
man.
The studio, and we, you know.
All right,
and
hashtag
I
don't
love
restore
Frank.
the
Chris and I are not
Snyderverse.
the funniest guys.
That's my
We're
new
not like,
thing.
You know, we're not like awesome.
One day, he said.
I don't know. I'm laughing.
He
a
still
lot
thinks it's a
listening.
good
I'm laughing a lot
idea.
listening to you. I'll say that. But it's, yeah,
I'm
it's fun.
100%. I'm just 100% honest about that. And we had Ezra, and Ezra's pretty.
Right.
He's pretty funny.
Improver.
And so
Oh.
it's kind of like that was kind of his role, you know, to be the, you know, the Flash and kind of be young and kind of be
Be the comic relief guy
a
who
little
comes in and
irreverent
bring,
and
right.
not quite understanding, you know. And
Yo, how are
kind of
they
like
just
an all
having this
package.
Ezra Miller conversation? That's so
Yeah,
rare.
exactly.
No, when was this recorded?
Bruce Wayne.
This was recorded recently.
Huh. Okay, one more thing. He said
What?
Zach was talking about Lois being with Superman and Lois being with Batman. You and I would have used the words Clark and Bruce, right? There's something weird about that, the way he called them by their superhero names. Just saying.
Yeah. He's now talking about Ezra Miller being the comic relief, which he was good comic relief in the movie. I didn't think it was overdone. There was only one scene and one joke that really didn't land for me. Like the rest of it, I didn't think was supposed to be ha 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 funny. I just thought it was supposed to be like, oh, this is how his personality is. He's just somebody who says a bunch of shit like that comes into his head. You know, like I didn't see it as like, I saw it as more, you know, because sometimes when I watch these superhero comic movies, I feel like the character is almost aware he's in a film. Do you know what I mean? Like with the jokes that and the way they're so polished and whatever, that it feels like it's not a real person saying this. It's actually somebody who's aware they're in a film and are trying to make an audience outside laugh, right? Whereas the jokes in Zack Snyder's Justice League didn't come across like that, and I appreciated that. I know maybe some people don't. Maybe some people like it when it feels like the character's genuinely trying to make you laugh.
I'm still dumbfounded and bewildered that industry people are having this conversation because it's been radio silence.
Right. I wonder if they'll bring it up. I don't think they will, but we'll see.
You said that like it explains why there's a total stranger in my place, sitting in the dark, in my second favorite chair.
And he did a great job, and that part was great. But I do think that the process.
Oh, you could hear that he knows.
Process. You know, in their defense, they only react to what they react to. You know?
Which is a great point about reacting. It's an interesting thing to say because we talk about this all the time. Artists lead innovation and corporations follow it, right? And so a corporation coming in and saying it's not funny enough, it's going to be behind the curve of wherever this is heading. Audiences want to be surprised, right? Audiences don't want the same thing they had last week. You give them chocolate ice cream every day for a week. By like day 6, they're going to throw it back in your face and say, we've had enough of this shit.
And,
you know,
it's exactly as you say, they wanted a funny movie 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Just to be that glacial in your movement, you're not going to.
They were on board with the concept and the vision and the direction you were going, and now they want to see the completion of that, right?
Yeah.
Rather than, oh, let's retrofit it or let's try to restructure it, and you know.
But
it's
also that point of view is like we talk about too, is like that's being reactive to what's currently happening out there, and like the big wins to be had in storytelling and movie making is when you're bringing something to the table that surprises people, right? That's where the big wins.
I mean, that's why I think where we've ended up with, I think right now we're in a really golden age of TV, in the sense that like TV shows are much better at being,
100%.
at being like showing you something not only that you've never seen before, or catching you off balance, or like making a turn that you didn't see coming.
Shout out to Law.
They're riskier. Yeah.
They're way riskier.
Shout
And
out
way
to
kinda like
Succession.
Euphoria, for instance. I was watching, and the show is
Which one did you say? Shout out to?
unbelievable.
Lost.
Like that show shouldn't exist.
Oh,
It's
Lost,
so
no.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
it's good.
and I just think that's the kind of thing. Like I watch that show and I go, this movie would never get made.
Yeah.
Like
Never
this
get
movie-
made.
This movie can't exist.
By the way, it would have, because of the sort of corrupt environment that exists around the release of films. By that, I mean, or toxic environment
Yeah.
of like box office pundits and all the horseshit that goes into a release of a movie, that if something doesn't hit predetermined target by, I don't know who, then it didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't open. And now it's going to struggle. And it has a different path it has to follow. A show like
Nobody's saying
Euphoria, if
that
it were a
about shows,
movie,
yeah.
1/20th of the people
Yep.
would have seen it as a film versus a show. Maybe even
Yeah, it's like
less,
Squid Game. Squid
right?
Game too.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
you can imagine Squid Game coming here as a movie would be it's art house.
Yeah.
Maybe
100%.
no one. And now it's like hundreds of millions of people and like because it's exactly Euphoria and Squid Game taking you to a place you just not. There's no way you have any idea like where you're going or what's happening. And that and I think that people that's really
That's
kind
what they want. And what's compelling about that too is that like it's interesting the format.
Yeah, but what
Your
you're
cut
saying
is
isn't
4 hours
interesting.
long,
That's
right?
the difference. It's like,
Anthony and I say this all the time. Where you grew up,
it's funny that he's saying this in the context of this movie. It's like what you're talking about isn't like some interesting, like, swerve that you're giving the audience with like some of the plot points you're making. It's kind of it seems almost like reality TV. It seems like kind of tacky, like if it was something more highbrow, right? Like that he was talking about that he wanted to do with the Batman. Say for instance, what this new The Batman movie did, Matt Reeves.
Yeah.
Right? Like then I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's a kind of swerve that I'm interested in. That's a kind of, let's make fucking this a kind of noir detective movie where the Riddler's essentially a serial killer. Okay, that's shocking. I know some people aren't going to like that, but at least you can see that that's a high concept idea. Having Batman bang Lois, that's like Jersey Shore.
Yo, when the Russo bros were talking earlier, I noticed them kind of dig into, well, the studio thinks that that's what's going to be hot, and they're reacting to something that's 2 years too early. One of the Russo bros made a line like that, and then kind of bit his tongue and said, I'm just going to change the subject. I noticed that. I think it's because he's not finished working with Marvel, but that's definitely who he was talking about studios not getting it. Just let us do our whole movie for our complete story. I think that he's bugged by the studio interference.
Yeah, definitely, and I you can see it in those two movies, Infinity War and Endgame. I don't know what the Russo brothers have done outside. I know I really like this comedy show that I think they were the showrunners for, which was called what was it called? It was like a new age Friends called Happy Endings. I thought that was really hilarious. And then they went from that to fucking doing Captain America Winter Soldier, which was like really a breath of fresh air in the MCU.
May I ask what was Happy Endings about?
It was like six hot friends in Chicago, mixing it up, love life and all of that kind of stuff. There's 3 guys, 3 girls. It was basically friends, but like yeah. So they went from that to Winter Soldier, and I was so shocked to find out that they had any involvement with that, because I saw one episode. I was watching Happy Endings, and I saw Russo brothers.
Yeah.
Or no, they didn't say the Russo brothers. It just said their names,
Joe
Russo
and Anthony.
Russo. And I'm like, oh, it must be another Joe and Anthony Russo, or because I didn't know their first names. I just knew them as the Russo brothers. So I thought it must be some other Russos. And then I found out it was them. So it was very weird.
There's a saying, the word happy endings, and maybe it's a Canada thing, or maybe you know about it too, but if you're getting a massage, do I have to finish the story?
Yeah. And then, yeah. No, but that's what it was playing on, definitely. So it was a comedy. So Snyder might be more suitable for a series versus movie format since all his movies have extended, ultra extended versions. Yeah. And honestly, there's one that, because I'm trying to find, I was watching The Watchmen recently, and you can only find now online, maybe I'm wrong, but you can only find online the extended cut. And I'm watching it, and I'm every critique I've ever heard about The Watchmen, I was feeling. I was like, this is long. Wow, this is just like one horrible thing after another. It's so dark, it's depressing, and it's relentless, and and there's still 2.5 hours left, you know. So so I was feeling the length, and I was like, I'm sure I love this movie, and I want to find
I was feeling the length.
yeah, exactly. And I was trying to find the 2.5 hour cut, because I think that's probably a better cut. BVS, the 3 hour cut is definitely better, but with Watchmen, I was like, I think his shorter cut was better. No, I know, but you Snyder Steppenwolf, I'm saying I loved The Watchmen when I went to see it in the cinemas, and when I watched it after, I watched it with my friends as well after, and I always watched the shorter version, and everyone I showed it to was like, it's a fucking masterpiece. This is one of the best comic book movies they've ever seen, if not the best. And these are people who weren't into comic book movies necessarily, and they loved it. But now when I go online, I can only see the extended cut, and I don't know I'm as big a fan of it because it's too much stuff. That's exactly what the Watchmen novel is, long and depressing. I get that. I get you don't have to tell me that. I know it is all of those things, but that's probably why the shorter version of the film's better. That's what I'm saying. The shorter version strikes me as a better cut.
I'd love to have that conversation that you and JG are having, because I know it's a 12-issue series. It's not hard to find, and I still haven't checked it out. I need to, just so I can do that.
I've read it. I read it after the movie though. So, and I like it a lot. It's a great comic, but it's one thing where you can put it down. Do you know what I mean? When you're reading a comic, you can kind of like put it down, pick it up again when you're back in the mood, put it down again, essentially, and then it's different when you're just watching a 3-hour movie of 3 hours and a half. That movie is the extended cut of his Watchmen. So yeah,
Zack Snyder, he's not new to this, he's true to this.
Yeah. All right.
On movies, we love movies. We love the movie experience. Doesn't mean that my kids have to love the movie experience, the movie going experience. They don't have to love watching things in a theater. They have very different relationship to technology than I did as a kid. They see things in a lot of different ways. What's compelling about, and I think why he's saying TV's in a golden age, is that it is disrupting from a format standpoint. It's 10 hours of content. It's 8 hours of content. You get different emotional impact killing a character 5 hours into a 10-hour story.
100%.
Because you've spent temporally, you've just spent 5 hours with that character versus an hour. It's just different, right? Like, so you've assigned more of your time, you have more investment, and when that character goes, you feel it because of that investment. There's a lot of things happening and bubbling. That's like saying artists lead innovation. Some people talk about the length of the film. You go, yeah, but you know what?
That's the smart Russo. And I want to add that even love transfers over. I don't want to see after the first movie the two kiss. It's just not going to hit the same way. Unless you're a romance where that was the focus of the movie, right? Then I could get it. But if in like a superhero movie, I'm happy that it took Pepper and Tony a whole, we got to sit with it for 2 years because we watched it in 2008. And then around 2010, Iron Man 2 was going to come out. We're like, let's revisit this movie again. So that chemistry was bubbling, or it was growing on us for 2 years. We had to sit on it before the two characters had a little love life. It's just helpful. Lois and Superman in Man of Steel. Remember at the end when she's like, "Welcome to the planet," and we were like, "Oh, that's a cool little line." It's not, they're not together yet. They didn't really Did they kiss in Man of Steel?
They
kiss.
did kiss in Man of Steel, but it was completely in. I don't want to go on. I cannot believe since 2013 I've still been talking about this film.
Okay.
No. But I know what you're saying. I think that long format helps those relationships crystallize and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I always like the will they, won't they relationships in TV shows, because I'm always just sitting there with my ice cream going, oh, why won't they just get together? So I get
when
that.
they
I think
get together and it doesn't work out. Like, what's Jennifer Aniston? Ross and Rachel?
The friends, Ross and Rachel. But they could have. I didn't like when they got together. I thought that was going to go on for a bit longer. I wanted that to go on for like 4 seasons or something like that. I think they could have kept that still. Maybe Rachel finds out in the 3rd season. Do you know what I mean? Like,
there's just something about these storytellers where they're like, oh, they're together. Now they got to have a divorce. There's just that story is there. They can't drop it.
Yeah, what show did it perfectly? It was Frasier. Frasier did that shit perfectly. Like, it was like years and years. Daphne and I can't remember his fucking name. Do you know the show Frasier?
I know
Cheers.
He's Beast.
Yeah, Cheers.
Sorry,
so you know Kelsey Grammer. Yeah, it's Kelsey Grammer, exactly. So Kelsey Grammer was in Frasier. And then his brother was another therapist or whatever, psychiatrist, and he was in love with this girl called Daphne who worked for Kelsey
you don't gotta
Grammer,
explain it, nerd man. I get
in
it.
Any case,
will they, won't they? Okay.
Yes. Okay. In any case, my point was that they went on for years and years and years with it, and it worked. And they were saying in Friends that they didn't think it was believable for it to be prolonged, but I think that was the whole engine of the show, and I think the show suffered a lot because it got another good 2 seasons out of putting them together. But then I think the last 6 seasons of Friends, I think people capped for them hard because I think they were bad. They weren't really good. Like, anyway. So back to the format of these films, I still think you can get the emotional weight out of a film, and if you feel like, for instance, in Man of Steel, as you were talking about, like the relationship isn't quite there, then don't put them together yet. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to, just because it's Lois and Superman in a movie doesn't mean they have to get together straight away. I just felt like they revealed who he was to her very quickly, and I'm like, all right, fine. You've taken all the fun out of it, of the whole spunky relationship where she's in love with Superman, but he's in love with her. Fine. Maybe it doesn't play for modern audiences. It's not realistic enough. But then you put her in the movie and they have no chemistry together because you've taken that playful aspect out of it and you haven't replaced it with anything good. And then you just get them to kiss in the middle of a fucking genocidal scene, like a mass murder scene, right? And it just, to me, in general, they need to stray away from that. If a relationship in a superhero movie isn't working, they don't have the chemistry, just forget about it. Maybe they'll build it up in the next movie. You don't need to like get these guys together. And you can do it in one movie. Aquaman, Wonder Woman is a good example. I think the relationships were built up well, and by the time they kissed, I believed it. Anything to say to that? Nothing. No. You're not really into like the romance.
It demanded it because you're working in a different format. You're trying to expand a very traditional structure into something more innovative and compelling because you have all these characters.
It's funny because we have even with Justice League, we did like an IMAX. There's an IMAX version. Not many people have seen, but there's an IMAX version, and that has like a classic intermission. I just built it with the classic intermission because I was like, this movie is 4 hours long. Let's just do a real intermission, and Junkie did it.
Stretch your legs, go
awesome,
buy your
like,
popcorn. Yeah.
It's like 15 minutes, and it's just like, there's this cool suite in the center. It just plays for 15 minutes, and it's just like there is something really, I don't know, like when you see it in that format, you're like, okay, I get that, like that. Like,
it's eventized. I'm here for
But at home, putting an intermission in a movie that's 4 hours long is like you can pause the movie anywhere you want.
Right.
Like that's not
right.
That's not like that's just me being. So when we did it,
why does he want credit for this?
The chaptered version at home, I was like, you know what? Don't.
Yeah. Oh, good idea,
Let's
Zach.
not have the intermission.
Right.
Yeah. Because it just. Plus, because it's a chaptered movie, you can always just stop it at any of the chapters if you wanted to. So that was the way I thought about it. Originally, we had talked about doing
it's not that. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
6 parts released separately, but then there was like some, legal rules about like
what you could do.
Everyone thought it was a TV show.
Cast
suddenly,
contracts and all that stuff.
You had to pay everyone like 6 times, and everyone was like, don't do that.
Yeah. Right.
Like, okay.
But it could have fit that format.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
The visual components of your movies are so
Sure,
exhilarating that it gets a lot of attention, right? Will you talk a little bit about how you approach your process with actors, introducing them to the story, what you're trying to do?
Yeah, one of
Sorry, say again.
the actors that I had.
He suggested pausing. I mean, not pausing. I mean, rather, like breaking it into parts. 6-week release of the movie.
Yeah.
And there were fans talking about that. If it's going to be 4 hours, you should do 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. And I guess for legal reasons, they couldn't do it. How did you feel about that? Because I think it would have been a bad idea. I think this was meant to be released in a film format all in once. So don't give me that in pieces. Because now that I've seen the movie, that would have been a terrible idea. He said there's legal reasons for why, but I think the right thing was
I think the right thing was to put it out in a movie, but since it would have been interesting to see what would have happened. I'm curious to see, because I think all the parts are fairly entertaining. I honestly, some people don't do this, and I think it's fair enough if you don't do this. If I see a good movie within a movie that's over bloated, like a really, really good movie within a movie that's like over bloated, I still give it the credit of being a good movie. You know what I'm saying? Like I can almost just take the bits out that I don't like, which maybe is unfair, when I'm arguing the merits of the movie and saying like, oh, I think Zack Snyder's Justice League is one of the best comic book movies of all time. Because if I add those bits in my head, I have to like ding it quite a bit, right? Like if I add the whole post-log whatever like thing, I'm like, that's not good. So for me, the curious thing about cutting it into parts is that it's essentially like 15 minutes of each part would be really bad, or or even maybe 20. Like the last episode would have been trash. Do you know what I'm saying? If you cut it into parts, like I don't know what the last episode would have been. I guess it would have been the action scene, which was really good, and then all that epilogue bullshit, and that would have been a terrible episode, right? Like the action would have been great, but so that's the curious thing about like doing it that way, and I would have wondered what the reception would have been, given that, but. It would have been interesting to do, but I think he would have had to
planned to be a long release.
Yeah, and think about like each episode and what should be in it, because I think he would have had to cut some bits. Right. Like you can't have an episode where it's just the action right at the end and then this prologue.
K-Dot
If you
says he's
guys-
5 minutes away.
Yeah, I've seen.
If you guys have seen the movie Heat with De Niro and Pacino, it's 3 hours plus, but you're
Hello?
totally invested, and it could be watched in parts. I feel. I haven't seen the movie Heat. In the Heat of the Night, I think I've seen that movie, but not this one. You're totally invested. It could be watched in parts. That's fine. Fine. If there's movies like that, that's cool. This isn't one of them. I didn't need this one in chapters, and it would have been like unsatisfying, especially experiencing the Marvel short episodes. Like She-Hulk was 9 weeks of pieces. WandaVision was hard because it was just small bits. But you just say 3 parts? How many chapters were in Snyder Cut? 6? Yeah, 6 would have been too so small of chunks to give me if the Snyder Cut was going to be cut in that way. And then Daniel says, I highly recommend it. All right. It sounds like an old movie, though. Have you seen... he's saying bye? I think he's saying he's leaving. I got to take over the stream. It's all good. You guys see what Jonathan Majors just went through? Because I did. Yesterday, his representation, or who manages him, his management, they left. I think they're called like 360 Hollywood or something like that. And they're like, no, we're not going to be representing Jonathan Majors anymore. Why? The incident happened back in March. We're April 18th right now. We are, and JG says it was 6 or 7 parts plus a prologue. I love Snyder Cut, but it could have been a tad bit shorter. Yeah, I agree with you. Could have been shorter. Back to Majors, though. If you want to get rid of him right away, like the Army, they pulled his ads right away. Oh, there's allegations against him. That's our policy. We pull it. And if things return to normal, they'll be back. Now, all right, cool. That makes sense to me. You know, but it was an arrest that you got to react to. Domestic violence. We don't play with that. Boom, let's do it. And if people want to fire him, like if Marvel wanted to get rid of Jonathan Majors really soon, really early, I get that too. They would have acted immediately. But the fact that they waited like 3 weeks later, and then all of a sudden he's getting dropped. It's like, bro, this guy was having no news. He was not in the headlines, completely radio silent, and we had to bless him with another negative news day by dropping him. Why? You just wait a little bit longer. No one would have judged you for keeping him and representing him. No one would have even thought about his agency. But for some reason, you guys needed to do this and shit on him. I hope he's innocent. I hope that this guy has a video in the cab showing you that he's done absolutely no harm to her, does the responsible thing. Hey, cabby, can you drop us off here? And I just hope that this guy has the...
Do you think they didn't get any more information about that? Because I don't really
agency
understand.
had information? No, I don't think at all that they obtained some sort of information that they know he's guilty, and that's why they're getting rid of him. I don't think that at all. Nope.
Because
How? They
the lawyer would have it, like, right? Like, or the tape or something like that, and maybe it's like he refused to give it. I don't know. Like, it just seems weird that after 3 weeks, for no reason at all, they'll just drop him.
You could have just waited 3 more weeks.
Other than he's black, which then it does kind of make sense. What were you saying about this? We can talk about this a little bit more, but like, what were you saying about if you guys seen the movie Heat? Will De Niro and Pacino, it's 3 hours plus, but you're totally invested and it could be watched in parts. I feel, yeah, I think that's true. I like that movie a lot. In fact, I watched it last weekend with my girlfriend. She really likes it as well. Why did you start talking about Jonathan Majors? See what happens? I go off for 2 minutes and then you just start.
I didn't have control.
I thought it was a comment.
I had to fill in.
Oh, it was a comment. This comment
I brought it up.
I
brought it up
by yourself.
You asked me to talk. You were like this. I'm like, I don't know how long you're gone for. But I had enough. Before is it K-Dot? Who's the guy right below right now? K-Dot.
Yeah, K-Dot.
I couldn't see his icon. But well, I should say welcome to K-Dot as the guest, right?
K-Dot, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you can't trust these MCU fans for a minute. Like I just go off for 2 seconds and then he starts talking about the MCU.
JG says it's the Johnny Depp situation over again. No, because Marvel has not acted once. There's not a single statement came out of them. We hear, they're having meetings, but not once did they react, which is good. They reacted to the death of Chadwick Boseman in a extremely negative way. They don't need to make immediate decisions. Let's let the court play out, just like you let Jeremy Renner's court stuff play out.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know why they've dropped him all of it. I thought it was a fake news, to be honest. It's confirmed he's actually been dropped.
I got it from Deadline reporting it. So
Deadlines, if it's Deadline, then he's probably been dropped. That's interesting. I mean, I don't really see why you should. I would more understand Marvel saying, hey, we haven't got time to really work out who's right or wrong in this. And so I'm sorry, maybe we can work with you again in future if everything turns out okay. But for now, we're going to have to recast you because we've got this big mega machine going.
No, Nerdman.
You
May
know,
8th.
like, I don't see why
May 8th,
representation.
His court date is May 8th.
That's
Marvel wouldn't say that.
That's still a lot of time, bro. Like,
what are they
think about
filming
when
from
it
now
happened.
to May 8th? There's nothing that's going to film.
They're doing a bunch of stuff like
But not with him.
prepping for movies.
They're doing Falcon New World Order. They're not doing a Jonathan Majors gang movie.
They're not prepping for anything with like they
From
have
now
to
till
make
May
plans.
8th. From now to May 8th, he got arrested in March. They can wait till May, and then maybe on May 8th, if the verdict is guilty, all right, Marvel move accordingly.
But I don't think they'll have a verdict on May 8th, will they? They're
Well,
gonna
if he has the
have
video, if the video exonerates him, then we'll also have that answer also.
yeah, it would need to be the video. You'd need the video evidence. But then what if she pulls, like, or the lawyer pulls, or somebody goes, oh yeah, but he's been abusing her for ages or something, and we can prove it. Or so, you know, you don't know what they can bring into this discussion. And so what I'm saying is, all right, maybe they could wait till May 8th. If we know that on May 8th, it's absolutely 100% going to be resolved. But like beyond that,
fine, you're right.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm with you. But at least wait till May 8th to see if this is like a definitive day where all the discovery was sufficient and we don't need to think about it.
But his representation dropping him is bullshit. This is simply none of their business until he's guilty. They have no reason. Like, it's not like there's, do you know what I'm saying? There's not like they've got a bunch of plans that they have to put on hold or something for him. They're just representing him when, you know, and trying to find movies for him. That's it, you know. So I don't get why they're dropping him.
When
That's
does Loki
bullshit.
season 2 come out? It comes out after May, right?
Way after May.
Yeah, they got once they see the video, because I think Marvel Studios and them want to went into the video. Then, you know, if the video is what we think it is, if they want to fire him based off what we see in the video, and you know, it ends up being a case of he hit her first and like maliciously, you know, started wailing on her, or if it's a situation where she hit him and he did it in self-defense, you know. But if like I said, if he hit her first, he's done. But even if he did it in self-defense, he's still done, because they're still going to fire him even if it's self-defense. Even if. So he's done either way. Regardless of anything, as much as I, you know, think as the law is in this country, you know, in most places, if you do not swing first, you're not the aggressor of the situation. You are, you know, if you fight back, that is technically self-defense. But self-defense in this country is so dumb anyway.
Double UZ. I'm still getting used to it putting. I'm still getting used to it being WZ like that.
Joe, I'm not sure if it happened in Canada or not. Abram Preach reported on it, but I think it was here in America or in Canada. Somebody broke into somebody's house, and this is common. It even happens here in America. Someone broke into somebody's house, and they tried to attack their mom. And the son went upstairs into his room or whatever, got a gun, and shot the dude in his back as he was like, he shot the guy basically on his property for trying to, you know, break into his house and assault his mom. Now that dude who shot the intruder is, you know, about to face some jail time. You know, so self-defense in general. Like, I don't like the law of self-defense, but in my opinion, self-defense is, you know, if someone hits you and you fight back, that's self-defense, right?
Mhm.
They try to add all these restrictions and stuff and nonsense to it. Like, you know, if someone breaks into my house, it's open season. I should be able to do whatever I need to that person, whether it be their life has to be taken, or I beat them up and they leave, or, you know, I hide and let them take whatever they want and then they leave.
Someone who shows the least amount of discretion to enter your private home, they do not deserve life, literally. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, my mother is under duress or about to be attacked. There is no restrictions on the damage I can put on you. You left that courtesy of your self-being when you entered my space. Completely.
Right. I need to get back onto the
You're sorry,
topic at hand, just because I've got to leave at a certain point. But I wanted to ask K-Dots, did you, I mean, it's confirmed. You remember I used to say that Zack Snyder, essentially, like, this isn't his movie, like, this isn't his complete vision at all. And that
Yeah, I already knew that.
this was a no, but people don't seem to like agree with that.
People don't want to.
They're like, oh, you know, no, this wasn't him compromised or whatever. I said this was a compromised vision, and that's why I like Zack Snyder's Justice League more. Yeah. Because I could tell that somebody went in and said, nah, you ain't doing that to Superman no more. We're gonna do something where he's more, you know, the father says the right things to him. There's some hopeful parts to Superman and all of that kind of stuff. So, and I also said you can tell in the movie the bits that are reshot or the bits that are Zack Snyder specific ideas. Yeah. Right. So,
and the main thing, you know,
he's basically admitted it on this stream. He's like straight up like, this wasn't my idea for the movie. Like, I had a much darker idea, which he brings up the best bit of that dark idea, which was having Superman, you know, or Lois and the Batman, you know, banging, you know, like behind Superman's dead corpse. You know, like, this is essentially the movie he wanted to give us.
Yeah, because I mean, I just saw a clip of it. He said the cut he wanted was a lot darker and weirder and stuff. I mean, I'm glad the studio came in there and said, nah, you know, lighten this shit up. But I mean, you know, I mean, he feels that, you know, majority of that cut was a lot of his. So, you know, if he feels that way, that's cool. I mean, but I did notice some of the changes. I mean, you notice the humor compared to Zack Snyder Justice League compared to BVS. BVS doesn't really have a lot of humor in it, actually. You know, it has some humorous moments, like the I thought she was with you, but you know, it's not as plentiful as Zack Snyder Justice League.
I don't think I think he's capping just saying it's humor. Like, they probably did say make the film funnier. I guarantee they said that. But I think some of it is other things as well. I think they said make the characters more like the comics, like more like how they're presented in the, like, less deconstruction, you know, deconstructionist or whatever, because just the way he treats Superman in this movie, it's night and day. I know he's not on there for very long, and I know he wears a black suit instead of his actual suit, but it's night and day. Just the little conversations he has with Lois about loving the world, the relationship he has with his mother is completely different. The positive, I mean, it's as if the positive, yeah, you know, advice that the dead dad's voices were giving him.
Yeah, because it's almost like when he was reborn, and I noticed this even in the 2017 cut, because it kind of threw me off too. But I just liked it because it was like, all right, finally we got fucking Superman shit. None of this, you know, none of this deconstruction shit. When he was reborn, it's why it felt it's like he kind of be turned into a new person. Like, because if you look at Man of Steel, he's a little bit more pessimistic about things.
He's smiling at the end when in the field, when he's like the
Playing with the
butterfly is
butterfly,
flying
all
around
this
his hand. He's literally smiling. I'm like, where was this in Man of Steel? And you know,
Nerman, you wanna know what it is? You wanna know what it is? Because he realized, man, I ain't never gonna do no dumb shit like, you know, take a kryptonite spear and shove it into an alien because I ain't trying to die again. I think that was the moment he realized, yeah, I appreciate Earth. I don't want to die. Never mind. It was probably that realization, like, yeah, I'm never doing another sacrifice again unless I have to. Never.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just funny to me that I have these arguments with these Snyder fans. They're like, no, it's completely his movie. This was his plan. You know, it was an arc for Superman to become more lighthearted and all of that kind of thing. He needed to go through this. And it's like, no. I mean, do you think Superman would have been happy if he comes back and fucking Batman's banging his girlfriend? You think that would have, we would have got another sad emo Superman again? Oh, it's not even my baby. You know, like
Yeah, that shit would have been that's lifetime.
No.
That's some lifetime superhero network stuff.
Yeah, but it's like clearly his idea was never to get Superman to that lighter stage because again, when he was given full power to continue the Superman arc, you know, because he'd already shot the film. Right, where they told him that they want Superman to be nice and blah blah blah. When you go to the prologue, what is Superman again? He's the evil fucking Superman again, you know. Or he wasn't evil, but he was darker than
he
more
was
morose than we're used to.
He was dark. He was, you know, a minion of Darkseid. But it's like that's why I'll be honest with you. I never wanted to see the Apocalypse stuff. Anyways, because okay, let's look at the arc. Justice League Part 2, that's when Darkseid was supposed to come, right? Or was it 3? Was it
Part 2? I think it's Part 2. It's we're already in the apocalypse.
Darkseid's supposed to come, kill off Aquaman, all these people, blah blah blah. And then you like, let me bring up the slate real quick. Let me just bring up the slate because the previous one. Because I was gonna say, look how fast we were gonna get to seeing Superman get
evil again. He was gonna be straight up evil in the second movie.
Right. That's why I was like, yeah, it was cool in the moment, but then I was like, you know, this is okay. I got it here. Bring up my screen real quick. So this is the slate that was released at Comic-Con years ago. So Justice League Part 1, the movie we saw here would have came out in 2017 with Wonder Woman if they didn't do the Whedon one. 2019, 2 years after Justice League Part 2, Darkseid comes in this movie, takes over Earth and turns it into this apocalypse world. And then Justice League Part 3 would have came out probably 2020 or 2021. Right. Yeah. Now look at the content with Superman in it. He's alive in Man of Steel. He dies in BVS. He comes back in Justice League. He's kind of good at the end. Then he's evil in 2, and he's still evil in 3. And at the end of the movie, he comes back good.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be an arc. That's not an arc.
I'm like, that's
an assassin. That's a character assassination. That's not a fucking arc. Yeah, and you know. For some reason, he's cool with Wonder Woman. I don't know why he's like he somehow, apart from her being super lethal, her attitude at least, you know, like the things she says seem Wonder Woman-y, you know, which is surprising to me. I don't know if that was a studio note as well.
The only thing I disliked about his take on Wonder Woman was her ditching humanity. That's it.
Yeah,
her giving up on humanity for 100 years. That's
right. Yeah, but like in general, her attitude seemed to be a likable character, like in his movies. And then Flash was fine. Cyborg was definitely good. The Batman and Superman were basically the problems, and they were going to continue being the problems.
I agree.
In his later movies.
Harsh.
So I don't like the idea of Batman permanently staying
dead.
As well.
In Justice League Part 3, it was going to Flashpoint, right? And
no. In Justice League Part 2, he was going to kill Batman.
No. Wait. Not a story.
No,
Wait.
Justice League Part 2, he kills Batman and to save Superman, and because he knows Superman can stop Darkseid.
Wait, so what's Justice League Part 3? I'm confused.
Justice League Part 3, Batman
No.
wouldn't have been in it. I don't think.
Two's when Darkseid comes, kills them. Three is the one where where Riddler cracks the anti-life equation, and it like kills him or something. And then
That's 2.
when that's 2.
Yeah.
You sure?
2.
Then what was 3?
Dude, it was very confusing. He
Oh no, I think
he had like
he had like a 3.
No, he had like a kind of like League of Doom basically in the second one.
Yeah.
But like with I don't know, man. Like I know that like Themyscira gets bombed and everyone dies in Themyscira and the second one, and like basically Batman, Flash and Cyborg are trying to get the timeline back right, and apparently Batman has to sacrifice himself in order to get the timeline right. And then it's like the Justice League. It's in the third one would just have been Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Superman, Cyborg, and Flash.
Well, because
That's what I understood of it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think Batman was in the third one. I think the second was pure nightmare timeline. Yeah.
Well, that's why I said, because remember, there was supposed to Flashpoint, reboot the universe, and Superman Henry Cavill was going to be alive, and he was going to be married with Lois, and they was going to have they was going to take care of Batman's kid.
Yeah, exactly. So Superman and Lois would take care of Batman's kid.
That's
exactly
why.
right.
Look, you guys.
3.
That's why some studio interference.
Sometimes studio interference is good.
You need a studio and the people working on the movie to be in unison. That's all I wanted. With Warner Brothers and Zack Snyder, there was no unison on both ends. One of them wanted something and the other wanted something else. This was a relationship that was set to fall into shambles.
Exactly.
It's like if me and Nerdman say, "Hey, Nerdman, let's do a podcast." And Nerdman, for this podcast, he wants to do it on Tuesdays, and I want to do it on Fridays. And then we keep going back and forth constantly, weekly, and we're still doing the podcast, and we're getting frustrated because, like, dude, I want to do it on Friday. Tuesday doesn't work for me. No, we have to do it on Tuesday because it's going to fall into shambles if we do not come to a.
But here's where I give Zack Snyder some credit. Okay, yeah. He was willing to play ball, and he made the movie that they wanted, which is what we saw, Zack Snyder's Justice League. And presumably they could have gone, all right, let's have a 3-hour cut of this, please. Put together a 3-hour cut of this. Yeah. And I think that movie probably would have cracked, maybe $1 billion. I think it would have made its money back and then some at least. I don't blame Zack. He wanted to make this dark version. They said no. Do a lighter version. He then did that lighter version, and then they they didn't fuck him over, but they fucked themselves over. But they should have gone with that. They should have gone with this lighter version.
I always said they should have went with the cut he had, and if they wanted to reboot and move on after, fine by me.
No, they could have even. I think beyond rebooting, what they could have done is just done the same thing with him and said, look, some of your ideas are good, some of your ideas I don't think are going to play. Let's talk about this. And I think he was willing to talk about it with them and make the movie that they wanted, but with his style, with his action, with his sense for music and all of that kind of stuff. And I think they could have had a collection of good films. All they needed to do was talk to the guy rather than backstab behind his back. And that I do not blame Zack Snyder for. Yes, his ideas were stupid, but he didn't. Lois wasn't fucking Superman in the movie I saw. So or fucking Batman in the movie I saw. So clearly he was willing to play ball.
It's about these things should have been ironed out before you got on set. And that goes to the producer of the movie. Always, Zack Snyder's not to blame.
Yeah, like all this shit should have been. That's why I say this is the thing. If they did not want to work with him, then fire him. Okay, like get rid of him. Stop. Like, I don't agree with old backstabbing shit. If you don't like the motherfucker, get rid of him. Yeah, because you can always rediscuss contracts anyways. You can they it's not like his contract was fully set in stone. They can rediscuss a contract. You can break contracts. There's legal stuff with it, but you can easily break a contract if you wanted to. Hell, look what they did with James Gunn. I guarantee James Gunn, after Guardians 3, if he didn't get fired, probably have more stuff he's going to do for the MCU. But they ended up firing him, broke that contract. The only reason he came back was because the cast boycotted, right?
Yeah.
You know, I still think they should have put out his cut in 2017, the whatever 2-hour cut they wanted.
They shouldn't have done a 2-hour cut. That's ridiculous. And that was a stupid thing to even say. They should have done the 3-hour cut, period. Because you cannot cut that movie that he was making down to 2 hours to 2 hours. And it'd be if Zack Snyder himself had have tried to make a 2-hour cut out of that 4-hour beast that we saw, it would have been just as bad as the Justice League cut. It would have been just as bad, incoherent as the Justice League. You needed it to be 3 hours. The most important thing, get it as short as possible, true, but get the best movie you can get, and then worry about the length after, because the critics would have annihilated it anyway if it was a terrible movie. So they needed to get the best possible cut they could get of that, and I think that's a 3-hour cut.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't do a 3-hour cut. Probably 2 hours and 45 minutes, or 2 hours 45 minutes. Right. I don't think they was trying to gun for 3 because DC was already shaky as is, and they needed as much seats as possible.
I think you could get 2 hours, 2 hours 45 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, anything above 2 hours, I don't think they wanted to stretch it to 3.
But as I said, I think that, you know, with BVS, for instance, I kind of say like 2.5 hours was fine for that movie. And all he had to do was cut out those nightmare scenes. He didn't want to cut out those nightmare scenes. He wanted to cut out the actual story we're watching now. The nightmare scenes are about another film.
Yeah, all that nightmare stuff should have left, because that stuff,
like, even if you like it,
threw off people from that film.
Yeah. No, but even if you like it,
yeah,
you can say that the Lex Luthor stuff is more important. You know, I was talking with the director of Shazam online. He actually messaged me back, and he was saying like about the deleted scenes, which I was saying, man, why didn't you put these in? These are great. And he's like, well, they're more character points rather than plot points. Right. And that's that he would rather put in the plot points because you need the film to make sense. I think that's the exact right answer. You know, as much as I like those other scenes, if the studio wants it to be a certain amount of time and you've got to cut something, even if you really, really love a scene and you're in love with it, you have to have the discipline to be able to be like, no, that doesn't help this story move forward.
That's why that's why I fuck with David F. Sandberg so much. That's why I mess with him and like how he did Shazam 1 and 2. Even though me and you have said we wish he kept in some of them deleted scenes, he still at the end of the day made the right decision. Like that Shazam 2 third act with the dragon fight, it was great that he cut out that deleted scene of Billy singing and stuff, because I'll be honest with you, that would have probably ruined that third act for me. But he made the decision himself to choose a better scene, which made that third act even more emotional. Like
exactly.
That is a good director to have under your belt.
He's a disciplined dude
like that. Yeah, like you need something. That's perfect.
But at the end of the day, that wasn't going to save the movie. It was a DC film after all.
No, yeah, I'm not saying it was, but yeah, I'm not saying it was. Yeah, you the MCU fan. But to have that's why it's just like any workplace, right? You got to know your role, right? If you're working at McDonald's and you're the manager, you're the manager. If you're just working flipping the burgers, you're flipping the burgers. You're getting paid to work a specific role. Work your role,
Jabroni.
right? Work your role, make your money. I understand some stuff is bad. I'm not trying to compare being a director to McDonald's, but let's just look at it from a job standpoint. Know your role. You're getting paid to do something. Not saying to accept any abuse, right? There's levels to abuse, but if someone's paying you to do a job, you do the job that they're paying you to do. If you pay someone to do a job and you tell them do this, 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 and this, then you have every right to expect for it to be the way you want it to because you're paying for it. It's your money, right? But you also need to allow the worker to work, right? Because you can't keep overanalyzing, saying, why are you drilling that into the hole there? Can you drill it over here? Like, and the worker is like, no, yeah, I need to drill it here because I need to hang this up right here. And if you're over analyzing and not letting them work, you need to find the balance. Find that balance.
Daniel, what do you mean he did what he had to and WB butchered the product like they did with Black Adam? I don't think Black Adam was butchered. I think that's what.
Tell Snyder Steppenwolf to
there.
shut up. Tell Snyder Steppenwolf, oh, you don't even read DC Comics.
Shit.
Like that's not a DC comic that came out today.
He's coming at you, Steppenwolf, man.
Where you at? I was at the LCS. Where were you? Aren't you in Canada
don't have that from this Canadian punk, man.
He's Canadian also.
Punks think they rule the world, don't they?
That's the irony. I could have sworn Snyder told me Snyder's local. Snyder Steppenwolf. Where were you? I was at the LCS. Punk.
Okay.
Foreign.
So I'm gonna get back into this thing.
Oh yeah, I'm shocked.
I'm shocked.
Static shocked.
Okay, so I'm gonna get back into this interview. I don't know if there's any more interesting things he says about Zack Snyder's Justice League, but if he doesn't for a while, then we can just skip it. The rest, I'll watch the rest by myself.
When I first worked with Billy Crudup on Watchmen, and I learned a lot from him just about, his process. I always drilled down. I was always like,
he's such a good actor, that guy, Billy Crudup,
and about like the way he approaches scene work and all that. Because I really respected, when I would watch the way that he was really letting the material shape his performance in a really beautiful way, it really made me I was really impressed by it. And so I really, I had done it a couple times up to that point, but everything I had done was pretty stylized. I mean, Sarah Polley is also an amazing actress, and I got a lot from her, and that was my first movie. But I felt so with Billy, it was this process of I had a pretty strict sort of view. Goes back to sort of the way I draw and the way this is the blocking and don't stand over there, stand there, sit in this chair, do this. I drew you kind of going like this.
Right. Can you get to this?
Yeah, can you do that? Sort of, this is a look of inquisition. You're wondering.
Inquisition.
What I'm doing?
Inquisitiveness, my
I think
friend.
The process was sort of allowing me to let go of and let
you just say inquisitation,
live in it a little bit more. And
why you're not wearing purple, kid?
It's been liberating in a lot of ways.
I'm wearing black, my brother.
Sort of the way I see it originally. I know that, there's a very fine line between, letting it, releasing it completely and maybe creating chaos and letting within the material, the actors make it better, And I think that process for me has been one of trust. And so now at this point,
do you think he's a good actor's director? Because in some ways, I see certain performances he gets out of some actors, and I'm like, wow, that's really great. But there's other ones that it feels just devoid of emotion somehow. I don't. I don't know that I'd say he's a great actor. I think he lets them do too much, get away with too much. The ones I'm thinking of are what's his name?
Well, which movies?
With Zack Snyder's Justice League, I'm thinking of Ray Fisher.
Yeah.
which was I thought, a really great performance that he got out of them and the family around him. And I know that was to do with their relationship of like talking with each other a lot. But then there's other movies, and I'm totally confused, because how do you get a bad performance out of Kevin Costner playing the role that everyone, as soon as he was cast, was like, why has that never happened before? Right? How do you? It's not even a bad performance. Let me.
Yeah, it's not bad, but you were just giving bad material.
It was like such bad material that you were just like, I don't even think Kevin Costner knew how to relay it, in a way that he usually does, with so much down to earth charm and charisma.
Yeah, I think Kevin Costner looked at it and was like, wow, I got to play a really pessimistic person.
Right. Yeah. And it's like he lends tons of humanity to the character, but at certain points you're just like, I don't like this guy. I think that's the only Kevin Costner film that I've watched where I'm like I don't like Kevin Costner.
No, man. No, man. If you look at the role Kevin Costner played as Jonathan Kent, right? If you look at it from the standpoint of, okay, he has a son who's an alien, right? Let's see how the fact that it's a Superman. It's just like random alien. Could be some blue alien or whatever, but that can turn human. Okay, this is a very good performance. But the fact is, it's this specific character where I'm like, yeah, this does not work with this character. If this was a regular alien, this was not even a Superman movie.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That would have been an interesting performance, but
it would have been like perfect.
I still would have been. He's kind of a dick for saying maybe. Like, honestly, I maybe I'm wrong, and I still would have been. You're kind of a dick for dying over a dog, like. Traumatizing your wife and your kid, and that's almost emotional.
But Nerman,
emotionally like abusive, isn't it? You're like, son, don't save me so you can feel guilty for the rest of your fucking life that you didn't, like, and I can go away feeling like I was some kind of hero. It's like, it's weird. I find that almost weirder than saying maybe.
It was a sacrifice that was not necessary at all, because you look at the movie, his identity gets found out by Lois and stuff anyways. But to be fair with the John situation, Martha did lock that dog in the car. Go back and watch the scene. She literally locked the dog in the car. The dog was in the backseat with her. When she got out, she closed the door and they started running away from the car.
Oh shit, did she?
She said, fuck that dog.
Fuck the dog.
The blasphemy, the sheer utter blasphemy, the unmitigated gall. I mean, the Martha could have saved the dog. The dog.
Blasphemy, the sheer utter blasphemy.
That's the 11. That's
what
the
did
12.
he say here? He says, "Oh yeah, I mean, David Sandberg is a competent director, and what W just didn't have much faith in the movie." I feel, yeah, that's also true. But look, I'm not trying to say, look.
As it pertains to the dog,
I think Kevin Costner might have been a bad example of what I'm talking about. I'm saying that there's certain actors that he works with that I'm just like, the performance seems off and lifeless, and I don't get to the place of having like an emotional feeling. Like, everyone in Watchmen was great. Like, even the girl, they said that everyone says that she doesn't work in the movie, Ackerman or something like that. I thought she was fine. She was definitely the worst person in the movie, but like, he got great performances out of the comedian. I'm like, that's one of the best performances in a movie, comic book movie, was the comedian and Rorschach. Straight up.
How do you feel about the characters?
Like,
I think 300 might be a better example, because a lot of the characters in 300, I think all the performances work because it's very exaggerated. It's very much like, all that. Remember the scene when Leonidas is looking at all the people, their faces, and it's just slow, like super slow. It's not slow motion. It's just slow. This beautiful music is playing. It's like, that worked for that because the way the film was already presented. Even remember the scene where the freaking Oracle is dancing all sexy and stuff, and it's like super slow. And
Mhm.
I think stuff like that is what you might be talking about, Nerdman, where it's like, all right, so you just doing a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think he's a good director for actors in general. Now I'm thinking over it. I was asking the question, do you think he's a good director for actors? I think he is in general.
Yeah.
But I don't think he can save bad scripts. That's his problem. And not many directors can. There are a few directors that can make an average script into something incredible, but like I don't
I
think
think
he really is able to save like a script that's just got problematic from the core. Because yeah, like I mean, he made Ben Affleck a good Batman. I never thought he could pull that off. Like, you know, not a good Batman in terms of what he does, but in his acting, he was surprisingly good as Batman. And I'm like, I actually forgot he was Ben Affleck at a certain point in the movie. You know, obviously you don't completely forget, but you know, like that thing where you're just like, okay, I'm no longer watching Ben Affleck, I'm watching the character. That actually happened to me in the movie.
Yeah, pretty transformed.
So, you know, what can I say? I think he is a good actor's director, but yeah, some of the time, like I think the main one is Henry Cavill. I've never got on board with his Superman until
because Henry
Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, this is what I say. I'm not sure if he's in The Witcher, but I say, wow, Henry Cavill finally is cast into a role that fits him, because the Witcher Geralt is he's wooden. Does not mean he's wooden in a bad way. He's just he talks in a very stiff way, but he can throw like lines out there, like one-liners that just get you intrigued. He's kind of macho and stuff. Always sleep with all the ladies and stuff. And he's a great monster hunter. But he's very wooden in a sense, right? And I was like, wow, Henry Cavill was finally playing a role that fits him, because he's very wooden at times.
He is very wooden at times, but dude,
have you seen his movie?
He was not wooden in Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'll fight anyone on this. He was not wooden in Zack Snyder's Justice League. He presented himself. I even believed he was from Kansas. Like he even got the Kansas kind of thing going down in that movie. So
he had his moments.
Snyder Steppenwolf, stop picking on everybody. J-Man's going to the comic shop too. Like, cut it out. Look what he wrote.
Nerdman, did you like Shazam too? Yeah, I loved it. I think that it had a little bit too much MCU humor in the beginning, but as the movie moved on, I felt like it really became the vision of the director. I loved the Harry Potter-esque kind of magical realm element of it. And I thought that's something that I haven't really seen in superhero movies done, and it could be really interesting. I would have loved them to do a third movie that was completely them just going into these magic doors and exploring those realms. So yeah, I think it's unfortunate that Shazam is dead as a franchise. Maybe they might get a TV show out of it. No, but I doubt it.
Well, it's not dead.
Why wait?
It's not dead as a franchise in general.
It's proven.
I mean,
like if the first one had made like 800 million, then maybe, but it just made its money back. No way anyone's investing in that in a movie unless like there's unless they put Shazam in like a Justice League movie and people go nuts.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's back, like and
basically do it the big way.
Groundswell.
Unless Zachary Levi is the new hit star in some other movie franchise that does really well, and they're like, you know what? They made $1 billion over there. We have this actor who let's give it a third chance and see what happens now.
Third time's the charm.
Third time would be the charm.
I think Zachary Levi is going to get recast as another character anyways. I doubt it, but I think he hasn't. Since he does have a relation with Gunn and Safran, they're all friends, he might just get recast in a totally different way.
But the problem is that I just don't think you can even do it anymore with those kids the age they are, man.
That's true.
Yeah, you just got to give them. You can give them new roles in the DCU if there's characters that fit them, kid characters.
Yeah,
Titans.
Yeah, Superman was goated in Zack Snyder's Justice League. People need to stop capping and saying, "Oh, he was moody and emo." Like, stop the cap. He felt like Superman that we all know and love. I agree. But where we disagree is I don't think he felt like that in the other two movies prior. And I don't. Maybe there wasn't enough of him for people to appreciate the difference, but I saw a dramatic difference in Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was the first time I was like, wow, Henry Cavill's a pretty fucking good actor. You know, I really didn't think he was that good an actor. I thought
he wasn't, because
I'd seen him in a couple of other movies where he was a little bit wooden as well, as you said, because he always plays these kind of stoic, kind of like, you know, like Man from U.N.C.L.E. He was like this stoic, like straight, dapper guy. And then, as you said in The Witcher, it's a similar thing. I think somebody needs to put him in, and in the where he plays Sherlock Holmes, it's the same. He's kind of playing it like buttoned up, you know, like not too much emotion. Right. Someone needs to put him in a real comedy. I want to see him like really have to do something comic and not be the straight guy, be the weird crazy one or something. Or like then I'll be able to decide like what this guy, if he can loosen up a bit.
Something like Chris Evans' role from what's that movie with Ryan Johnson he did? Where
right,
Knives Out.
Knives Out. Well, Nerdman, the thing is, okay, because I like Superman in both of the cuts of Justice League. I like him in both cuts, right? But this is my issue with both of the cuts. And that's why I say Warner Brothers, they was smoking for even letting him do this. He's barely in the movie. That's the problem. Like Superman himself is barely in the movie, right? And my thing is, if you're doing it just to get him out the way so other characters can shine, then why are you doing the Justice League movie? I'm sorry. It's not saying, but Superman is part of the Justice League. Justice League War, they found a good way to write him out temporarily. He got taken off, or he got Darkseid took him onto the ship and tried to, you know, turn him into one of his little parademons and stuff. There's other ways to write Superman out to let other characters shine, or like you said, adjust his strength. Right? He doesn't need to be able to sneeze a planet away. He can just, you know, lift up a part of a building.
Mountain range,
insanely strong, but he needs to be the strongest. Or you take the villain.
He can be the strongest, but like not that much stronger than you know what. The fact that Aquaman can't fucking move Superman, Aquaman and Wonder Woman can't move Superman is ridiculous. Right. I'm sorry. Like from everything you know in the comics, and I think back to it, and I'm like, Iron Man and Thor had a better fight than Aquaman and Wonder Woman against Superman. That makes no fucking sense. There was another one I saw recently.
Because Wonder Woman, like you know,
what was it? Like
she can go toe to toe with Superman. She may not win, but she can throw some hits in there that Superman will feel. He's like, oh,
right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's asinine to me.
He was, and I like to see when he did write the Justice League, but I'm like, dang, Wonder Woman just got headbutted and knocked out like that.
Yeah, okay. It was a bad idea because I also think, and this is the problem of doing Wonder Woman and then Zack Snyder's Justice League is filming at the same time and not giving space to see how people react to everything, because Wonder Woman was quite big. She was hot back then. And I think that you would have got a better reception, like say from a female audience, like from female viewers, if like Wonder Woman is going toe to toe with Superman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That would have been like, oh yeah, our girl's doing it. You know, like that kind of thing. It would have been something that I think would have helped the movie for a lot of people, like especially like women, like would have loved to see that, rather than just getting like completely dominated by him. What were we talking about before? Like
that, or Nerman.
That Superman is just too powerful in his.
Or another thing they could have done, and this is what I think they should have just done, just make Steppenwolf on Superman's level to where Superman he's strong enough to fight out, but he needs the league's help too. It's not just he can just come in there and muscle him
Solo, yeah.
down. He still needs his team's help, but they're like kind of even in strength, but he still needs help.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I mean,
they're all doing like combos and stuff together and all these team up attacks to take him down.
yeah. Dude, it doesn't kill it for me though. I think the criticism is one of preference rather than one of that there's no precedent for that in the comics, because there definitely is. There is like one comics, Superman's way stronger than everyone else. You know, Wonder Woman can't do shit to him. No, I just find that less interesting. I find when they even the Justice League up a little bit, it's more interesting.
Yeah, I didn't want that either. All I wanted was for Superman to be in this Justice League movie just as much as a Cyborg, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash. I wanted him to be in the movie.
Because then it's a Justice League movie. Like,
and then
if Superman's not in it, it's not Justice League. That's it. I don't get it. It's like, if there's no Captain America and Iron Man, it's not Avengers. I don't like, you know, it's like call the movie Dawn of Justice then. Just call it Dawn or whatever they called the Batman v Superman. Call this one something else. Like the Justice League needs to, when I'm a kid watching Justice League or Super Friends or any of this stuff, it's Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and then you have other people with them fighting together. Where the hell is this in this movie? It's like Superman's dead for half. I'm like, where's Superman? I'm just I literally the entire time like, yeah, when's Superman coming back? Is he coming back? Is this a Justice League movie? Like, when is this guy coming back? He's my favorite character of all time. He's not in this movie. What am I supposed to review it? Yeah, it's great. Okay, but I want Superman.
I get that, but I don't think it's fair to say you cannot make a good Justice League movie without. Maybe this isn't the Justice League movie. That is the good one that only has Superman for 5 minutes. But there is a good. You can make a good Justice League movie without Wonder Woman, without Batman. You can make a good Justice. It just has to have a good story and a good reason for them not to be in it, and a good reason for them to come back. I think this film, for the most part, does that, but I think his resurrection could have, as K-Dots was said, it could have been earlier. And the only reason they don't bring him back is because they've got this headcanon that Superman is more powerful than anything, and only something like Darkseid can stop him.
Right.
And
so they could have made
that's in some iterations of the comics, but it's not all of them. You could have had Steppenwolf, as you said, be on his level, and they just
there you go.
I think that would have been the best compromise. Just put, because there's certain villains that, like Steppenwolf, he's weaker than Darkseid. But for the sake of this universe, I would have been totally okay with you introducing a character stronger than the hero. It's kind of like with Dragon Ball Z. Each new villain they introduce is stronger than the last villain and are set to be stronger than.
And they gotta yell louder to beat them.
Yeah.
And they just up their training. You know, Goku goes in that capsule thing, trains whatever fast, and
the hyperbolic time.
Right. They keep. I've seen it all and own it all.
Now, let's say if this was a Justice League versus Legion of Doom movie, right? You know, I couldn't fathom like Lex Luthor coming in here being super OP for no reason. But someone like Steppenwolf, I think you can just make him straight up OP, not stronger than Darkseid, but make him OP, because you can still make Darkseid a bust.
Yeah, and that makes Darkseid even more ominous. But here's the thing I'll say as well, though, that I don't give a fuck about Steppenwolf. So when Superman came and was just wailing on him, I kind of loved it. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of funny. Like Superman just comes in.
I did like Steppenwolf. I thought it was disrespectful to my Steppenwolf, man.
I don't think I swear I've never even, I came across Steppenwolf maybe twice in the comic or something like that. He's not one of my favorite Superman villains.
I had the
Justice League villains
where he squeezed the legs. I had his toy. I think I still have it. Oh, I still do have it. I still do have it.
So when Superman comes and he just freezes his shit and like, you know, I'm not impressed. I was kind of loving that bit, but when Superman fought the Justice League, to be fair, it looked pretty fucking cool.
That shit was dope. Even if I didn't like how it was, it was dope. Action wise, visually, that shit was fucking dope. I love it.
So, you know, maybe one day they'll do a one where the Justice League are more equal. That's all I can hope. but like, as far as it was concerned,
One day
it didn't offend me.
20
as
years
much
from
as,
now.
No,
as
it literally
offended J-Man.
It's not going to be 20, but it'll be more
It'll be
than
20.
6 years.
It'll be 20
No.
years.
2025 is the new Superman.
People are saying
film, right?
Steppenwolf is pretty badass in New 52,
Yeah, New
which is why he
52.
calls himself Snyder Steppenwolf. He's a big fan,
There you
obviously.
go.
Love the design Snyder did for Steppenwolf. I did too. I thought it made him look pretty demonic.
It's not
as well.
Steppenwolf. Whatever that was that they're calling Steppenwolf looks cool.
J-Man,
It looks cool. I'm saying it looks
Don't
cool.
do it. Don't do
I'm
it
saying it
because
looks
you're
cool,
going to
but it's not
say it's not
Steppenwolf.
Steppenwolf.
Right,
When
it's not,
you,
but it look
you,
cool.
You go back and forth on this shit though.
No,
man.
I don't.
Like, sometimes you're all right with it. Other times you're not okay with it.
I'm not saying I'm not all right with it. I'm saying
you
it
like
looks
No
cool.
Way Home, don't you?
Spider-Man No Way Home. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Do any of those characters look like,
No.
apart from Spider-Man, do
And
they look
Sandman.
like they do in the comics?
Sandman does.
Sandman
know.
does, but Green Goblin don't. Like,
But,
so you.
but like,
you-
okay, if you took a picture of Dr. Octopus and put it next to the comic, you could figure out that is that. If you take Steppenwolf and Steppenwolf, you'd be like, oh, is that character? Okay. It's not even remote. Like General Zod comics and General Zod movie look nothing alike. General Zod comics, he literally wore a general, like a general. He looks like a general. Now, again, it doesn't look, but I love Superman 2. I love General Zod. He's the best in the movie. So I'm not saying I don't like the character. I'm just saying it doesn't look like him at all. Like no person, if you had like here's 5 pictures, and you have that line where you match them up. It's like 5 pictures from the movies, 5 pictures from the comics, and you have to like draw a line to connect them. You'd never connect Steppenwolf. You're like, that guy's not on this side.
Yeah, but like, I don't think he's that important a character where you have
That's
to
an
be
argument.
so slavish to the look. I don't think
Just like
he's
General
so
Zod.
iconic. It's like if they did that with Darkseid or they did that with, say, Doomsday,
Right.
then I'd have a problem with it, which is one of the things I say against Batman v Superman. I'm like, dude, you can't do that to Doomsday. There's like certain things
No,
that
I
are
don't.
like there's certain things that are iconic about a character that you're just like, well, he's got to have the bones, right? It's
Yeah.
Doomsday. Like if you don't have the bones, it's like I don't really.
Right. It's not because the whole
What
point
are
is
we
like it's
doing
growing out of him, right?
Yeah,
And
I didn't
Daniel
like that.
said something.
Right.
I despise the Riddler's look in the Batman. I know he's joking around, but I don't even want my name attached to that garbage design. It looks like the people under the stairs villain, or it looks like I posted. There's 6 characters that looks like the Crazies. It looks like
Dude, you cannot tell me you expected somebody to be running around in a Riddler fucking costume in Matt Reeves' fucking Batman.
Well,
in the Riddler costume from the comics.
No.
He
could have Gotham. The guy in Gotham with the green bowler hat and the green suit looked okay. I don't think that guy looked pretty good. He's got to have a great, like, why is he has this
so what would he have done to disguise himself? A little
He doesn't need to
mask?
disguise himself. We know who the Riddler is. The Batman has like a bunch of errors.
But he's
It's like
supposed to be a killer who's
right.
like
He's a killer, but why is he a serial killer? Like Riddler should be taunting with the clues and stuff like that.
There are versions of
It's
the
anarchy.
Riddler.
It's
There
anarchy.
are versions of the Riddler. I can even in Earth 1. Like
I don't care. There's versions of
I know.
Superman where he has a mullet. Do you want Henry Cavill in a mullet?
I didn't
Like,
say that. What
right,
do you
but
mean? I don't. The Riddler being a serial killer, right? It goes
Sucks.
with the very. No, it doesn't. How does it suck?
He's a
I
villain.
think-
What do you want him
think-
to be? A jewel thief? A
No,
jewel thief?
I do
Batman
some-
wants to ask
sure,
to stop her.
jewel thieves
And
are bad, aren't they?
And then he puts a clue, and then Batman
Sure,
has
why
to figure
not?
out who the fucking jewel thief
Why
is.
not?
Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. We're
Listen,
living in
the Riddler
2023,
behaved like
dude.
anarchy. The Riddler behaved like the character Anarchy. So, and the other thing too is like it's not a mystery if the audience knows who the killer is. Like that movie is messed up. It's like, ooh, we got to find the killer. It's like, oh, it's right there. It's that guy. It's the Riddler. There, I
Yeah, but
figured
you
it
don't
out.
know the motive.
Yeah, the motive is that Gotham's corrupt.
You don't know
Wait.
who's next.
Guys,
You
at the end of the
don't know-
Batman,
no,
after
yeah, but
3
you don't
hours,
know what the
after-
exact motive. You can say that
after
about
3
anything.
hours, we learned
Oh,
that
Chinatown.
Gotham City is
Oh, we
corrupt.
learned that
Oh my
the
God.
officials
Everyone
are corrupt
Gotham is
in
corrupt. I
Chinatown.
never knew that.
There's so much mystery. URL El Rata. I didn't know these things.
Yeah,
As soon as
exactly.
they-
And now that you know them, do you feel entertained or just let down? It's like after it's over, it's like, oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
So you think
Ultimately,
there's
he
no
was.
replay value?
Sorry.
Are you
He
saying
doesn't
there's no
like the
replay now?
movie. He
I
doesn't
don't like the
movie.
Batman. No.
Doesn't like it.
That's why.
But
I
if your
gave
criticism
it
is
5
that
out
the
of 10.
second
It's a
time you
pass.
watch it, it's not as rewarding the second
I've seen
time
it like
around. Who
4
cares?
times. I've seen it like 4 times, and
And he doesn't like it.
I have the art book that gives you the whole making of. I've got all of the toys, as we talked about on my thing. I have all the toys. I have the soundtrack on my phone. Me not liking something
You have
is
the
usually
soundtrack?
more
You have
than
the
people's
4
loving
keys?
something.
Dun,
But-
dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I like the soundtrack.
J
I
Man
thought-
It's
is
just 4
preaching.
notes.
Sounds like people are agreeing with you here.
Thank
5
you.
out of 10. Look,
Never
Look,
mind.
I'm not saying it's garbage. I still like the movie, and I watched it. And no, 5 out of 10 by me is a pass. The way my sister,
I give 2 points for this and 2 points for that. But listen,
I'm putting
you
up your
can't tell
thing
me
now.
right now.
Oh, sorry.
Though,
Yeah.
that
I
the
think-
replay ability is a hindrance to this movie. Like the first time you watch something, it's there's where the surprises are. I can't
but
watch.
there was no surprises.
Percy, for me, with the way the Riddler was living in the movie, this would have been the perfect look. This bummy, homeless looking, but like dirty,
But
grungy.
why
don't
would he
mind,
be there
like, look
without
at the
his
one-
chest?
Look at the one that's like what 1, 2, 3,
Or
like
even-
4. Yeah, that like what's wrong with that?
Which one?
Well, right there. What's wrong with that?
Because I think take this look, make it dirty and stuff, like the dirty mucky suit.
Dude, why is it okay for the Joker to look any which way? Like they can make it so he's not.
Joker
falling
has
into
had a
acid,
pretty
and
consistent.
I don't like the
he
Joker
can be cut in
look.
his face. Look, the whole point of this villains in DC, and I have to keep remarking this, and why I fell in love with them is because you can take the spirit of that character, which is he likes to make puzzles, fuck with Batman, and
Yeah, but he's teaming up with Batman. in that movie, isn't he?
but wait a second, that's beside the point. That's like
You just said he wants to antagonize him, but he's not. So doesn't look like the Riddler doesn't behave like the Riddler, but he's still the Riddler because we named him that.
Wait a second. You haven't let me finish, first of all. Okay. So yes, in the end, that turns out to be his motivation because he's like slightly fucking warped in the head, right? But in the end of and funnily enough, that actually kind of plays a little bit with the motivation he had in Batman Forever. So maybe that could have even been a little bit of a homage to that, where he was like kind of a creepy stalker who was in love with Bruce Wayne, essentially, and that's why he was doing all
Like
of that
my
stuff.
mole. Do you like my mole?
Yeah, exactly. But so that version again, even that isn't completely without precedence in like any media about the Riddler. But the point I'm saying is the interesting thing about DC villains specifically is that they're kind of amorphous depending on the story you're telling. And it's just that you take these motifs of that character and you can make them relevant to any specific time. So, Riddler back in the 20s, you could have made him like the gangster, like thief who's trying to like steal stuff and then he leaves riddles, and that would have been relevant to that time because the big bad guys were like the mafia and the blah blah blah, and that kind of thing. And then you can update it further and further. It's the same with Lex Luthor, the mad scientist to the billionaire. It still has the essence of the character there, but you can update it with the time, and that's what I love about them. That's
but I don't think, but it was updated
DC
to be
villains.
less interesting. Like Lex Luthor when John Byrne relaunched after Crisis, and he's like, okay, the only Kryptonian is Superman Kal-El. That's it. No other Kryptonians. No Supergirl. No Krypto. None of that shit. And that is funny because Batman doesn't know what it is, even with all of his gadgets and electronic eyeballs and all this other crap. But you can do that and make it kind of more interesting because Lex Luthor.
I'm gonna nail you to the wall on this part. Go on, continue.
I was gonna say it makes Lex Luthor more menacing because now he's got media and money and all this stuff behind him, and people trust the name Luthor, and it makes it harder for Superman to prove that he's guilty because you can't just go around killing anybody or whatever and getting away with it. You have to prove that they're guilty, right? So that's the challenge for Superman in the John Byrne relaunch or whatever. But Riddler's just a killer now. I'm like, I find him less interesting to me in this movie.
He's not just a killer. There's a reason that there's a reason that he's actually killing.
Right, because everything's corrupt.
A kind of, it's not just because everything's corrupt. He's doing it. Oh my God. So that's what we're gonna do here. So giving you a backstory to a villain is a fucking bad idea.
No, it's a bad backstory. It's not a good backstory.
How's it a bad backstory?
Because it's generic and lame.
He's an orphan.
There's been episodes of Matlock that have had better.
Bruce Wayne is an orphan, but he's an orphan who comes from it. He's insulted by the idea that they'd even call Bruce Wayne an orphan. You lived up there in your fucking mansion and shit, while we were like, living, with 10 people in a room or even more, like with rats fucking chewing on our nails. All of this, and one baby dying every fucking Christmas. Like that kind of stuff is a good contrast to what Bruce Wayne as an orphan is. And as for this carpet tucker fucking thing, the whole point of that is, Bruce Wayne is so fucking brilliant and whatever, and knows all of this stuff, can figure out these riddles, these logical riddles so quickly. But the fact is, he doesn't know what a carpet tucker is because he's, that's a thing from a working class background, and that's how
he's got the eyes and scanning technology.
That's how privileged he is, that he didn't even think of, it's this particular equipment from this working class kind of job or vocation. And the whole film is about the privilege that these fucking guys have and their detachment away from the world that that Catwoman and Riddler are living in. So that whole thing was the irony of the one thing he didn't figure out in the whole thing, which would have unfolded the whole thing, came from the fact that he was privileged. That was the point of that.
Right. So I don't like that. Okay, but the other thing,
but at least don't dismiss it as like, it was just, he could figure out everything, but he didn't know that. There was a reason for that.
Okay, when you do a mystery, this was a mystery movie. There's two types of mystery movies. There's Columbo, where the audience
everyone's just watching the fight.
Yeah,
I don't know what Columbo is.
It doesn't matter. The Columbo is a detective. There's like 100 seasons of it. So when you watch that show, the audience sees the killer. We know who the killer is. Columbo's a detective. So then when the show begins, after we see the killer, Columbo's on the scene and he has to figure out. So the point of the episode is, how is he going to figure out what the audience already knows? And he always acts like he's dumb and doesn't understand what's going on, but he'll trick you in some way, right? Like, be like, where were you at the night of the murder? I was at the bowling alley. He's like, but it was closed. No, you said bowling alley, or was it where were you again? And like, he'll play with it, right?
Yeah, he'll fuck with you. Yeah, sure.
He'll fuck with you. Okay. Then the other side is the generic, let's say, Sherlock Holmes mysteries, where you don't know who the villain is, so you're solving it with Sherlock Holmes, right?
Sure.
So I think The Batman would have been better if we saw that killer. Keep it the same movie. Don't say it's the Riddler. Don't even have the Riddler. Make up a new character and just have us figure out with Batman. Or if it's going to be the Riddler, you have to give us the Riddler. Because look, part 2's coming out. Part 2's coming out, right? Everyone is posting this shit like they didn't see the first week. Oh, Mr. Freeze, is it going to be Mr. Freeze? Right, it's going to be Mr. Freeze, who's going to be a regular person who kills people and then puts them in a freezer. That'll be Mr. Freeze. Everybody will be like, well, it's a different take. It's very smart. It's like, it's not fucking Mr. Freeze. Just like it ain't the Riddler in this movie either. It ain't the Penguin. It's a fat guy.
Wait a second.
That is not the Penguin. It's a fat guy. Like, Penguin needs the top, the nose, the monocle. That's what Penguin is. Otherwise, why is it called Penguin? He's just a fat guy. It's
monocle, but that's because that's the comic you read.
No, I read all the comics.
There are comics where the Penguin ain't like that. So I don't know. I don't understand that. Look,
every regular.
Can you? In fact, you've got the screen up, K-Dots. Pull up a page of just images of Penguin in the comics, if you could, please.
Sure.
Because there's so many different takes on it, and you might like the monocle and the top hat and all of that kind of stuff. But I swear he has been.
That's fine. But so do you think? Let me ask you this question.
And you like Batman Returns, right?
For sure, and that's not the comic book Penguin either. But at least it looks cool.
See, this is what we're talking about.
But it looks cool. This is a fat guy. Okay, Chillmonger. Is it a fat guy? Like, if I just posted a picture,
he's more fat guy than he is Penguin. Yeah.
Right. So hold on a second. If you didn't, out of context, if I just showed you a picture of him, of Colin Farrell in the fat suit, and then without any context, and really think about this, and I said, what movie is this from and what character is this? Would you say Penguin?
I wouldn't say that. Even after watching the trailer for his Penguin show, I still wouldn't say that.
Right.
I knew it was the Penguin immediately.
No,
I knew
you
it was
did.
the Penguin immediately when I saw him. I was like, "Oh shit, is that their version of the Penguin?"
No. That's their.
Even
You
if
just
You
said it.
knew about that before the movie came out.
Came out.
People are
yeah, because
advertised
I accept that. One,
No, but without
if you
the
want
movie.
creative people to work on these movies,
like
if you want creative people to work on these movies, you've got to give them some fucking license to do like creative shit.
Right.
Otherwise, they're not
So
going to want to work on these movies.
The license
right?
they gave him was to make it less creative. Okay, instead of having anything that has where's the umbrellas? It's like instead of all of that, just have him be a fat guy. That's more interesting. Is that more interesting than like the Penguin we got? And pulling up pictures from the comics doesn't matter because again, Superman had a mullet. He was electric blue and red.
Penguin is a mob boss. I know. It's like we're talking in circles. In fucking versions, he is a mob boss. And you said pull up Alex Ross's. Maybe Alex Ross.
It's like I'll search it. It's like this. Bring up my screen. If I were to go to somebody on the street, if I do, so I agree with Jamin. Like I know that Matt Reeves' Penguin is Penguin. I know about Penguin, right?
Right.
If I was a regular person on the street and you had to ask me, "Hey, who is this?" They're not going to say Penguin.
Correct.
Now, they're probably say Penguin.
I don't think that's true.
What are you talking about? Well, I tried it at my work with Riddler. No. I had 6 pictures of similar characters, and I went around to the office.
Riddler, I agree with you.
I said, "Who's this? Which one is the Riddler?" And Penguin
Riddler, I agree with you.
Pull it up, Alex Ross.
But Riddler is very specific to that movie. So here's the Alex Ross version.
I'm looking it up. Let me see.
I'm putting it on screen now.
Yeah, so he just drew a fat
Riddler
guy.
was a specific. He just drew a fat guy.
He looked like.
So, I mean, you can say whatever you want, really. It's like, let's just look. No one. If we try and make a Penguin that fits for everybody, that nobody's going to go, oh, that's not that doesn't offend anybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not going to be that fucking interesting. I would rather a director go like chance offending me than trying to think, ooh, what will John Paul and this person and this person and this person and this person fucking like, right? Like rather than actually have a story that they want to specifically tell about this character. With a specific thing that they want to say about the character, and then go from there.
So my favorite color is
rather than I'm gonna try and figure out what every fucking Batman fan likes.
Right. Okay. So my favorite.
That's how you get Spider-Man No Way From Home.
Hold on. Okay. So my favorite color is green. I'm going to give Superman a green cape, and I don't like the S. I'm removing it. Is it still Superman? Do you remember the ship of Theseus? At some point, it is no longer the character.
Is that what he did?
That is what he removed everything.
The thing from WandaVision.
Well, it's the from WandaVision, but also a full of yeah, exactly. They showed it in WandaVision. It's no longer the character. Like when is Superman not Superman? If he loses the red cape, if he loses the S, if he loses the blue, like at some point this is not Superman, but it's my vision. Well, your vision sucks because it ain't the character anymore.
There's a difference between trying to just shock people for no reason and like trying to tell a story about a character.
What was so interesting with the story of Oswald? It's a fat guy who's a mob boss.
No, I'm not talking about
every movie ever.
I'm not talking about the story of Oswald. I'm talking about the whole story, and he was
random
part
mobsters.
Of the story. It wasn't of random mobsters. It was a story was trying to tell about
of random mobsters
type of a Bruce Wayne who's going through a specific journey, and that journey is not exciting. Had something interesting to say about Batman as a character that has never been said in film before.
Because it's boring. That's why it's never been said in film before. Because it's boring.
So if you take every part of Vision and take about piece by piece, fine. I would still say it's Vision, right? The new thing that's made out of new pieces. But if you take those old pieces and you piece up together Vision again, that's a difficult question to ask because I initially gave Visiondom to the second being that was created piece by piece, year after year, a piece go away. But when you take the original pieces and make Vision again, that's like, bro, I would have to remove Vision status from the second being that was like all, formed and return it to the one that's made out of old pieces.
I'll give you the simplified version.
This is the closest sorry, well, I was going to say, what? I've forgotten. Doesn't matter.
Who's that supposed to be? Beast Boy?
Amadeus Cho.
Amadeus Cho.
Oh,
But
okay.
see, this is where I do okay, and this is all my issues with the comic books in general and how they get adapted in movies, because people can get away with this stuff because I blame DC and Marvel.
This was done for cheap. This was done for budget. This wasn't done for any.
Yeah, it was.
This was just budget. They couldn't, and that I don't agree with. If you're saying I'm gonna make the characters look like nothing, like because I don't have the budget to make the characters, then don't do the characters. That's different.
I think they could have afforded to do this because they do turn them into an animal.
They couldn't. That's crazy amount of money for like to make Beast Boy look like Beast Boy for the entire series. It's like
do that practically.
I suppose you could make him green, but like then he's not turning into the animals. He's not doing
what is
any
this
of that
from?
shit. This is from Titans, and that's not what I'm trying to say. Just going back to what you were saying, J-Man. If at a certain point, right, you get so far away from the characters. Let's say there was that movie that he was the guy who did The Wrestler. He's a really great director.
Mickey Rourke?
Aronofsky.
Yeah, Darren Aronofsky. Yeah.
Darren Aronofsky. He had a script for Batman.
Okay.
It was completely bonkers insane. Like Alfred was some black mechanic guy, and Bruce Wayne, after his parents died, ran away, and he was poor and living on the streets, and ended up like Al, this guy mechanic, was the one who basically looked after him, made his Batmobile, his Batmobile and all of that kind of stuff. If you get to that stage, right,
Poor man's Batman,
and your script is really, really good, and I'm the studio there reading it, I'll go at that point, dude, this isn't a Batman movie, but this is a really, really good movie. And let's try and make this on a budget. Obviously, we can't do it at Batman level budget because we don't know. This is still a risk, but you can't make this into Batman. You've got to have the spirit and iconic motifs of the character. Yes, it's true. But I think with villains, it's a little bit more relaxed anyway. Like, I think the villains should serve the superhero rather than, the story serving the villains. I think in general, keep the motifs of what the superhero is, like, as much as you can. You can play around with the villains a bit, but Mr. Freeze, I'd be disappointed if they go, Mr. Freeze is just some guy who puts people in freezers.
That's happening.
Right? That's fucking stupid. I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Is he going to be a guy like this? Do you think that
I don't think he's doing
is going to have him? Okay, but I mean, my point with that was that people were asking about all these villains, and I'm like, Bane is just going to be a muscle guy. It's like he's not going to do any of the fantasy elements that are part of the Batman universe.
He already had the kind of Venom thing, didn't he? With what Batman put in himself. I think that was kind of like
that was people were speculating on that or whatever. But
so
I think there's two ways.
I don't know that's necessarily. I don't think that's necessarily true, and I think he does. I think he this universe that he's created could go fantastical, a little bit fantastical.
I don't want to say normie. Oh, the normies, because I work in an office with a lot of people, various ages, and every single person in that office turned the Batman off after about an hour. Like, this is boring. I can't. This is boring. And then I tell them, and then they're like, "Well, what happened?" So I start to tell them, and I'm like, "Oh, Penguin." They're like, "Oh, Penguin," and all that. And they're like, "Is he in it?" I'm like, "Yeah, he was that fat guy." It's like, "Oh, is that Penguin?" Like, they don't know Oswald Cobblepot. They don't know anything. These people know visually what these characters look like, and they're like, this doesn't look like Batman to me. And that is from the normie. That has nothing to do with us talking here, who we all know, we all see what's coming up.
I've been with a bunch of normies as well, and only one person didn't like it. In fact, I didn't like it at first, and my girlfriend, because I fell asleep, because I'd been at work.
Right, because it was boring and nothing happened.
No, because I fall asleep in every movie. Boring. Trust me, man. If I've worked during the day and you take me to a movie, I'm falling asleep halfway through. I always tell people.
She should have nudged you.
Even they try and nudge me. Like the last what was the last one I went to? I fell asleep during
Dungeons and
Avatar,
Dragons.
during the end of it.
During Avatar, well, that was quite long and repetitive.
So,
I thought you was
but
about to take
I fell asleep during No Way Home, and I went to see that like just in the afternoon after I'd come back from work, and it was nothing to do with the film.
Oh, people were cheering like crazy during that movie.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have been able to sleep in my theater. They were like losing their minds.
They weren't cheering in mine. I'll say that much. But
well,
like, it was in the middle. It was in the middle of the afternoon, so maybe that's why. But it was nothing to do with that.
I will never forgive Doug Ford for that.
What I was waking up to in between in the Batman, I was watching it, trying to stay awake and whatever, because I've spent money on a film and I'm trying to stay awake during it, and I wasn't liking it. I was just like, I'm not getting this. And my girlfriend who came with me and some of her friends were like, no, this is really great. And then my girlfriend started explaining to me like bits of the plot and whatever, you know, and so I went to rewatch it, and then I loved it. So, you know, that's how it is. So I don't think normies saying, oh, I have a bunch of normies who didn't like it means anything. Some normies,
nothing means anything because it all goes with the numbers. But I'm just telling you that it doesn't feel very exciting. If I'm going to watch a Batman movie, it ain't going to be that one. And that's it. It's just not, it's not exciting. Like, and it's not a great enough mystery. The mystery is not a big enough mystery, and the conclusion and the resolution and what we learned is not enough. If the Batman movie, the same movie we just watched, was 2 hours instead of 3, that would make it a whole lot better. Because then you're like, okay, this is the first of a new series. They're letting you know that the city's corrupt. They're introducing new characters. They tweaked the Riddler a bit. Oswald's a little bit, you know, regular looking, whatever. You can kind of like, I think for 3 hours for the story we got, it's like, well, we've learned that everyone in Gotham City is corrupt. All of the rich guys are all corrupt. I'm like, right, I know that because it's Gotham City. Like, I don't, what am I learning here?
No, everyone knows that. Like, you're talking from a fanboy.
But the normies don't want to watch the movie as I, like, they watch it.
Well, that's your normies.
Okay,
my normies, like, I don't know. Like, my normies.
So hold on, you're telling me that all of the people did not know that Gotham City was corrupt.
Some of them didn't.
No, but J-Man, you're talking about people who are watching the film after its theatrical release who have the ability to be at home and pause and leave. That doesn't affect really much. Like the people who go to the movies to sit down and see the whole thing, they'll figure it out.
No, but I'm saying after 3 hours, you learned that Gotham City is corrupt. Did that need 3 hours of time, or could that have been done in 2 hours?
No, but it was the
could
way
the same movie have been done in 2 hours?
It was the way the Gotham City was corrupt. I would have cut a couple of scenes. Yes, that's true. But it was the way the specific Gotham City was corrupt, and it was addressing the issues that are very poignant at the moment about the wealthy and what about certain privileges that people have that essentially.
So Batman is essentially a villain who should cheer against him.
Mean that the people that Batman is often going against. Right, like, which has never really been addressed in any of the films. The people that he's often going against are the victims of these kind of corrupt people at the top. Yeah, who take system, and that's the interesting thing about it. It's like it's questioning, the morality of Batman and him actually deciding, like, hey, I can't just be this vengeance guy who goes around beating up fucking poor people without any kind of concept of my place in society. Like, I'm not the unluckiest guy in the fucking world, right? Like, actually, there are people who have suffered shit like me, and they're poor, to make it even worse. And then there's all this stuff with how they were using this renewal fund, right? Like, the way in which they were these corrupt officials were using it to They were what was it? They were using it the renew fund as to launder money and all of this kind of
money
shit
laundering
through it. But it wasn't just the gangsters; it was politicians. It was everybody. It was the cops and all of that kind of stuff. And that's, again, it puts more nuance
you really got to
into
know when
what
to
Batman's
stop sharing the screen, because we could have done a lot of this with like 4 of us. But like, it was so miniature.
But anyway,
what an unenjoyable screen.
Yeah, but anyway.
All right, back to what was the original topic of this? Zack Snyder?
There's more nuance to
I'm looking for, I want to see an exciting Batman movie. If you want to have all these great points about society and all that stuff, you could do it in another movie that's not called Batman. It's like they're selling toys. They're selling little toys, and I have them right here. I can pull them out. They're selling toys. What kid is going to buy these toys and be excited about watching Batman? When we saw Batman Returns and Forever, we came out, we're like, wow, everyone bought toys. We were playing. It's like this entire movie was weird. Like, the studio didn't understand the movie that they were making either. They're like, well, it's Batman, so there's going to be toys and vehicles. And it's like, those toys and vehicles are still there at my Walmart and Toys R Us. I have a Toys R Us across the street. You guys don't have Toys R Us. Well, if whoever's in Canada has it. And it's like, they're still there. It's like, what were you guys thinking with this movie? Because the Warner Brothers is like, well, yeah, it's going to be
look, people agree with you. I mean, like, I thought there'll be more people on my side, but people seem to be agreeing with you. So I believe they wanted him to put some more action in the third. I don't like the action in the movie. I thought the action was a little bit lacking until the third act. So that there, I kind of agree with
the amount of action we did have was fine. It was just, it needed to be like John Wick level action.
Yeah, they needed to sort out those action scenes. I wanted a bit more gadgets, for instance. I don't see why, just because he's in his second year, he doesn't have more gadgets. That kind of stuff would have helped a lot. But you know, as for the movie itself, I do think he was trying to do a thing, and I don't think it was for everyone. And I'm glad it wasn't for everyone. I think movies that are for everyone, sometimes they can be fantastic, fan service, cartoons, whatever. But sometimes I do like. There's like if I want to see just a comic book or a cartoon, I can watch a comic book or read a comic book or watch a fucking cartoon of Batman. I wanted something a little bit more sophisticated sometimes with the movies.
You got it, but at what cost? Because the sequel is something that you're trying to sell, and everyone who got the experience that they got the first time around and didn't like it. I mean, it's fine that he's from Twilight and I got some girlies in there. It's not going to work twice. They will not. They'll wait. They won't see this movie. The box office the second time around won't be 700 million.
It's Schumacher. Can I? And you know what? I want to say something I forgot. You reminded me. I will bet you. Mark this date. This happened on Transformers. There's a few others. I'll remember this. Where everything I said for part one, everyone's going to say the same shit for part two and pretend like it didn't happen in part. This happened in Batman and Robin. This happened in Transformers 2. I was like, Batman Forever, like, the villains are really silly. There's nipples on the costume. This is weird. This movie's kind of a joke. Like, why the character, like, Two-Face is wrong and keeps flipping the coin. I'm like, this is all wrong. Everyone's like, no, you're an idiot. But Batman Forever's a great movie. I'm like, okay. Everyone said Batman and Robin said the same goddamn point. It's like, I said this for one guy had to put the DVD, it was DVD at the time, in the thing and pause it and be like, look, the nipples are right there. He's like, oh yeah, they did have nipples in Batman Forever. I'm like, right. Same with Transformers 1. Everyone hated part 2. And I was like, I said the same things in Transformers 1. I bet you this second Batman, they're going to say, oh, it's a bit long. It's kind of dark. It's hard to tell what's going on. It's like, these really aren't the characters. They're like, yeah, everything from part 1. Because this is what they do. Whatever happens in part 1, they amplify it in part 2. Guaranteed.
Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing I'll say. I'll be right with you. If they do that in part 2, then I'll be like, okay.
I'm going to hold you to it.
That wasn't an artistic choice. I thought it was an artistic choice, for instance, to have Bruce Wayne be emo, right? Like, and like, you know, like, oh, he's creating Bruce Wayne persona. It's almost like the origin of Bruce Wayne. So I'm like, if I see in part 2 and he's still like this, then I'm gonna have a fucking problem. If I see in part 2 they do a Mr. Freeze and he's just like freezing people in a freezer, I'll be like, what the fuck on that roof? Like, you know, like saying,
ooh, go.
Like that will harm my perception of the first movie. So I'm not.
Star Wars fans feel Nerdman. You like all the Last Jedi. You like all those bad movies. That the way that I cannot watch The Force Awakens anymore because of what happened with the other Star Wars.
You reminded me. Okay. Oh, Chillmonger reminded me. That was my other one, Force Awakens. I walked out. I'm like, this sucks. It ruined it. It killed Han Solo like an idiot. And everyone's like, oh, I still loved it. I'm like, it's a remake of part 4. Then they all saw Last Jedi. Or it ruined Luke. I'm like, right. Just like it ruined Han Solo the last movie. Like, why are we pretending The Last Jedi started all this ruination of stuff? It happened in Force Awakens. JJ sucks. Right. Anyways, that's a different.
Big bro, what we've already got with, I don't think we did. I think that's a very surface level interpretation. Because one, I think the city was done way better. Like you know, in the Batman, like you actually felt like it was Gotham City, and it was a character in its own. So, and then the whole arc of Batman is completely different. I don't think that's
in the Dark Knight
necessarily
trilogy.
true.
Yeah. I think I like the Batman more than Dark Knight Rises, I would say. I don't think I like it more than the first two.
I kind of agree with you a little bit, but there's aspects that I like. Yeah, I like the two Nolans a little bit. I think they're a bit more rewatchable, but
I agree.
Aspects definitely of the Batman that I like more.
There are some parts. I'll say that I liked. Okay, so I still give it a 5 out of 10, which means I liked that Batman's investigating stuff. I love seeing him at the crime scene. I think that's really neat. I like him and Gordon kind of working together a bit more. That's kind of cool. The car looked much better. I prefer like a car versus like a battle tank. I know he had that in Dark Knight Returns, and that's the only comic anyone's ever read. And Long Halloween. They only read 3 Batman comics: Hush, Long Halloween, and Dark Knight Returns, and then they're Batman experts. But anywho. So
he
yeah,
did
I do
Man's
like
Land as well. So
No Man's Land, which went on for like 100 years, forever. Even I didn't read that whole thing. But I tapped out. I'm like, yeah, I can't. But yeah, I liked some of that. I think the costume looked okay. It was more armory, but like I understand it's more battle tactical. Like it's like a tactic. That looked cool. Some of the cinematography was good. The city looked kind of nice and dirty and grummy. That was kind of nice. And Killing Joke, you're right, Antonio, and Killing Joke. I do have that.
Look, again, as I said, I think it's one of those things that I do understand that people.
Oh, when they showed the signal in the beginning and everyone got scared that Batman is out, I thought that was kind of cool. But I also think they maybe misunderstood the signal. The signal is to call Batman to come to Commissioner Gordon. So why would the criminals be scared of the signal? You would think that they would be like, oh, he's with Commissioner Gordon, so he's not patrolling. I don't know if that was a mistake.
This was before that became a
thing, right? Mm-hmm. Sure. But anyways, I do like that people were at least scared of the Batman. Like, oh shit, he might be out there. Like, we better watch ourselves. So I thought that was kind of neat. So there's some like, I don't think it's a big trash movie. I don't like going extreme on anything. Even when I don't like something, I can still appreciate certain like parts of movies. I hate when everyone says it's trash or it's 0 out of 10. It's like 0. How did you get to 0? Like,
that's just the world we're in right now. Everyone's down on Mandalorian, and I'm like,
I haven't seen season 3
Take your shots, everybody, of the Mandalorian. You can't say that it's.
There is movies that exist that are 0 out of 10.
Fine.
I don't think you've seen them, K-Dots, because I watched a lot of films.
Hellboy 2019, Predator 2019.
Hold on. Say them again. Hellboy 2019 is not 0. Come on. It's probably like a 4.
I had to compare it to the Ron Perlman movies. 0.
Well, Hellboy 2 is 10 out of 10 for me. I see 0.
I mean, Hellboy 2019 alone. But one thing
it's like a 4 out of 10.
I don't even like that it's a comedy for one. I didn't like that.
But
don't worry, darling.
I didn't like his hand.
Don't worry. Oh yeah, don't worry, darling. What's that one again? Wait. You said Predator. That's the fourth Predator movie.
2018. The one with
is that the fourth?
The one with the giant super predator.
That's cool.
Oh no, that movie is god awful. That's like a 2 out of 10.
Olivia Munn.
Yeah.
That's why I'm giving it 2. I'm giving it 2 out of 10 for her. Otherwise, it's awful.
Which one? Which one is that?
The one with Olivia Munn, which is the only thing that's
What is that? Predator 2.
2018, the one with the super
predator.
Predator.
It's called The Predator, I think.
That was awful.
That's the worst movie. Yeah, that's really awful.
That was really bad.
It's not 0. It's probably like a 2 out of 10. Like Olivia Munn. It's not 0 out of 10. That's tough. 0 out of 10. That's harsh.
I can't believe because I forgot Shane Black did Iron Man 3. And I was like, from the trailers, it kind of looked kind of interesting. That's all. Oh shit, yeah, Shane Black again.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what happened to that guy.
And this the craziest thing too that threw me off. He starred in the first Predators movie, so he knows how the franchise should go. And he does this, like, bro, he was in the first movie. How do you mess it up this bad? That's crazy.
I don't know what happened. That was just like a weird movie, though. It was just a bit of a mess. Like, I don't think they really knew what they were planning to do. And I think they just it almost feels like they just shot whatever they thought might be neat. Like, oh, let's do this. It's like, oh, how does this make any sense? And why do I care? I don't know. That's weird.
Are you okay, Dirtbad, or were you like looking at your phone?
Oh, I was just looking at my phone. Don't worry.
Okay.
What were we talking about? I was looking at my phone.
Okay, so I was having breakfast at a restaurant when you guys started your stream. So I don't know what was the initial topic? Zack Snyder.
Oh, the initial topic was Zack Snyder's this conversation, but he stopped talking about really the Justice League. But
okay.
he was talking about. I mean, you can react to the moment as well.
I don't remember. I don't know what the
quickly. If I can find it, I'll try and find it. Well,
I like Zack Snyder. Out of everybody that you know or that anyone knows, I'm the biggest Zack Snyder supporter in the sense of monetary support, because I see every one of his movies in the theater. I bought all of the Making of Watchmen books. I bought all the Making of 300. I bought the Making of Sucker Punch. I bought what other books did I buy of his? I bought all the art books for his movies. I have every version of 300. I have every version of Watchmen. I've seen all of his movies in the theater, and I bought them all on 4K or Blu-ray. Even the Owls movie, which I kept digitally because I gave my nephew really liked it, so I gave it to my nephew. So I don't have that one in physical form, but I own every other one of his movies. But up till Man of Steel,
we were.
Man of Steel.
I love that.
You know.
Batman.
Is that the?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you couldn't hear it. Oh, you could hear it. Oh, sorry. I was going to share this bit with you, but
find it first, and then you can share.
No, I don't have anything against Zack Snyder, but Man of Steel and on, I don't like any of his movies.
After you hear what he said in this interview, just eating pizza, talking to the Russos, he had an interesting take. He is not married to these characters. He does not want to be faithful to them. Instead, what he wants to do is, be a good story.
Have them be unfaithful to each other.
Yeah, can I say something that I hear often, which is the director's vision and all this other bullshit? You know what's a cool vision? What about the vision of the guy who created the character? Does that guy's vision matter or no? I guess that guy. Cameo. It's like any of the creators. It's just like it doesn't matter. I'm a creator of stories. I'm writing my 3rd book right now, and it's like I would like to have my stuff adapted, somewhat faithfully. Anyways, let's hear his.
Well, real quick, and that's my issue with how any of these comic movies have always been done, even with these comic book companies.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even pay the creators as really like for Infinity War with the guy who made Thanos,
Jim Starlin.
He should have got the most cheddar out of everybody for that
big time
character. You can't have Infinity War without Thanos.
You can't even have it without Warlock, but they seem to do it. The Infinity Trilogy is Warlock versus Thanos.
Yeah, a lot of these comic movies in general, like just think about it. Look at the Superman and Batman movies. They always throw homage to the creators. Batman created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go to a Spider-Man movie. I mean, they say created by Stan Lee, but let's say any other character.
Steve Ditko's in every Spider-Man thing. They put Steve Ditko's name.
But you go to any other comic movie, they don't show any love. Like when Blade came out, they didn't show any love to the creator of Blade. For Moon Knight,
They didn't.
I mean, not in opening credits. Like how we see Superman movies, created by Joe
Schuster and Siegel, and then it even has like a little tagline saying "with the approval of Disney" or whatever, because now they retain.
Yeah, if you think about it, the only comic movies that really show love to the creators is the Batman movies or Superman movies and Spider-Man movies.
Wonder Woman did as well. Wonder Woman.
They do Wonder Woman.
Money over the credits every single day of the week.
I mean, money too, but just the credit of.
But you need
there to the character, letting people know like Batman created by this character. Like, wow, they're really.
Bill Finger got screwed. I didn't know for decades Bill Finger did so much. The guy died virtually poor, and his granddaughter. This is decades to get her granddad's name on. Like, this is an effing outrage. Really.
And did they give the money to the granddaughter now? Does she have?
I believe she's getting something. This is crazy.
She should get royalties. That's fucking crazy.
I agree with those reparations.
He doesn't
does
agree
that
with the
mean?
other
What
he
was
doesn't
that?
agree with
What?
the other reparations.
He said, I
No.
agree with those reparations.
Where's my? Oh yeah.
Oh, that's his issue with Batman and all the privilege. I see what's going on.
There you go.
But here's the thing: like, one, you're wrong about the reparations because that should be corporations who pay that, who you can go back because corporations are seen as legal individuals.
Right.
Right?
Okay. I'll go.
If you're saying is an individual who's born now responsible for what happened in slavery, that's not really the argument there. It's are these legal individuals who they wanted those rights. They wanted the rights of individuals because it's profitable for them. Now they have those rights. If you can track them back to slavery, then they should pay out the the descendants of slavery. So exactly. So there's a little bit of an argument there. I just had to bring that up. But in any case,
politics alert.
But in any case,
trigger warnings, guys.
Sure, trigger warning out. But in any case, like what you're saying about the director's vision, I don't think it should be a director's vision in the way like you have to get a director who, at least I believe, loves the character or at least appreciates and researches and whatever the character before they present their take. And when they present their take, if their take is really far off the character, I think the studio has every right to go, I don't care if you're, Scorsese, the new Scorsese, my friend, that's not fucking, whatever the question or whatever. I think the studio has the complete right to say that. But I feel like comic fans take it too far, like, with the nerdiness, like with the it has to be specifically like this, otherwise it isn't that.
Web.
And it's just like, the organic web, for instance.
That's too far.
Right? No, if Spider-Man was made now, right? That Spider-Man movie was made now. Like, let's imagine, and we've got Twitter. If that film got annihilated just because Spider-Man didn't have like the fucking web shooter, that's bullshit. Because the movie is artistic, it has something cool to say about Spider-Man, it's action-packed, it's got great performances, all of those things, just because he doesn't shoot it with the fucking, that kind of stuff bothers me. It's like those little details. If you're just completely warping the story of something, then I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up. But if it's just little tiny details, I think you have to allow.
I got you. It's not like the same thing as Kamala Khan, where they made Ms. Marvel's powers completely separate from comic book Kamala Khan.
That is weird. And they tried to tie her in with Captain Marvel, which I guess, okay, her name or whatever, but really, like, I don't get why they changed the stretchy powers. Like, who cares? Like, I guess they thought it was weird.
Kevin Feige was thinking,
I agree with you about Thor. Sorry, say what you were saying, J-Man, quickly.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just reading. Yeah, Thor. Yeah, Taika Waititi doesn't care anything about Thor. He just wants to do a Thor. He just wanted to do like a silly Thor movie with fantasy. But that was
MCU encouraging him to do that.
Yeah, and that was a bad film. It's not zero, but it's quite low. It's a fail movie because of many reasons, and it's too long to get into.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty bad, and that is done for cynical reasons. That's the kind of thing that is done for, like, I want everyone to love this, so I'm gonna make Thor silly and child friendly, and we can sell some toys for this. That pisses me off. When they change characters for that reason.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But I don't think, whatever you want to say, even with what Zack Snyder's about to say right now, which is atrocious, I don't think that's why Zack's doing these changes that piss people. I don't think that's why Matt Reeves does those kind of changes either. I think they're doing it more out of some kind of artistic kind of reason. That doesn't mean it's good, but like, All right, let's see. I hope this is the
place. The Superman came out, and the studio was like, "It's not funny enough. People want funnier movies. They want funny stuff." Well, we did go back and do a big kind of lighten the movie overall.
How dare this dog speak to us like children?
And I would say that Justice League, my cut of Justice League, is a sort of in between I always preserved some of the more intense stuff that I shot anyway.
Yep.
I thought they would, in retrospect, they would maybe want, making sure I of course had what was on the page, but we had this other script. I think in the original script, Lois and Batman got together, briefly. There was like this whole, there was this whole other thing that everyone was like, oh my God, you can't do that. So we were.
By the way, I love that. I wish you did do that.
Yeah, because Superman was dead. I was like, and Lois is pretty amazing.
Superman's dead.
So but it also brings her into the story in a way. It's complex,
she's
surprising.
Not really, her part in Justice League is really, we had written it, especially since I had Amy, and Amy's like a genius. I really felt like we should lean on Amy, because she's just a great actress and like a force of nature. And so, and I just thought it really felt like and then I love the idea of like setting up this sort of concept. It's sort of like when you're, in a movie like where the husband goes off to war and he's dead and the wife moves on and then the husband appears.
Yeah.
Like I'm not dead.
Yeah.
Like I'm fine. Like,
how do you deal with that?
Yeah, how do you deal with that? And that was kind of what I
emotional.
I
was
super into. That. Superman can be brought back to life.
Do you know I'm not even laughing at what he's saying? I'm laughing because fucking K-Dot's laugh always kills me. I just laugh.
No, one of the best Amy, ever. Amy's magic.
Superman went off to the afterlife.
Just going in the afterlife. See
should we finish this little bit? Finish this little bit and then you could go and.
Oh my gosh.
So now what happens with this? And it was that Lois was like, I'm still in love with Superman. You were kind of a thing, but then at that point Batman had already fallen in love with Lois and was like, okay, now I'm like,
it's brilliant. I want to see that.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah,
one day.
That's super cool.
But so
of course
we had done we had done the changes for the studio, and we had, and I mean, like, I'll be frank, Chris and I are not the funniest guys in the world. We're not like, we're not like awesome joke writers.
I don't know. I'm laughing a lot listening. I'm laughing a lot listening to you say that. Yeah,
I'm 100%. I'm just 100% honest. And we had Ezra, and Ezra's pretty funny.
Sorry, Reset. That was a burn. Russo that was a burn. That was a hard burn. That was a sly little dig, right? You can't say, because obviously this guy, he's come onto his show or whatever. He's interviewing him. He can't like directly tell him like that's a stupid idea. But that was I actually respect Russo for saying that. That's hilarious. And then just the last bit, and then you can react to him, man.
His role, to be the Flash and kind of be young and kind of be
the comic relief guy who comes in
irreverent and not quite understanding, and kind of like in awe of Batman and Superman.
Okay, I think that's it. And then he starts talking about other. So
yeah, Zack Snyder should not speak. Just let your movie talk for you, which is really not great either because your movie wasn't that good. But anyway, I don't know. Zack Snyder doesn't care anyways. He's just like saying whatever he wants. Like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this happened? It's like, no, it wouldn't. Like that would. It's like
it wouldn't be Lois.
It's like Lois Lane is in love with Superman. If he's dead, it's like she doesn't go to turn to Batman, and it's like, and then it just makes it just taints both characters.
That's what I said.
It's like. He's a better winner. That's the best thing to get out of that interview.
I just look. Yes,
that's
it didn't happen. I'm glad it happened, but that's just. I don't want to see Bruce Wayne thinking about, fucking his dead friend's wife and stuff. It's like,
it also means that when Superman came back, he wasn't even going to be like happy or any like not happy, but you know what I mean, like Superman, like I've got to do this, I've got to save the world, I've got to be heroic, blah blah blah. You know, like it wasn't going to be that. It was going to be, oh, I'm back. Oh, Lois is acting kind of funny. Like, why is she acting so funny? And then maybe the reveal comes at the end of the movie, and it's more morose Superman. It's like, what is that? What was the point? Is it going to be like a Jersey Shore, like, you know, like fucking Batman sneaking notes to Lois? Please don't tell Superman. Please don't tell.
Could they not?
He can literally like burn me from the sky with his laser beam.
I don't think I think Zack Snyder is better at adaptation of things that exist in a way that he can like frame them, like Watchmen, where it's like it's not cut and paste, but like Watchmen exists as, you know, 12 issues or one complete, you know, book if you buy it in the graphic novel form. And then he can adapt this. It's like, here's Zach, here's this thing, you make it. Or 300, where it's like literally Frank Miller's 300. Here's the book, make this. And then he makes it pretty accurately. The problem with Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Justice League, there is no one definitive volume of work to say, create this. They're ideas and concepts that have been around for decades now. That's why Nerdman has a Batman that he likes. I have mine. Everyone has their kind of Batman or Wonder Woman or whoever. Now you're up to a director who has to take sort of the best character traits, like Nerdman, you're always saying, take the spirit of that character and adapt it to screen. Sure, add your own stuff to it because you're the director. That Zack Snyder's not good at. Like even Dawn of the Dead, which I thought was a pretty competent remake. Again, that's a film that exists. Here's Dawn of the Dead. Here's Romero's work. Can you make this
remake it and like? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll say what I agree with everything you just said there, but I do think the studio notes, no matter what you may think about it, J-Man, I you know, that's fair enough. You don't like it, but you can see a dramatic shift in how many people like this movie in comparison with Man of Steel and BVS, right? There's a like
for Justice League,
it goes from, you know, like middle, you know, because I can understand why some people like BVS. I can understand why some people like Man of Steel because there are elements to it, like the action, the music,
the fights are good,
the whatever. So it's always going to be divisive because it alienates the Superman fans, and they're going to be loud. They're going to be loud online. They've got Twitter, they've got, you know, YouTube, they've got all of these things. And therefore, it's going to hurt the overall kind of appreciation of the movie. And what the studio did, which they could have still, where I think they could have still utilized Zack Snyder, is hopefully that he could have made a 3-hour version of this movie that, you know, had a similar kind of reception to Zack Snyder's Justice League. And they could again see with these studio notes, make Superman a little bit more heroic, you know, other people a little bit, you know, add like a little bit of humor here and there, and hey presto, we've got something here. And people still like your kind of tone of being dark and more serious and whatever, but just keep the characters more, you know, in line with what they are. And then you could have had something and even improved upon that. You know, I would have loved to see a Green Lantern battle
for sure.
Did Green Lantern what he did for the Flash at the end, where he was racing back in time. You know, that would have been crazy shit to see on screen.
Actually,
so
Green Lantern would be a cool way to get in some light stuff. The things he'll create out of the constructs will be unique physical humor that will translate to the global audience. And plus, Green Lantern himself is a fun character. And of course, I'm talking about the real one, Hal Jordan, not the
black,
not Guy Gardner. Where's the Guy Gardner community?
But in any case, yes, I agree with what you were saying, but he had to bring up the race swapping thing. But yes, he was going to go with the black Green Lantern anyway.
But John Stewart is a legit character, so I wouldn't call that a swap. Like he is a legit character.
I don't call it a swap.
See where I'm coming from? It's just I don't think you needed to get rid of Snyder. Like at that point, you could have just managed him better. And it's the same with Patty Jenkins. You can manage these people better. And there's ways of doing it where you don't have to be insulting. You know, like he was and he was willing to play ball. He didn't put this stupid romance
crap in
between
here
him
with
and
Batman. Yeah.
So he was willing to play ball. So
Snyder, Steppenwolf, and Antonio Stark, you have offended me deeply. I will no longer participate in a live stream that recognizes Jon Stewart as the Green Lantern. He is not anything but a temporary. Oh, look, you can have Green Lantern here in this Justice League thing, but when it comes to the Green Lantern TV show, they chose John. Hal. When it comes
What
to the
about
movie,
Alan
they chose
Scott?
Hal. Alan Scott happened, and Alan Scott is not primer
I have a
anymore.
statue of Alan Scott, right? You can't see him. He's right.
I'm
he's
happy
right
for
there.
you. I'm happy for that.
Jon
Alan
Stewart is
statue that you have.
cool.
I'm happy
Get
for the Jon
over
Stewart
it.
statue that you have. But the primary.
Brother Matumba. Jon Stewart is cool. Get over it.
You mean Matumbo?
That's your name, Brother Matumba. From now
The
on.
real Green Lantern is the one that they use when they do movies called Green Lantern, and that was not Jon Stewart. That was the guy called Hal Jordan. Adios.
Oh man.
Oh, he's good.
You can't
You can't argue with that.
Hal Jordan's the real Green Lantern. Yes, fine.
I think it's
I guess.
Green Lantern core.
It is a Green Lantern core.
I think if he, again, this is the thing I've always said with him. If you're talking about Superman, I don't see I just see or even Miles Morales. I just see that as a ripoff of Spider-Man.
Because it is.
It's not. Even though I like the movie, that's never really going to be something that you can add to the lore in a way that's going to take people's affection for Peter Parker. But I think with Green Lantern, it's kind of written into it that his best stories are with other Green Lanterns anyway. So if you introduce John first, you could always have a next movie where it's a team up, and I think it's more fun when you have Kilowog and all of these other characters.
This is the best way to give people both of what they want without taking one. They're police. They should be working there. In the series, hopefully in this series we see Kilowog. And other Green Lanterns, it's not just Hal and John, but some other Green Lanterns, they're all police. But what police do, they all come together, put their brains together, and try to figure out this case and fix it. It's not just Hal by himself. They're literally space police. Even if I'm not sure if you've seen y'all seen the Green Lantern 2011 show,
the cartoon.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Yeah, that was literally.
I like the animated films more than that though.
Those are good too.
But it was literally them being police is going on.
Yeah, that was neat.
Solving crimes.
I've read 24 issues of Green Lantern. That's it. And I know that because it was Grant Morrison's current run. That's the only Green Lantern comics I've ever read. I have to defer to the panel or to the experts on Green Lantern. I don't know anything about Green Lantern. I like Alan Scott because he's JSA.
My first one, funnily enough, was the Asian one.
Kyle Rayner?
Kyle Rayner. And I used to love those comics in the 90s. I had quite a few of those. For some reason, I just I dug the idea of him having a ring and being able to create constructs.
I like it too. Just never read any.
I got quite a few of the Kyle Rayner, but I never really read. And as big as a Jeff Johns guy as I am, I've never read his Green Lantern. I think tried to read the beginning, and I couldn't get into it. I like his Shazam more actually, and I like his Superman stuff a lot. But I've tried to read his Green Lantern and I hear how great it is. It's the same with his Aquaman. I hear fantastic things about his Aquaman, and I'm just I try and read it and I'm like, his Flash is good as well, obviously with Flashpoint as well,
I like Flashpoint.
The stuff he did on Flash I really liked as well. I read some of his early stuff before Flashpoint with the Flash where he was doing Wally West stories. But let's just we'll do a couple more comments and then we can get out of here.
I like 2099.
If people complain about Miles being called Spider-Man, then complain about Miguel being called Spider-Man 2099.
It's like this
he
for me.
Still has that Spider-Man name.
It's like this for me. There's only one Spider-Man. There's only one Superman. That's why. I granted, comics, shouts out to them for building the multiverse and all this stuff, but I just look at the multiverse as an excuse for creators coming here and create whatever they want. Just go ham, create whatever the fuck you want. You got Val Zod Superman. who they're trying to adapt when it's like, bro, you already have fucking Icon. You can make an Icon fucking movie.
Where exactly? Where's the milestone properties?
This is the thing about
I'm not
Icon, whatever. Like, first of all, that name is really silly. Why is he an icon?
Nah, that's
like, what's
that's the name they came up with.
Silly. Like, I don't know how you sell that. Maybe it's just me, but like when I hear characters like Blue Beetle and Icon, I'm just like, I don't know how you sell that to a general audience. But like,
Blue Beetle is a radio show. It's my favorite radio show, man. Dan Garrett, and they got his costume. They got his costume at the end of the trailer. In that trailer, he's the first one.
Again, yeah, I'm not everyone, so I can only see it from my perspective and how I like just talking, like when you say Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, like Flash, Hulk, like Iron Man, like all these kind of characters, they just sound on paper like they make the concept less silly of being a superhero, right? Like you can kind of like take it a little bit, not seriously, but like, why is he called Icon? What a part of his abilities or what he does, does the name Icon come from? And that just, it strikes me as kind of like silly, Do
you know, Kate? I've read 2 issues of Icon in Milestone, and I don't know if is that his superhero name or is that just the name of the book?
It's his hero name.
Right. So there, that's the name. It is what it is. I don't know.
And also, it's because he doesn't have exposure. He only exposure he had was Young Justice. Nobody's not exposed to him. We have to expose more people to the character, like Static Shock.
Static was big though.
My exposure to Static was the TV show, right?
Yes.
That was everybody's exposure.
Sure.
Now, Static to us who grew up with Static is like.
But Static Shock is like, it's one, you can get away with the silly name because it's a teenager character anyway, and it fits him because that's his powers. Like, it's Static Shock. He's actually
hardware fits. So it's like some of the guys.
Some of them fit. It's just Icon, and the fact that his story is so much like Superman. And then I also think the elements of his story that aren't like Superman that are interesting, like him being sent to this place and he's raised on by slaves, right? Like that find him, and then he survives, but he ends up being a Republican when he's like years and years later. I find all of that stuff interesting. I'm like, why would that happen?
And
why would you come from that and then have that political? So I don't think any film is going to explore that. I really don't. I don't think they're going to go anywhere near slavery. Like, if they did a film about him,
you wouldn't get that from Disney. Warner Brothers would. Disney, no.
Maybe, but like
Universal. Yeah.
Like, think about how many people are immediately going to go, oh, it's this woke blah 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 thing right now.
Well, they're going to say that no matter what.
Well, it's also
but that will give them the license. Like, why am I watching this film like about this superhero? It's like, that's his story in the comics. So let's do the story in the comics. But I don't think people can handle that.
Well, see, Nerman, when Icon was written, this is the thing. Black politics of today is not the same as Black politics from back in the day. I don't think no Black person of today, unless they grew up during that time, could write an Icon movie. And because the way Black people, our politics is totally different. Look at how Black people in the 60s acted compared to Black people now, right? We have totally different ways of how we are tackling racism and stuff. In my opinion, I think we was a lot stronger at handling that stuff back in the 60s because we was very united and stuff. Black Wall Street, all that. It's not the same now, but I think only someone from that time when Icon did come out, like,
I'm not saying, I get why they did it. And it's interesting to...
I'm just on my aspect of like writing it and bringing it to life today. No, but I really want to be genuine.
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying that why they did that in the comics and why it worked well in the comics is because it is interesting to have a Superman born into that situation. but it is Superman. That make no doubt about
yeah,
it.
Yeah,
That character is a rip-off of
concept.
Superman, and the only thing that makes him interesting is something that I don't think they'd really be willing to. I mean, think about it. Like Black Panther, right, is a movie that somewhat explores some of the issues presented in the Black Panther comic, but they don't really go there. They don't
know what it is?
like, you know what I'm saying?
Warner Brothers will drop shit that goes there. That's the thing. That's the thing with Warner Brothers. Unlike Disney, who's been afraid to do an R-rated Marvel movie for so many years, are now finally doing it because they're like, they see how Joker was successful, Deadpool, and they're like, oh, let's finally do an R-rated movie. Like they should have been doing, you know?
Sure, if they did that, then it would be interesting, but I doubt they're going to do that. But
you know what the problem is?
Even though, yes, Warner Brothers has been shaky, they've been doing nonsense as of recent. They've never been shy of like touching upon intense stuff. If you look at Warner Brothers filmography, they probably gave us the most intense films that we've probably seen in the history of cinema these past 100 years.
They're a golden age Hollywood studio, right?
Sure, but not superhero movies.
Not super, but in general, the movies they are willing to make, they're willing to drop some shit.
But J-Man, what were you going to say?
No, I was
going to say something a few minutes.
The issue is amount of money spent versus how much they think they can get. So if you're going to make a Superman film that's going to be $200-300 million, you need to make $1 billion. If that doesn't happen, they see it as a failure, whether we like it or not. So if you're going to do Icon, you have to make it like 100 minutes, do the slavery, give the budget decent enough so that when Icon's flying around doing stuff that looks good, but you're going to have to get a few unknowns. You're going to have to send it to a niche market so that the fans can get it and run with it. Deadpool still had Ryan Reynolds. I know that's a successful movie, but it still had Ryan Reynolds, household name. Everyone likes Ryan Reynolds. Deadpool is obviously more known than Icon, right? So you got to be careful with the budget. The problem with these movies, they're so overblown sometimes that if they don't make $1 billion, they're a failure, even if people thought they were pretty good. And this is the business part that ruins the artistic part. You need to have a good mesh. Icon can be, and Logan, okay, great. But again, Hugh Jackman, established character. This is like the 7th movie or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's not equivalent at all.
It's not equivalent. Icon can succeed if it's done smaller scale to target us. And then comic book fans will raise it. You know what happens? Deadpool is a good example for another reason. Okay, Deadpool. My wife wouldn't have gone see Deadpool, right? My cousins don't give a shit, but they don't know who this character is. They know Ryan Reynolds, but they're like, it's a superhero thing. It's not for me. What happens is I go see it. Then I start to tell everybody, oh, yo, you got to go check. This is crazy. This movie's hilarious. You need the nerd audiences to start dragging more people in. Because it's like once you get those guys,
the nerd audiences are turning people away. That's the problem.
Because they hate everything that comes out.
Exactly, and it's just like, dude, are you comic book fans or even comic book movie fans? Because it seems like you hate a lot of this stuff.
I agree.
I'm just like, at a certain point, you have to accept one. It's not only that they dislike it, they won't accept that anybody else likes it as well.
Right. I agree with that. And I've unsubbed a lot of people after the two breaking. Doctor Strange 2 was stage 1. Stage 2 was even Shazam, where now we have like a bunch of people hating. I'm like, did you watch this movie? Like, you can't possibly hate it as much as you're claiming. Like, I call it fake rage, where they're just enraged in order to get likes or retweets or views. Because it's like, you can't hate it this much, right? Like, I didn't like the Batman, but I didn't make rage videos. I still thought it was pretty good. I still bought the stuff. It's like, it's still Batman going around fighting crime. That's cool, isn't it? Like, I'm excited to see Batman go and do stuff.
Right,
you
exactly.
Like nerd, like we can nitpick it to crap here. You and like, us on the panel, because okay, we're a bit more knowledgeable, so we're going to nitpick the crap out of stuff. Me talking to a normie, I'm like, well, it's still Batman fighting guys. Like, even Man of Steel, I was like, look, do you want to see Superman fight a guy? The fights are great. Go if you don't care about Superman and the characterization, you just want to see guys battle. Go watch Man of Steel.
Right.
What are you doing? Go watch it.
But also, here's the thing. It's like, and I was part of this a little bit myself, so I'm not going to be like a complete hypocrite here. I'm going to admit my kind of faults here. Is that one, I feel like there's an artistic community that that became really interested in comic book movies, especially with the kickoff of the MCU and with the Dark Knight trilogy. So there were like some directors who were like, oh wow, look at what Nolan did here. Look at what Favreau did here. Like maybe we could do something with a superhero where we can tell something a little bit of our own story. I think that crowd has been alienated now. You saw how Sandberg has reacted. He's like, I'm not doing any superhero movies. I can't handle this. Right? Like, I'm out of here. I'm going to go back to horror. And that's sad because I think even if you don't necessarily like even the second movie that much, maybe it had too much humor, you can't tell me it wasn't like a finely directed movie. I mean, like, it was a good, well enough directed movie. And so, and he clearly had like, he was trying to make his own movie, and he got pushed out. And so there's other things as well where I feel like it seems like, and this is with Lord of the Rings, this is with Star Wars, all of these kind of things where like women seem to be under the attack in those kind of things. Ethnic minorities seem to be under attack. There's a way you can say stuff about like a female superhero movie that doesn't have to be so vindictive and vitriolic that women are just like, well, it's for you nerdy guys over there. And then it just becomes uncool because none of the cool kids are interested in this stuff anymore. And it goes back to the 80s where we're the only ones talking about it. And I think that's sad because it was fun when I was like, holy shit, everyone likes fucking comic book movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can go without sleeves. I can wear a t-shirt and not be embarrassed.
Or everyone loves these superhero characters. And it was like, it was fun,
on both sides. And I'll be honest with you, like just for the casuals, right? And I don't like when the casuals do this. They like to dismiss the comic book fans a lot, and the comic book fans like to dismiss a lot of casuals. But I like a lot of casuals, people that this is real. Nerd culture really became almost everyone's culture, let's say around like 2010. In the 2010s, that's when nerd culture became everyone's culture too.
I agree.
It became so popular, it became so cool. And for a couple years, it was a good balance. And I think it got to a point, just going off of interactions I see on Twitter and stuff and Instagram, is getting to a point where these people that used to either bash people for nerd stuff or were too shy to do it, now they're finally embracing because everybody's doing it. Really
completely forgot I put the oven on.
Really dismiss a lot of the people that grew up loving this stuff. And to be fair, there's people who grew up loving this stuff that do dismiss a lot of the people that didn't grow up like, oh, you're not a fan. You just hopped on a bandwagon like a couple years ago. It's too much of that on both ends. But for me, I've seen it more from casuals telling, people that grew up with this stuff, oh, you just got to accept and take whatever it is. It's like, it's in my opinion, I wish nerd culture was never hijacked. I'm at a point where like, damn, I didn't want to. I appreciate everybody watching the movie because we was there at Blade and stuff, telling people like, man, y'all should have been watching this stuff. This stuff was cool. Spider-Man.
I saw Blade twice in a row. I went to go watch it. I saw it at like 9 p.m. I bought a ticket for the next show the next day and went and watched it again. I love Blade.
But Daniel Martin's right about this fake outrage about like.
That's my thing. Fake rage.
It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, the Gavin is a fascist. I was like, come on, guys. It's just a person in the world of DC that's reacting to Batman. It's a random person. There's some people in the universe that's like, oh, Batman is a vigilante going around beating up people, taking the law into his own hands. Defund Batman.
Defund Batman. It's not gonna happen.
There's probably people that's like, oh, Batman's doing a job our boys in blue should be doing. Freak the Batman. Like, that's just how a character feels. There's probably some people in the universe, just like in BVS, that thought Superman is a danger to society because of his presence. He's an alien. He has all this power. I didn't criticize
that. Would happen if they, I think people like
because that's it makes sense. There's a bunch of people with different opinions about these characters. There's people who probably think Batman is a fascist. We know Batman is not a fascist, but some people think.
And I think the rage has now spawned people who want to be enraged to feel like they're part of we're the enraged comic book group now. And the thing is that sometimes they're targeting things that are so weird. Like I'm gonna say the Marvels. I know everyone's pissed off at that trailer, but it's like, look, the people who don't like the Marvels trailer, they didn't like the first movie, they don't like Brie Larson, and they don't like Carol Danvers. So if you don't like any of those things, why are you upset that you don't like the sequel? Like, obviously, if you didn't like the first movie, you won't like the second one. So obviously, you could just ignore that movie. I'll say this: I know everyone's enraged over the Little Mermaid stuff. I have not seen the Little Mermaid. I have not read the Dutch fairy tales. If every single person in the Little Mermaid live action was white, I still wouldn't go see it. If every person was Latino, I still would. I don't care about the Little Mermaid, so I'm not going to make.
No, exactly. It's like when did these like supposed like 20-year-old, 30-year-old guys all of a sudden they care about the little fucking mermaid?
Right.
Like when did that happen?
When did that happen?
Am I confused?
I grew up with this Disney.
You grew up with the
you're allowed
mermaid.
to.
I grew up with Disney, and I'm telling you, even as a person who loved fucking Disney, I loved like Beauty and the Beast and all of those kind of things. No one, Little Mermaid is not the hot ticket out of those Disney movies. Like that's why they made fucking all of those ones first. You know, and now they're scraping the bottom of the barrel with the rest of them. They made Aladdin. They made, because everyone loves fucking Aladdin. Everyone loves, you know, like it's not one of those ones that's geared towards certain types of people like us.
Right.
Like I think. Anyway.
No, and K-Dots, you're allowed to. What I'm saying is, I'm saying for like me personally, like if, like, let's say my cousin, I don't know, but like she was younger than me. If she loved Little Mermaid and got into the fairy tales and watched the cartoon series and watched the movie, and she's upset, she has that right, because that's a property or IP that she loved. I personally don't. So I'm not going, my channel does not have videos of me saying, I don't like this casting, or this is swapping, or this is woke. I'm not going to focus on that battle. I did not like Eternals. I focused on that battle. I focused on Thor: Love and Thunder because Thor was ruined to me. Those are the battles that I'm picking. I can't fight every fandom. It's like, I'm not a fan of Little Mermaid, so I don't care. All these people came out of the woodwork. They changed Little Mermaid. I'm like, I'm sorry, are you a Little Mermaid super fan? Like, I'm a super fan of He-Man. When Kevin Smith did his garbage He-Man thing, I was all over that. I'm a He-Man guy. I'm not a Little Mermaid guy, so I don't care if they ruin it or not, or if it's not. You know, I don't even know if it is ruined. So, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, like for the Little Mermaid thing, right? Look, this coming from me. I didn't want no black mermaid. I wanted
perfect
white, red-haired chick.
That's what it is, yeah.
Because there's a princess who I think is better than Ariel. Ariel's not even the best Disney princess. Let me make that. I think she's one of the weakest. She has a great singer.
That's what I'm saying.
The actor,
one of the weakest.
The actor they casted for Ariel should have played Princess Tiana a much better princess. And she's
who's Tiana?
The frog and
Princess and the Frog.
Prince and the Frog.
Prince and the Frog. Okay.
Which originally is a story about white people, by the way. Like,
but you know, we're gonna off the Disney version for the Disney.
They're all white. They're all white histories, right? Aren't they?
That's what I'm saying. White. So, like, that's kind of like.
I mean,
that's so hypocritical. The original story is like a white story. So why are you all right with that when Disney
we're going off Disney specifically?
We're going off what Disney did. So Disney are not the greatest of that story.
All right, Disney when they made the animation was like a remake of the original story, but they're remaking their story they made. So I'm expecting for it to look like that. Have you guys seen the news about the recent Lilo and Stitch thing? They took out Bubbles.
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Is Lilo and
I know. I've heard of it, of course. Who's Bubbles?
Dude, this is the thing. But again, I agree with you, J-Man. I think you went a bit far with the He-Man comment. Like, I care about He-Man, but I don't care if
He-Man and
yeah, but like, dude, a lot of these cartoons, right? Like, I guess it's when you grew up. Like, you're in your 20s, wearing all like ancient times.
They took Ving Rhames out this movie, a black character, and placed him with this Hawaiian woman.
Oh dear God!
It's
this for the live
sharing
action
it. I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's go.
For the live action movie, this character right here, Bubbles, who's a very essential character to the movie, is being replaced. It's not a race swap. It's just a total replacement.
Right.
So just like with Mushu from Mulan, they took out Mushu. They're doing the same thing with another essential.
That was
character.
bullshit, man. Like the whole energy and spirit of
Mulan
was just like
gone. They drained it. Even Lion King, it was drained because when they trying to.
I wanted to see like a serious, like Shakespearean version of Mushu. You know, like a black actor like Shakespeareing it up being Mushu because it was like a more serious film, so it would have been interesting. Like she has a little friend.
Watch those either.
They should have went for it. It would have. They had the effect and everything to pull that off.
I tried I tried all of them: Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, and I really wanted to see them come to life. I honestly, I was digging the idea. I was like, oh, they're gonna bring the Lion King to life. Like that's gonna be like kind of interesting. And then I just watched the first half an hour, and I just can't get through it. It just doesn't. It doesn't translate. It really doesn't.
Yeah, I think realistic lions can't do facial expressions that look realistic to replicate animated smiles or sneers or growls, and like a real lion. So what's the point of taking an animated movie and making it a CGI animated, basically, because CGI is animation sort of, and it's just going to look weird. I don't know. See, I'm not saying So I'm not saying people can't be enraged.
I'm not sure if you might agree. You remember Aslan from Narnia?
Yes.
Aslan from Narnia had more expressions on him than the lions in Lion King.
Right. But why are you mad when you've got the original film? That's what I don't.
This is what I'm saying.
You've got the original film. Just go back to the original. It's like it's not going to hurt that.
Oh yeah, I'll go back.
It's the same with the Star. Look. I know I'm going to touch a few nerves here. It's the same with the Star Wars thing.
Oh,
I'm like, you still got the original movies, like.
Well, you don't have the original movies because they're altered. You only have this.
That's fucked up.
They go the 40 years. They're like 40 years of start of Jedi. It's like 40 years of Jedi. No, it's not. It's the special edition we're watching.
I lost like viewers when I said that, by the way.
What did you do? Erman, if the sequel trilogy was like a totally separate continuity, like the Disney live action remakes from the original, then you have a point. But if they are ingrained into the original, I mean, it's. I'll be honest with you, it's hard for me to like go back. I can watch the movies again, especially old movies, but it's kind of hard looking at like, dang, Luke starts here and he ends here.
Just put it out of your mind. As a Star Wars fan growing up, I can never say this word. Put it in compartments. I can't say the word. I can never say it.
You made me do it.
Damn it. Compartmentalize, right. Because when I was growing up, there's a lot of things like the comic would come out and you read the comic, you're like,
I was like, what?
I can't say it, yeah. It's like the comic would come out and it's like, it would contradict things. And it's like, hey, this character's not in it. So even as kids, I was like, okay, look, there's the Star Wars trilogy. That's sort of the real Star Wars. And then all of these other offshoots, Droids cartoon and stuff, even if they try to somewhat put it in, it kind of isn't. So that's the way I've always seen Star Wars. The sequel trilogy is awful. We know it's awful, and it is trash, and it did anger me, and I did make it rage videos because I'm a Star Wars fan. I have every vintage figure from Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, almost all of them from Jedi. I don't have the really expensive ones, and that entire section is all Star Wars. I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt today. It's like, I love Star Wars, so I will rage about that because I'm a Star Wars expert. My point was that people, if they want to rage about something, shouldn't they love it first in order to get to the rage? I think people now are just raging just to be part of the rage culture. Yeah, like, oh, I hate it too. F Shazam 2 is shit. It's like, did you watch it? What did you know? Like,
here's the thing about that as well. That really like gets me is like the sense of entitlement, like that the modern fans have is just fascinating to me because you go back to a time when Batman came out, right? Like
89
Batman. If you imagine like how we are today, there would never been a Batman franchise. There would never have been the Batman animated series because we would have been like, oh, Joe Chill didn't fucking kill Batman's parents. This is bullshit. They fucking had Batman killing, you know,
glad the internet didn't
killing
come out
people.
when you guys was around.
They had you wouldn't
Joker
even have
dies at the end. Joker's that mobster. It's like there's no Robin.
Look at the way the city looks, man. It looks like some fairy tale shit. Like all of that kind of stuff, and what you're talking about, we probably wouldn't have had. You should thank us because you wouldn't have had any superhero movies if we were like how guys are these days on the fucking internet.
Nerman, you know what I'm saying?
Two-Face is black. Well, fuck this movie. Yeah, it's like.
You know, look, you know for a fact, even though at times when we was talking about Batman 89 and stuff, I was making fun of his zip line and stuff. I will always show respect to someone like Keaton, because if it wasn't for Keaton, I wouldn't have gotten the animated series that I grew up watching.
Which now everyone loves and says it's the best iteration of 89. If
89 failed, we would have never ever got the Batman the animated series. That would have never came out. It probably would have came out maybe today. You know, I
don't even think there would be anything today. Batman 89 is super. Batman 89,
Superman 79 and Batman 89 are like
super essential.
The most important like comic book movies. If they didn't succeed, Hollywood have been like, maybe.
That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's a literal fact. And 89 was Batmania. I saw that in the theater. I told you my 6th grade teacher happened to be in the same theater. The next day in school, in grade 6. He stopped teaching. He's like, Jason, my name, Jason, come sit up at the front with me. We sat at the front and we did a Q&A for Batman 89. We gave our reviews and the class was asking this question like, oh, is Robin in it? I was like, no, Robin's not in it. Oh, does Penguin do anything? I was like, no, he's not there. This is how crazy it was. In class, in grade 6, during like math, the guy shuts math down. He's like, oh, we got to talk about Batman. And we're reviewing it. Can you imagine happening in school with you and your teacher in grade 6? I don't know how old you are, talking to the class about Batman and reviewing it.
Well, to be fair, I talk to my students about like superheroes.
Well, you're cool. But yeah, again, Batman, Joker dies. That's a no-no. Batman kills no-no. It doesn't have the gray. That's a no-no. It's like Batman. There's no Joe Chill. It's Joker. Even as a kid,
it seems like a lot of great.
Even as a kid, I was bothered by that.
I was bothered by it too.
But I was so excited to see Batman. Like it's so like
and Joker was badass with the gun and everything.
I was having this argument with this Shazam guy. He's like, I'm a long time Shazam fan, and they took away Uncle whatever,
Dudley,
like,
Uncle Dudley.
And they didn't do this. I'm like. And I'm like, oh, are you a fan of the TV show? And like, oh yeah, the TV shows. I'm like, well, that didn't really wasn't so accurate either. I mean,
they're driving around in a van. They're driving around in a van looking for problems. It's like, okay, what is
Lou Ferrigno Hulk? You know what I'm saying? That ain't fucking accurate either. You know,
no, not at all.
No bad theory. That was a dope series.
They changed his name to David because they thought Bruce was a silly name. That's literally the reason.
Because of the alliteration, Bruce Banner as well. They didn't like the comic book alliteration.
And the showrunner wanted him to be red. He's like, well, when you get angry, you get red. And then I think Stan Lee or Marvel execs were like, yeah, no, that's not happening. Then it's not the Hulk. The showrunner wanted him to be red. When Daredevil appeared in Hulk, he was in a black costume. Yeah. Everyone lost their minds. They're like, why is he in a black? I remember this at school, man. This is me asking. He's in the black costume. That's stupid. Why isn't he red? I was like, I don't know. It's like now people are like, oh yeah, the black costume is cool. It's like, okay, it wasn't cool when they did it in the Hulk TV show. Everyone lost their minds.
Yeah. But Bill Bixby's still the best Hulk. Or
he's the best Banner for sure.
David Banner, but Bruce Banner. But like, as I'm saying, it's just like. We wouldn't have anything now if that's what a generation had been then. And Shazam, if you had supported the Shazam movie, hey, maybe they would have gone, hey, maybe we should do an animated thing. And then when the animated guys do their stuff, they really do go in and read the comics and they'll try and make it a lot more in line with the comic books. And then the next filmmaker might come along and might make the Shazam movie that you want. That's the whole point of the evolution of these characters in film, and you cut them off at the kneecaps. You ain't getting any more of that shit.
Nerman, you know I have issues with Zack Snyder Justice League, but first I watch it for free, and then I watch it on streaming
twice. No, I watched it on streaming. I made sure to support it. Black Adam, saw that shit 3 times. Shazam 2, saw that shit 2 times. I should have watched it more than Black Adam. I'm crazy, but I bought it on streaming. I paid for it. And I bought it. I didn't rent it. I bought it. Even movies I know I have an ink like I may not like it, especially DC or Marvel. I want to go because, just like you said, if now Wakanda Forever, that was my personal little strike. I couldn't.
No, but that's fine because that's done. Once you've made $1 billion, you're a made man, right? Yeah. Like, so you don't need to worry about. Like, if you want to, if you want to revolt against, like, say the last Shazam movie made like $1 billion or something like that, right. And then I don't like the second one, right? And I'm like, that's a complete betrayal of the character. Fine, because I can, then what do you call it? Like critique with your wallet or whatever they call it,
right?
Because then it's an established franchise that that they're always going to go back to that, so you don't need to worry. Star Wars, right. You don't need to worry about that,
right?
And so if you don't like it and you want to show the studios you don't like that version, then by all means, do what you have to do. Yeah, but it's the newer characters. You can't, if you like that character, and you're a fan of that character, you need to make sure the movie's at least profitable.
Because
at least whatever you can do to it.
Right. During the time when Black Adam came out, like, as I said, if Henry Cavill was to come back and he gets slightly rebooted, I'll take him back. So I want to go support the movie 3 times. So I was like, oh, fucking Superman's back. He's not my specific Superman I like, but fucking Superman's back. Okay, maybe we might do something. He's not going to be the Superman, but make sure that you support it. It didn't make its budget back. It didn't make over $1 billion like it should have, or even made over $800 million. But I had to just do my due diligence. Like the Mario movie, I still got to go support that in theaters. I make sure I support it. It's going to make $1 billion.
No, you don't have to. That's fine.
It was a fun movie.
All I got to is Mario, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. What were you going to say, Sean? You were
because video game movies are.
Yeah, I gotta say, just because a lot of video game films are trash, doesn't mean you guys have to put a bland, safe film on like an amazing scale. Just saying.
You didn't you weren't a fan of Mario?
Yeah,
you liked it?
It wasn't bad.
Yeah, it's a kids movie. About half an hour in, I realized that this is not going to be like a Pixar where it's like a middle ground and adults can appreciate it.
Just a straight kids movie.
Straight, simple, good little moral at the end. Straight, simple kids movie, but Mario is a current property still aimed for kids, so it was the right move in my opinion. I literally, as I was watching, I was like, "Oh dear, I don't know, this isn't." And then I'm like, "Wait a minute!" I'm looking around. The entire theater was packed.
Yeah, you have to.
They loved it.
Yeah, you have to critique a movie for what it's trying to go for, or what it is. You can't be. I give the equivalent. It's the same with Shazam 2, and I'm still pissed off about Shazam 2. But I give the equivalent of like people who go like, oh, it would have just been much better if like Shazam died at the end. I'm like, dude, like, do you have Beast die at the end of Beauty and the Beast? Oh, that would have been a much more, real, like,
poignant and all this bullshit.
But it's a fucking kids movie, dude. Like, they're trying to get kids
I wouldn't say kids movie. Family
friendly. Yeah, so you want to go with the mom, the dad, like maybe
Shazam's like
kids or whatever.
Mario looks like a kids movie. Shazam is a movie like whole family watch.
I agree with that. But Mario is a successful movie.
It's a successful kids movie. Yeah, when you're sitting, the kids aren't going to go by themselves. So any kids movie by
I meant successful. I'm talking about for kids watching.
I'm talking about for what K-Dot's
You're talking about money, right?
Yeah, like so. If you're say a kid, like it's not a 9-year-old kid isn't going to be going to a cinema by himself, right? It's going to be like with his parents. So inherently, any family movie is ultimately a kids movie.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So
you can't give free passes to a film just because it's a kids film.
Cole, I agree with you, and I don't give passes to kids movies that are dumb, but I don't think Mario dumbed it down, and I think there was some good lessons.
I'm not saying
it was an enjoyable adventure.
I'm just saying it's not great. That's all.
Yeah, I gave it a 7 out of 10, but which by my rating system means it's pretty good because
it's like kids movies for me. I know when to accept them for it. Like I said, there's levels to kids movies.
So Steppenwolf, even for a Mario film, it was way too basic.
For example, like I can name a few: How to Train Your Dragon 1 and 3, Iron Giant, Wall-E, Up, Kung Fu Panda 1 and 2. I think they are meant for kids, but those are not movies I really consider kids movies. They're movies that transcend kids movie to an extent. Yes, they're for kids, but when I say family, like literally everybody can watch it because there's kid stuff that's just straight up like Dora. That is straight up.
That's for little kids.
That did like me as a father. If I was a father, I wouldn't be sitting there with my daughter watching that. I'm gonna be like, okay, as long as she's watching it, cool, and I'm gonna be trying to watch.
No, man, you're a father.
As long as it entertains her, cool. But there's levels like Iron Giant, even though
that's a brilliant movie.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely kids movies that are like a lot more artistic and whatever, and I appreciate those. But I can appreciate like I haven't watched the Mario movie like properly. Like I've seen it, like but I'm not a huge Mario fan, so I'm not like dying to go out and see it. Huh? Yeah, I did. Back in the day, I watched a live action one, and it was horrible. It's terrible.
I saw that in the theater. I thought it was
that's a movie that is failing at what it even is attempting to do, and that's Street Fighter or something like that.
No, Van Damme's my hero. No,
at what it's trying to do.
I'll be honest,
question for the panel after. You'll be honest. Go on, please.
I'll be honest. For a while, because I didn't know the Super Mario movie was like real as I was growing up, and when I saw the cover, I literally thought it was like the cover for a porno.
Oh, interesting.
I was like, this is
so.
great.
Would you say the Mario live action movie compared to the game would be the same as Oswald Cobblepot in the Batman to the comics? I don't know. I'm just saying it's like
I would just call the live action compared to what Mario should be. Like just damn.
I'm just messing with Nerd Man.
I know you're messing with me, but it's kind of like it's
I
get your point of view, and it's just like there's precedence for that in the comic. So
okay.
So maybe you just don't like that version, but.
You're correct.
Question for the panel: after the Mario's box office, do y'all think do y'all think Spider-Verse can reach 1 billion? The trailer was the most viewed superhero trailer of 2022. Yeah, man, I think it could do. It looks cool. And then guess what? If it makes that much amount of money, if you're a Miles fan. They might do a live action Miles.
I mean, if that painfully average film can get 1 billion, then Spider-Verse definitely can.
Sure.
Well, so I talked about this on my stream, the Spider-Verse thing. Now, let me ask, if this was live action, how much money is it making? Take the concept that we seen in the trailer, make it live action. How much money is Across the Spider-Verse making?
That would cost like 500 million to make. Maybe not actually, but like it looks like very expensive stuff.
It probably would be expensive, yeah.
It would be a very expensive movie. How much did Avatar cost to make, by the way?
$4 trillion or something? I don't know.
Because it needed to make 1 billion to
over
even
300 million.
Yeah, that's
It
crazy,
was over
man.
300 million.
That's you can make so many Terrifier movies. Oh my god, you could.
He was so lucky. I wish they'd do a Green Lantern movie that style, but it would take like 10 years to make, wouldn't it? How long did it take Avatar for them to make that shit? Because I don't think you can do that shit quick.
It takes over 10 years.
I think it takes a long time to do that shit.
Well,
which is
okay. Let's say this is why I'm asking this, because live action compared to animation, animation still is not respected as much compared to certain animation by certain studios, but animation is still not respected enough to a certain extent. If you took Across the Spider-Verse with the concept as it is, with the way it is, you see in the trailer, that's making well over $1 billion. I'd say as much as
I mean, Spider-Verse made $3 billion. No Way Home, yeah. No Way Home's close to that in some ways because it's like it's as close to that as you can get. But like,
it's a Spider-Verse movie.
But I like the Spider-Verse movie way more. We had a debate actually on J-Man's channel, which is funny, which was the best Spider-Man movie, and he's just completely wrong. He's got Spider-Verse like at number like you've got it like number 6 or some shit like that.
Oh, it's Spider-Man
movies.
It's my second worst.
It's his second worst Spider-Man movie. You're on hallucinogenics, bro.
But you can't.
You're on hallucinogenics.
It looks like crap. It's all jerky, and I'm like, I literally thought the projector was broken. I'm like, is there something wrong with the screen here? And someone's like, well, that's just the style. You want it to be garbage animation? That's what you wanted. I've seen it like 3 times at home.
I'm not a huge fan of the animation. I like the story of the film, but I'm not a huge fan of the animation. It's
right, and I'm on IMAX. It's like,
I'm what like, film?
Spider-Verse.
Into the Spider-Verse.
I think they clean it up better with the second film, but whenever they start like traveling to different universes and it does the glitchy comic stuff, it was great. I mean, I don't get seizures and that epilepsy stuff, but if I was prone to that, I'd probably get one from all.
Yeah,
they just move too fast for me.
No, the animation is a little overhyped in that film.
I bet you everyone is going to say all my same points that I said for Spider-Verse 1. They're going to say all the same points for Spider-Verse 2, just like Transformers, just like Force Awakens. What was the other ones I mentioned? They're just going to say, they're going, oh, the animation's weird and this kind of jerky. I couldn't tell it. It's too crazy. And they're all going to say the same crap. I'm like, yeah, I already said this in part 1. And they're going to say it's like Batman and Robin versus Batman Forever. It's just going to be the same movie again. I do like Spider-Man 2099, so I'm anxious to see him.
What's that awful 93 movie? What's he talking about? Oh, laughing my ass off that. No, maybe he's behind. I think he's talking about Mario. Yeah.
What's capping mean? I don't know what that means. Capping?
Oh, here's a new thing though. I watched Aquaman again, and I
saw that.
Reevaluated that movie, man.
I saw that.
I love your speech you gave about that. You know, I am Nerd Man.
Yeah, I'm the protector of DC. You know what I'm saying?
Iconic.
But that's an interesting one because I saw that twice in cinemas and I fell asleep twice.
How old are you, man?
I don't know.
My grandfather would take me to the movies and fall asleep.
I just fall asleep, and then I watched the movie and I missed bits, and then I wanted to watch it at home, and I watched the first 30 minutes, and the first 30 minutes are rough of that movie.
Sure.
Like they're not good.
Right.
This bit on the boat with the dad and Black Manta and there are a couple bits that I still think, why is the villain got like a hero montage in the middle of the movie when he's making the Black Manta suit? Why would you do a hero montage with the villain? You want to do a scary montage when he's making the Black Manta thing. You want it to be like ominous or something.
I didn't like the song that was playing when he was making his suit. It was just,
so it was like I woke up during bits like that because I heard the song. I'm like, oh, that's a cool song, and I woke up and I'm watching it and I'm like,
but Black Manta looked wicked, man. He looked awesome. I bought all the toys for that too. Like he looked awesome. Like, and they even explained why his head is a little bit. Because, in the comics, they always drew him a little bit thin. Like, it felt like the head was a slightly thinner. And when he made the bigger version with the eyes, and it wasn't adjusting properly, and then he had to make it, like, a bit thinner. I thought that was really neat.
Yeah, no, I liked a lot of it this time. It's still a dumb action movie, but it's a good dumb action movie for the most part. And the visual aspect of it, it's like a comic book come to life.
Yeah,
literally, like some of the underwater stuff is like so. It's gone up in my estimation. It's another good DC movie, so I'm happy.
Let me actually, because I asked you this when we was grading Black Adam. since I look at Black Adam as a pure action film, same for Aquaman, which is the better action movie for you in these DC movies?
That's a really good question.
Like a lot of these DC movies are action films, but Black Adam and Aquaman are like action film.
Yeah, I don't know which one I would rank higher, Black Adam or this one. I think they're almost the same.
Well, sorry, who's the better?
I think visually, I guess I visually, I guess I like Aquaman more in how comic booky it looks. Like it's almost Snyder-esque, but poppy, happier Snyder. Like, you know, if Snyder took like ecstasy or something and then decided to do his visual styling where it's very stylized. But what I like about Black Adam is the way it captures the action of these superheroes. I think that's really unique and original about it. And then I never thought I'd ever like Hawkman, and fucking
he was awesome in that. Man.
And what's his name was so good. Dr.
Pierce Brosnan.
You know, all of that stuff was really, really good. I just think the end fight was a bit stupid, and that kid was annoying. That's really it.
The fight was lackluster. It should have been the most epic of the film.
But the end fight, when I'm talking about the end fight, I'm not talking about the Justice Society versus.
Black Adam versus Sabbac.
It's only the Black Adam versus Sabbac. The Justice League versus Sabbac bit was fucking awesome.
That was awesome.
Like. So yeah, I don't know. I think they're both in the middle. I still like Wonder Woman more. I think that's a way better film. I still think Shazam's better. I still think Shazam 2 is better. I know you might disagree. I think Zack Snyder's Justice League's better. Is that it? I think that's it. And then I think the Batman and Joker are better. But then I think those are perfectly good movies, and they don't need to be part of the discourse of DC's trash or something, because Aquaman's better than a fuck ton of the MCU movies.
Oh, that's for sure.
Like
Aquaman should have got that VFX award for in the Oscars back in 2018. That shit was raw.
Well, who got it instead? Do you remember?
It was.
Well, he didn't even got nominated. They didn't get nominated.
No, Aquaman did get nominated.
No, it did not.
Oh,
Aquaman did not get nominated.
As it shouldn't have, you know.
Oh, Cole, you're so mean.
I know.
Oh, it was Infinity War 1. That shit. They only went to
Infinity War is great.
No. But
it's not good. It's not visually as
like Aquaman, as far as doing something like underwater.
The designs on those underwater things were crazy.
Cool. For Infinity War, they just went to a different planet and fought on Earth. You know, they really didn't like.
Well, to me, I didn't really see that. I mean, there were moments where it looked beautiful, but then there were other moments where the water visual effects looked blurry as hell. I feel like, you know, underwater, not every structure would look as perfect as it did, a little unrealistic. And then there were visual effects outside of the water that looked like some of the worst shit I've ever seen in my life, like that zoom out of the fucking plane. So yeah, it didn't deserve it.
Can you kick Cole from the stream?
I'm gonna just kick him out.
No, don't. Oh, we
don't need dissenting opinions.
Oh my god.
I actually see what he's saying, but I think when it is good, it's so fucking good. Like you can't like. Every superhero movie looks wonky at a certain point because the technology isn't quite there. I can't think of a single superhero movie that deals with like the otherworldly powers and whatever that looks completely clean. There's none of them are like that. And I think Aquaman, where it gets it right, it gets it super right. Like, for instance, the bit where Aquaman's in chains, and he's going up to Orm, even though the design of everything looks spectacular. They just look really unreal under the water at that point. They don't look like they're really there. You know, the way the hair's waving around. It's too. I don't think we're there yet.
Do you think it consists? Like, I think for me, if something consistently looks the same throughout the entire film, I lose myself in the story and the world of the movie, which is why I don't like, for example, the Star Wars special editions where they started to mix in CGI. If it's all CGI, I kind of lose myself into the world of it. But if it's, oh, here's a puppet and now it's CGI and then it goes back to puppetry, you're like, wait, what? It feels like it's taking you out, which is why I don't like that kind of a thing.
They did that really well in were you about to say Dungeons and Dragons?
I didn't see Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going to buy that no matter what. So I'm
really
buying
good.
it no matter what. So I'm a D&D player. I play every week. So.
Well, you should go and watch it then. It's really
good. Because I'm just going to buy it anyways. It's too expensive. I don't need to see it in the theater. I'll watch it.
I don't know if you've seen the recent Mando or the one before it.
No.
Too bad.
Oh,
I'm telling you, you're going to regret it.
They're using You've seen episode 9, right?
I've seen season 1 and 2 fully, not anything from season 3.
No, episode 9 of Star Wars.
I own and see
Remember Babu Frick?
I saw it once in the theater and then I bought it to add to my collection. Rise of Skywalker, that's the one, right? Yeah. Babu, is that little guy who does things?
Little Babu Frick.
Yeah, he's cute, right? Yeah,
no, he was in they used stop motion for him in episode 9, right? Now in Mando, he showed up in a recent episode, and they used complete stop motion, right?
Oh, interesting.
Now, mind you, some of the Grogu is a puppet.
Yeah, he's a puppet.
Stop motion for Babu Frick, and it came off so weird. It's like what you're talking about, you know?
Right.
It was too noticeable to where like it literally looked like someone was dragging a ping file across the screen. You know, it was a cute little moment, but it threw me off so much that I was like, you know, if a puppet, that's different, but stop motion like that in this live action thing, and it didn't even really mesh that well. It was so weird.
Yeah, if it was all stop motion, then your mind would be like the creatures are stop motion, so like Harryhausen stuff, right? It doesn't, you know. But yeah, I think if you mix too many styles in the same thing you're watching, it's like CGI, Jabba the Hutt, and then you got like, you know, another guy who's like a puppet or a creature mask, and you're like, okay, this is just like weird. Yeah. Like it just feels weird.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna go on for another 5 minutes. So if there's something that you want to talk about, let me know.
Well, I mean, and I'm sure we talked about Superman Legacy went into pre-production today.
Oh, that's good.
Should we hold our breaths? I don't know.
What do you think? Are you excited for that? Because I haven't asked you about it. Or James Gunn doing Superman?
Sure, I'll listen.
Do it.
Listen, Batman 89. Yeah, Batman 89 was the last time I made a comment about directors, casting choices. Because I was like, as a kid, I thought Michael Keaton. I'm like, wait, that's Beetlejuice, right? I'm like, yeah, this is weird. I thought that was going to be dumb. I'm like, Tim Burton. I don't know who this guy is really. I'm
telling you, as a kid, I thought that was a good idea. I'm not even lying. And I'd
really?
seen Beetlejuice. And
I love Beetlejuice.
I was maybe because I guess I heard about Batman because I was a kid. I'm like 9 years old or whatever.
Yeah.
So like I didn't voice the opinion or anything like that. But I remember when I first heard about Keaton playing and I knew of Beetlejuice. I was a big fan of Beetlejuice. And I guess, to be fair, my only knowledge of Batman really was the Adam West show at that time. Like I hadn't had that fateful meeting with my brother's friend who threw open this box of comics and like, you know, but I knew they were going to do a darker take. And there was something about his eyebrows, like something about his eyes and his eyebrows. And I just was like, yeah, this guy could be,
okay.
This guy could be crazy, you know, like it's like, there's something about that. And I've always had that. It's like when they said Val Kilmer, I was like, that's okay. When they said George Clooney, I was like, fuck that. Immediately.
I mean,
even though I was young, I was like, that's wrong. That does not work. But Kilmer and thing I was all right with. Ben
Well,
Affleck,
that's why
I went ape shit.
Right. That's why I don't make comments on that.
I haven't
Even with
had.
Pattinson.
I haven't had actually never had no issue with a Batman casting aside from Pattinson. I did like him after the movie. And
you didn't have a problem with George Clooney. Oh, you weren't even alive, were you?
No, I wasn't alive, but like watching Batman and Robin, seeing Clooney with his ugly suit and the nipple. His suit that suit was ugly. I was not a huge fan of that. That shit. It reminds me of something. That specific material. That it was making movies in the 90s with those type of suits like that.
Like a rubbery kind of
that's
synthetics or something.
You know, we went to the era of rubber, leather in the 2000s, and now we're back to
like that texture. It looks like I don't like that basketball, whatever a basketball is made of.
I don't like that. I don't like that texture. That texture was.
It looks weird.
It would have been cool if it was. Because I think what messed up those suits for me was that Batman couldn't move his neck in it. It was the technology at the time that was limited, and it made the whole thing look stiff. Right, for Keaton and Returns in '89, it worked in that. Yeah. But the next two movies, and they drastically changed the suits and stuff. Those was ugly suits.
It was weird, yeah. But I don't make any. Even when Pattinson, I said nothing. I'm like, let's see what happens. Legacy. Look, I'm seeing every Superman thing. I saw Super Pets. I will see every Superman related thing. The theater is my favorite character. I don't care. I'll watch it, and I'll judge it at that point.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Going back to Legacy in just a second, but like I don't understand why anybody thought the guy who literally played a vampire in movies was like a bad idea for Batman. Play like no matter what you want to say about the Twilight bullshit, he looked cool as a vampire, and he had a darkness about him. You could see a darkness. Well, that's what I look for in my Batman castings.
So you're Team Edward or whatever? Team Edward?
Edward wasn't the bad.
No, and I'd seen him in other movies as well, to be fair. But and I thought he was excellent in those movies. But like, to me, even beyond that, it's that darkness, that inner darkness. If you don't have that, then I don't think you can be Batman. And I saw that in Keaton.
Do you really think they care about other film roles? Do you think they've actually seen all the amazing roles he did prior to that? You think comic book fanboys actually watch films? That's funny.
No. But I'm just saying, even going off just of Twilight, I was just like, sure, if that was the only thing he had done, like it was just Twilight, and then
no,
Batman,
but
it would have been weird. I'm not gonna lie, but even still, I just think it's to get up in arms for a guy who looks like him, acts weird like him. You can see even in his interviews, there's kind of darkness about this guy. Like there's something like twisted about him in general. He's like a bit sarcastic with interviewers. He doesn't really care about the movies he's in. He's got the attitude that you'd expect, like of somebody who can tap into the emotional kind of spectrum you need Batman to be in. And like that's the same thing I saw with Keaton, same thing I saw with Val Kilmer. I didn't really see that in Ben Affleck at all, but I was a little bit wrong with that, but I also wasn't that wrong with that either. I think he was good, but I think another person could have played that Batman and it would have been just as good, if not better. Whereas what Keaton did, I don't think anybody else can do. What Bale did, I don't think anyone else can do. And what Pattinson ended up doing, I don't think anyone else could do. So that's what I like about those castings.
Because they don't watch any of these films, they don't care about all that stuff. These are the same people who demanded John Krasinski to play Reed Richards, even though he hasn't done jack shit in his career and just is some average supporting actor who just has done like A Quiet Place. And who has played? Didn't
he direct and write that? He directed and wrote that. Man.
Yeah.
We should go back to Superman Legacy, but like, I just don't care about Mr. Fantastic enough to really get up in arms about it. Like, I think he's fine, isn't he? John Krasinski, it's all right. It's not.
No,
I
it's really not.
I just want to introduce him as Mr. Fantastic.
It's really not, but it's
just thought
just a
he
fat,
looked
stupid
Is it that bad? I don't know. It's
No.
that bad.
In the
Do you mean
movie,
you don't want him in anything, or it's just specifically Mr. Fantastic? It doesn't fit because I feel like
he doesn't fit as that. He doesn't play the character well at all. He's super just average, but just because he looks similar.
Oh, you mean you
That's
didn't
why
like
it
him?
is.
You didn't like him in what's it called? What was
Multiverse?
It called? Multiverse of
Yes, and
Sanity.
now he might be the permanent one just because fanboys want him because he looks similar, even though he's fucking generic as hell. He can't act.
He wasn't
very
bad
well.
in that movie. I mean, he didn't get to do much. I think he
it was
probably was
still
on
not-
set.
that
He probably was
version-
on set for like a day. They shot his scenes. He didn't get
that
time
version
to
of Reed
really
Richards
get
sucked.
into the character. You
That
know,
version
like I
sucked.
think. You think that version sucked?
Yes.
What
he
did
was-
you think, J Man? I don't think
he
it
was
sucked.
dumb.
I just think it was like whatever. You know, like
I didn't care because it's anytime they say, "Oh, this is not the real Mr. Fantastic," I'm like, okay, well, I know Wanda's just gonna smoke him, so who cares? I'm on Team Wanda anyway, so don't ask me. I love Multiverse of Madness. I know some people don't love it. I don't care.
yeah,
I'm
I
allowed
like it as well.
I'm allowed to hate Phase 4 except for Multiverse of Madness. That's my business. But
I thought it was a great Raimi movie.
I thought it was great. I love it. It's probably my top like 6 Marvel movies or something. I don't know. I really liked it a lot. But yeah, screw that. Screw Mr. Fantastic. He's an idiot. He's like, I'm gonna do something. He's like, psh, and she just destroyed him. I was like, yeah, I can kill that guy.
Yeah, it was him. It was him spoiling Black Bolt's. It was him spoiling Black Bolt's power.
Yeah.
Black
What a
Bolt
dumbass. That was dumb.
Black Bolt can speak at a frequency that will do this. I'm like,
Okay.
don't tell her.
Yeah, you just told Wanda, who was like one of the most powerful people. It's like, yeah, here you go.
Hilarious. I love the way she killed those dudes, man. And there were guys going, "Oh, look, it's an attack against men." I don't know how fragile some men are. Like,
and it wasn't anyways.
I was enjoying
it's
her
like they're attacking men because like the women survived last. It's like,
no, that but
doing
look,
it.
okay,
What
first of
are we
all,
doing?
she
Is
killed the
your
2 most
penis
powerful
that
people
small
first.
That you
She killed
fucking
right, but no, she killed the 2 most powerful people first. It's a compliment to the men. She killed them quickly just to get them out of the picture, and then she toyed with the other. Oh, you gotta throw a shield. Oh, okay, throw your little shield.
Yeah, it's not like they put up a great fight to her.
They
Anyway,
sucked.
the women got fucked up just as much.
Badly.
Like she didn't decapitate. She like what's the decapitation for? Like
Dismembered, like she like
dismembered or whatever. Like, Captain America.
A statue fell on Captain Marvel and just killed her.
Yeah, it's like
there goes Monica or whoever whichever character. I don't know which Captain Marvel it was, but
felt like he was lacking intelligence. Sure, I mean,
it's not the real Reed Richards, anyways.
Yeah, that was
a character that I actually care about.
Other than that, he was just average.
Superman he's finished the script. Is essentially what K-Dots was getting at.
Yeah,
it's not into the casting stage yet. And I'm like, J-Man, are you excited for K-Dots Super? No, for
James
I'd
Gunn?
actually be excited if K-Dots was doing a Superman. Although you'd have to cast me in a minor, like a background thing. Otherwise, I'll never talk to you again.
Nerman, you for your casting, you're the one time I will do a race swap. I want you to be Jonathan Kent. I'm gonna make you
Jonathan Kent. I can't do Jonathan Kent. I have no morals. So
I'm excited for any Superman projects that will hopefully do the character justice and bring people onto Superman.
Get an Oscar
do you think that James Gunn can do that? So do you think even what is this?
I have no
from
idea.
Man, you wanted this to get nominated. Look at this shit.
Hey, that's just one part of the.
Why? This is so random. Why we're talking? Oh, that was me. Oh, that was Cole who did that.
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to put up K-Dot's thing. Sorry.
So
thinking, why is K-Dot showing me an Aquaman scene? We're talking about Superman.
And also
it should come up in a second. But like, I'm a little concerned. One, here's the big thing I'm concerned about. It's not the tone of the movie. I think he could potentially write a movie that doesn't go with the tone of his other movies. Like he cuts down on the jokes. He, you know, it takes it a little bit more seriously and whatever. And I even think visually, as a director, I could see from Guardians of the Galaxy, maybe he could make a cool Metropolis. You know, because I've always said Metropolis should be a character like Gotham is a character. It should be the city of tomorrow. And I could see him playing around with that. I hope he does. Here's
Honestly,
my issue.
hopefully Metropolis looks kind of like how Gotham did in the less gothic, but like a utopia in a sense. Like
yeah, like a city of tomorrow, like a technologically, like, you know,
not too futuristic, but just futuristic enough.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I am worried about. He never does good villains. He never really does compelling villains. And even if you say Ego, it's like he was all right, but I think that was mainly Russell. Yeah, like
who's the villain in this, or is it not disclosed?
It's not disclosed yet, and I'm like, I don't want this guy doing Brainiac or Lex Luthor, because those are characters that you really need to have a handle on writing great villains, because they should be every bit as iconic to me. You should go for them being as iconic as the Joker or as iconic as Riddler, or, you know, like I know you don't like him, but
which Riddler, the real Riddler or the
whatever, you know what I'm saying, like the Jack Nicholson's Joker, Catwoman, you know, like whatever. They should be really on that level. It's Superman. His villains are some of the coolest villains
for sure
in all the comic books. And I want them to stop being so underrated, because
I agree.
You know, because of what the movies have done with them. So that's my main concern with him. I'm just like, I don't know if he can handle that. I think he's going to just try and get Superman right, but he's not going to really focus on making sure we get the villain right.
The villains.
Well, for me, I think for this movie, which I'd be okay with, a villain be perfect for him to stick with to do, is, let's say, a Lobo, because that Supergirl movie, I think that's where you set up Brainiac. Not that she defeat Brainiac, but setting up Supergirl along with Brainiac, in a sense, would be a really good way to get Brainiac in here. Have Superman be the one that's going to be, you know, the end all be all to defeat him, if they have some big plan for Brainiac. But I think that Supergirl film, that's where you start to set up your Brainiac. Superman Legacy started small, start with Lobo. You know, Lobo is a big enough threat for Superman to deal with. Simple premise: Lobo's coming here because he wants to hunt down the last of the Kryptonians. Super simple. He wants a Kryptonian as a trophy, and he's hunting down Superman.
You know what I would do for Superman, honestly, is I would have the first part, maybe 10-15 minutes, have him in space helping some aliens, some downtrodden aliens or something, completely not even on Earth. He's helping these people out, and he leaves. Right. And then let's bring your thing in. So he leaves the planet, goes back home, and he's been gone for a little bit, but now he's back, right? So in whatever space-timey, wimey thing, he's back, and like it's been a couple of days since he's been gone. Right. Because of his actions on that planet, brings up the attention of Lobo, who is trying to find a Kryptonian. He's like, oh my God, there is a Kryptonian. And then he follows them back. And then that's the cause, which then creates Lobo to come. And then they can have a battle there. And then maybe you have Luthor already established as something, and he's kind of working behind the scenes, and, you know, bring him forward that way, or I don't know, something like that. Like I like the sci-fi elements.
I imagine
that, but I like that more for something animated, like a cartoon or something. I that is a really great plot, but like for a light, I really want this to be something a little bit like, I don't know, like. I want it to embrace the elements of Superman, like those, but like embrace it in a way that, like, you know, what's his name? The guy who did Forrest Gump.
Zemeckis,
right? Like the way I could imagine him doing, like, you know, like taking elements from taking elements, visual elements from like the Fleischer cartoons, and taking visual cues from some other kind of more comic booky kind of stuff. But
and they can,
at the same time have like a more modern story, like that's a little bit more complicated, not too complicated, but a little bit more complicated, so that it doesn't just seem like, oh, another superhero movie where he battles this and that. You know, like I think it has to have a little bit more depth and something
you can
do some element to have some relevance to what's going on now.
Well, that's why I think that name Legacy, and you know, he talked about it, has so much to do with the premise, because Superman is supposed to be trying to, like, in a sense, discover his lineage, like really learn his lineage and try to balance out what he is in this world. Like, is he Kryptonian? Is he human? Like, or is he both? Like, what is that? Almost like an identity crisis. Because I not say no film focused on that, but like, and you know, Zach wanted to focus on more of the power, Superman's presence on Earth. Is he a danger to the world? Blah blah blah. Christian Reeves focused on his humanity, him being a human on this planet, but never. And small Superman Lois focused on him being a father, having a presence in the world.
Yeah,
it's not really focused. We had never had a really Superman movie really focused on his like him and his a identity crisis with his heritage. You know, most people they're mixed race, they're mixed with something, and they struggle with like, am I white? Am I black? Am I both? The white community doesn't accept me. The black community doesn't accept me. Like, what am I? What's my place in this world?
Yeah,
I think that's what that legacy may tie to, the title of legacy.
Sure, and you reminded me of something of why the Lobo thing doesn't quite work for me. I think that would work for a Lobo movie actually better than a Superman movie. I think a Superman movie should not aim higher. I don't think it's a bad premise, but I want it to really crystallize. What does this hope mean? We've been talking about this hope with Superman. What does it mean that he represents hope?
So do the
elite. I think sure,
do Manchester Black. Do Manchester
Sure, the
Black.
elite would be good. The elite would be good. Something that there you can make it relevant to, you know, like our society. You could have, you know, Manchester Black being, you know, like everyone on Twitter's like, yeah, he's the real cool superhero.
There you go.
Like there's that kind of stuff, and make it relevant. And I think that would work better, and give a little bit more back and forth than just like it's Superman, he fights a villain, and then he beats the villain. I think there needs to be more than just a big
well, just
fight,
like you said with Forrest Gump, right?
There needs to be an ideological thing going.
Just like you said with Forrest Gump, and that's why I do agree. You can, and this is the best thing about Forrest Gump. You can take everything about that movie, well, almost parts of it, makes him the main character, and you kind of still get the same movie in a way, right? Take Forrest Gump. Because when I look at Forrest Gump, he's not as smart as Superman or as intelligent, but Forrest kind of reminds me of Superman.
He's not as intelligent as me.
Right. He's not. It's just he's
more intelligent than Cole, but no, I'm joking.
He has some qualities. What that world was supposed to be.
He has qualities that are very much reminiscent of Superman. Going back to look at Forrest Gump, and I kind of do want to see a Superman movie that Forrest going through all these different points in history, always referring back to Jenny. He runs into her, and they always tell each other, I'm your guy, you're my girl, I love you, blah blah blah.
I hated Jenny in that movie.
She was scorned. Jenny was scorned.
She sucks. She needs to walk it off. Walk it off, man.
Walk off the
just walk off the abuse.
The assault.
Walk it off, man. Over.
Father, Jesus Christ.
Walk it off.
Man, you went for retard. Never go for retard.
Whatever, dude. I think that I would love to see a Zemeckis Superman movie. I think the
That'd be
Zemeckis would be
interesting, yeah.
great as Flash.
He's not good
Flash
anymore.
Yeah, he's not direct. I mean, he's 70 now.
Why is he not good anymore?
The last like 8 films he's made have been terrible.
Let me look him up.
I need to look this up because
You
I
want
remember
80s
his
Robert
movies
Zemeckis,
being
right?
good. Yeah, I do
he
want
made the
80s.
recent Pinocchio film, God, and not the Del Toro one.
I heard that was good. Oh no, okay, right.
Wait, no, it says he was a producer on a Pinocchio film.
He was the producer. See, Cole's just chat shit. You need to double check everything he says.
I'm pretty sure.
You have to double check everything Cole says, man.
I'm trying to see his recent.
So the last movie of his I liked was Beowulf, but like.
Oh, the CGI one.
Yeah, but I'm a Beowulf guy. I read the poem. I got
Okay.
the translations of it all.
Yeah,
that.
no, he's the director. What the fuck you talking about, K-Dons?
No, it says he's produced.
He did a lot of different things.
Yeah, he produced it as well, and then he did the the Witches, which was terrible. But he did a lot of terrible stuff recently. His best
the
one
Witches.
Which
Witches?
Polar
did he do? I
Express
want to
and
watch
Beowulf
that.
was really good.
He did the 2020 Witches. I think it's what's her face.
Yeah, the terrible
Princess
one.
Diaries. What's her name? Catwoman.
Yeah, Anne Hathaway.
Oh, really?
Anne Hathaway. Jesus.
Cole, he did do a lot more good movies than he does have bad.
Yeah, in the past, not anymore.
Dude
Okay,
did
well,
Contact, bro. Don't tell me like anyone who does Contact can do
are
a
we
good
talking
Superman
about the
movie.
past or today?
All right.
Yeah,
Cole.
I'm with Cole. I think after Beowulf was just downhill. It seems to me. Contact is awesome. What Lies Beneath is good. Castaways, all right. Polar Express is good. Beowulf's good. I like Used Cars.
His most competent recent film is probably The Walk, but even and it was just okay.
Allied has like.
Oh, The Walk was
76%.
okay. You're right. That was okay.
Pinocchio.
That's the trend I noticed with a lot of directors. They hit that point where they just go downhill. They just lose.
They have to because they did so many good ones. It's hard. It's hard to keep up. It's like Tarantino only does a certain amount because he's like, I'm just gonna wait till I get inspired and then I'll do something. Versus guys who are like, I need a steady source of income.
Tarantino's playing it smart because he's gonna keep stretching. This next movie might be his retirement movie. Who knows? It might be.
Yeah, but look, dude, you can't tell me that Robert Zemeckis, like, I don't care what anyone says. Back to the Future, Romancing the Stone, Roger Rabbit, fucking Forrest Gump.
I like Used Cars. Nobody's saying Used Cars. That's a great movie.
Used Cars is good.
Yes, and Francis Ford Coppola did The Godfather, but his latest films have been bad. Wait, what do you want to say?
Wait a second.
I think
I'm saying like that's a long time ago. That was one movie that he did one time, like, and he did a couple other good ones. Then he fell off. Like Zemeckis every 5 years will make like a good movie, or 7 or 10 years or something like that. He'll make an excellent movie, not just a good one, like an excellent one. So. I believe with Superman as the material or Flash, he could do something interesting. But a black Superman movie.
It's not happening. So we're arguing something that's not going to happen.
We're arguing something that's not going to happen. I just want to finish off with go.
Airman, if it's like you say, if James Gunn pushed a Superman movie like 7 years later, Zemeckis will be perfect for it.
Right.
It'll be perfect.
Yeah. But they should have got him to do the first one, the Man of Steel, or like not Man of Steel specifically, but like a movie. That is such a. Till this day, I still can't But I'm gonna finish here. But like till this day, I still can't get over the fact that Superman got wasted for like 10 years because of
I know it's crazy. It's crazy.
Like more than just 10 years. Just
told you. Look, when it came to Warner Brothers in general, well, DC in general, and this is why I'm okay with Batman getting some like Gotham Knights, right? Batman getting killed in his suit is stupid. But I'm okay with it because a lot of DC characters get disrespected and Batman gets protected so much. He gets protected so much.
Yeah, but in all these shows, he's gone, he's missing, he's dumb, he's crippled, he's dead. It's like, oh yeah, that's really exciting. It's like Batman's the only brand character that they have that makes money for sure.
Right.
So let's make him dead. Oh, okay, smart idea.
You know, that's why in characters like Superman, in my like Superman Returns, everyone may have not liked it, but it made way more money than Begins, and it was like, oh, freak Superman, let's continue with Batman. Do them both. Not saying you had to combine Christian Bale and Brandon Routh, but you could have done them both. You could have done better in the second movie and tried to improve.
Right.
Oh yeah, I think they should have done either Man of Steel 2 or Superman Return 2. I think the second one could have just been better. But anyway, guys, anyone watch Succession before I go? You don't. I know K-Dots, you don't. Okay, great. So I have more to do a Succession video with. All right. Peace, guys. It's been a great having you guys. Thanks for everyone who stayed on, watched with me. Do try and give me a high five if you're still watching before you go. Give me a like. And apart from that, I'll see you on the grapevine, and I love you 3000. Peace.
Who's this?